is anti-DMK completely, and this is a strong alliance that is being taken place. As you can see the live visuals, which is right from the hotel where the TTV Dinakaran of AMMK met the BJP leaders and made the alliance true. Back 3 months back when he broke the alliance, he told that there was no proper talks between the NDA alliance and him because there was a major confusion when ADMK came into the BJP alliance 3 months back when Edappadi K. Palanispami was made the chief minister candidate, and there was a lot of heat going on between TTV Dinakaran and Edappadi K. Palanispami. Now, breaking that, the BJP election in charge of the state, Piyush Goyal, has made sure to bring in TTV Dinakaran today for the huge NDA alliance. And this alliance is going to be very intact and it's going to be a very strong alliance which the DMK is going to be fighting, because we see recently that the PMK factor of Andumani Ramdas has also joined the NDA alliance. And as you know, the BJP has been calling for all anti-DMK parties, not just the AIADMK, which is the majorist party, but the other smaller parties, which includes the DMDK, PMK and AMMK as well, to join the alliance and to make sure that their alliance is completely anti-DMK. Anybody who's fighting against the Stalin and his family politics is made sure to be part of the NDA alliance here.
Right, Shraddha there getting us live updates from the meeting that's taking place, in fact, right now between Piyush Goyal and TTV Dinakaran, as we see an anti-DMK front getting consolidated now. Now, Shraddha, you mentioned that BJP is also trying to reach to other smaller players in the state to build this anti-DMK front. So who are we looking at next? Other possible players who could join the NDA fold?
Well, with Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit on 23rd, the BJP leaders, especially Piyush Goyal, who is the election in charge, is trying to bring it the smaller parties which are showing anti-DMK stance. Now, as we know, PMK and the AMMK has joined today. There's also a question whether the DMK, which is the Vijayakant's party, which is now being headed by Premlata Vijayakant, his wife, will also be joining or not is the question. They've given 2 days time for the DMDK. The permission for today's whether the party will be joining them or not is a question, but the NDA alliance will be intact before Prime Minister Narendra Modi visits the state of Tamil Nadu in just 2 days' time. And as you can see, there's also TMC, which runs BGK Vasan. They have been having a very long relationship with NDA alliance, and the stronger alliance is set to continue.
All right, Shraddha, also do tell us what exactly is the conversation, what kind of conversation are going on right now between the two leaders at this point as this crucial meeting is underway?
Well, as you mentioned, it's a very crucial meeting because AMMK went out of the NDA alliance 2 months back, and now again coming back inside. The huge confusion started with the AIADMK leaders coming in and taking the chief minister position by Edappadi K. Palanispami. There's multiple differences between the AIADMK and the AMMK, which initially made TTV Dinakaran leave the NDA alliance. We know how TTV Dinakaran has always spoken about his friendship with the former BJP president K. Annamalai and the current BJP president Nainar Nagendran, and how they both have been close when they were together in the AIADMK party. So today's talk that with Piyush Goyal going on is how AMMK as a party can also support NDA, and also the important factor that they've been discussing is seat sharing and how the power sharing can be done under the coalition government if the NDA comes to power next year. And this is the main topic that the Union Minister Piyush Goyal, as election in charge of the state, is addressing with AMMK leader TTV Dinakaran.
Right, Shraddha, BJP happens to be a party which has had not a very strong hold in the southern states, especially when we talk about Tamil Nadu. But clearly with smaller parties, regional parties now joining hands and coming back to the NDA fold, we are looking at, boosting the chances of NDA in the elections.
Yes, when exactly see the political history of Tamil Nadu, it's always been DMK and ADMK playing the strong hands, whereas for the last 50 years, it's only been DMK and ADMK. But it was only after 2000 that both BJP and Congress came into alliance with the DMK, and whereas BJP came with AIADMK. And then slowly with the Lok Sabha elections in 2012 is when the NDA and the UPA government came into existence in the state of Tamil Nadu itself. And now we can see NDA is getting stronger. As we mentioned initially that there is an anti-DMK stance stance that every party is fighting against, because we know that MK Stalin party has been having the family politics being continuing after Karunanidhi. It was MK Stalin, and then the party is now promoted Udayanithi Stalin, who's right now the deputy chief, to be the next chief minister, and to make sure that the family politics doesn't continue. The NDA alliance, including the AIADMK, BJP, AMMK, and multiple smaller parties, which includes TMC, is also fighting with one topic in mind. Edappadi K. Palaniswamy has also been inviting any party that is against the Stalin government to join NDA alliance, and also make sure that the main goal is to dethrone MK Stalin from power, is what the NDA alliance is now looking at.
Right, Sharda. TTV Dinakaran was addressing a conference earlier, and he said that there is nothing in having a compromise. This is a new beginning, and we will strive to form a new governance in Tamil Nadu. So looking at a fresh start with both the parties, forgetting the issues, the thorny issues between the two, and then looking at it from a fresh perspective.
Well, very true. As initially AMMK leader TTV Dinakaran mentioned that the important threshold being fighting against the DMK, is also mentioned how the unification of AIADMK is important. That includes the small factors of AIADMK that split after Jayalalitha's death, and with Edappadi K. Palaniswamy taking over. There are multiple factors now. The main aim of the NDA is also becoming to bring all these smaller factors of AIADMK coming together. As we can also see, the O. Pannirselvam factor, which left from the NDA alliance, who split from the NDA alliance, but the important the former ministers who were in Jayalalitha's cabinet are now joining DMK, which is becoming a threat for the split away factors, and trying to bring them all together as the NDA alliance, trying to make it stronger.
All right, Shada, do continue to stay with us. I'll come back for you. Another news that we're now getting at this point. Now, viewers, the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court has quashed the case against BJP leader Amit Malviya that was filed over his statement against Tamil Nadu Minister Udayanithi Stalin. Now, the judge in this case observed that Udayanithi had on multiple occasions spoken against the Hindu religion and the Sanatan Dharma. It also further remarked that not just him during his tenure as minister, but the DMK party as a whole has taken positions against Hindus at several occasions. This is what the court is saying at this point, as the court now quashes the FIR against the BJP leader Amit Malviya. In fact, the court has noted that there were several statements made to insult Sanatan Dharma and Hindus at large by not just Udayanithi, but his party at large, in fact. So that's a big statement coming in from the court itself, and also a big relief for the BJP leader Amit Malviya there by Madurai bench of the Madras High Court. Now, my colleague Sharda continues to stay with me on this. Sharda, it's a big relief for Amit Malviya as the FIR against him has now been quashed, and the case itself, wherein the court acknowledges that several statements were made by Udayanithi Stalin on multiple occasions against Hindu religion and Sanatan Dharma.
Very true. Yesterday, listening to the Madras High Court of the Madurai bench quashed this case, particularly against BJP leader Amit Malviya, saying that the particular statement made back in 2023 by Udayanithi Stalin against Sanatan Dharma, saying that Sanatan Dharma just like dengue and malaria, and that there should be a genocide to eradicate it. This particular statement created a lot of trouble, especially the Hindu sentiments were hurt, and that's the reason BJP leaders spoke against it, and also condemning Udayanithi Stalin. Multiple BJP leaders came out, and later an FIR was filed against Amit Malviya for his statement made against Udayanithi. Now today, the case has been completely quashed, with pointing out that Udayanithi Stalin's statement is wrong.
Right, Shraddha, thank you for giving us those details and joining us with all the major inputs. Now, viewers, are shifting focus to another breaking news coming in at this hour. Now, in fact, before that, we're slipping into a very short break. But on the other side, Rani Kapoor has moved Delhi High Court to scrape a family trust, alleges forgery by Sanjay Kapoor as well as Priya Kapoor.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास अरे मेरे राजा
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी एमडीएच का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है।
अरे मेरे राजा
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus in this bulletin would be Shankaracharya away. Mukteshwaranand sends legal notice to Uttar Pradesh government and was challenged by Yogi government on the Shankaracharya status. We'll get you a lot updates on this story and a lot more. But first up, the headlines. Shankaracharya V. Mukteshwaranand sends legal notice to Uttar Pradesh government, was challenged by Yogi government on Shankaracharya status. Also, Sanjay Kapoor inheritance battle intensifies. Sanjay Kapoor's mother files fresh suit against Priya Sachdeva in Delhi High Court. Big boost to NDA ahead of Tamil Nadu state polls. The TTV Dinakaran joins NDA. Cigarette in hand, car at 140 kilometers per hour. Birthday thrill ride kills 4 friends in Udaipur. Another provocation as China and Bangladesh envoy visits Teesta for technical assessment close to Chicken's Neck. Trump's big statement amid tensions with Macron, says won't be attending G7 meeting in Paris. right, viewers, let's begin with the first top story that we are getting right now at this moment. The battle for Sanjay Kapoor's legacy has intensified in court. Now, Priya Sachdeva has filed a criminal defamation complaint in a Delhi court against her sister-in-law, Mandira Kapoor Smith, and another individual, alleging that a series of statements made across podcasts, social media platforms, media interviews, and republished online content amount to a sustained and deliberate campaign to damage her reputation. So she alleges that her reputation is being damaged by all of this. Now, senior advocate Maninder Singh, along with counsel Asmita, is representing Priya Kapoor in the matter. Now, as we speak, Priya Sachdeva has arrived at the Patiala House Court. Now, Rani Kapoor, the elderly widow of late industrialist Dr. Surinder Kapoor and mother of the late Sanjay Kapoor, has approached the Delhi High Court with a fresh suit alleging that her daughter-in-law Priya Kapoor, in collusion with other family members, orchestrated a fraudulent trust to unlawfully strip her of her entire estate, family legacy, and controlling stakes in key Sona Group companies. So this is a very big development that is coming as of now in this moment, and it's a big development on this story. All right, so the fresh lawsuit against Priya, a big developing story as of now, right at this moment. All right, we have Riyanka with us live on this story. Now, the battle of Sanjay Kapoor's legacy has intensified in court. Riyanka, what are the latest details you're fetching as of now?
See, wherein one side, currently Priya Sachdeva Kapoor is, recording her statements in front of the Patiala High Court judge, chief additional judicial magistrate. On the other hand, we are seeing that Rani Kapoor, the mother of late Sanjay Kapoor, she has filed a fresh suit at the Delhi High Court, where she is questioning the legitimacy of the Rani Kapoor Trust. Now, these are two parallel cases that are currently underway. Let me begin with one which is currently underway here at the Patiala House Court, where it is a defamation, criminal defamation plea that was filed by Priya Sachdeva against Mandira Kapoor Smith, where Priya has alleged that there were several statements and content which are making rounds in podcasts, in social media posts and others, where there were statements made against Priya Sachdeva that were allegedly to malign her image, even at a point in time when this case is sub judice. On the other hand, if we talk about the matter, the development coming in terms of Rani Kapoor, where a fresh suit has been filed, Rani Kapoor has challenged the validity of the Rani Kapoor Trust. It was a big allegation that is coming in against Priya Sachdeva. We understand that it is a huge estate, nearly 30,000 crore estate of Sanjay Kapoor, an entire inheritance row that is that is taking place. It is only escalating with each passing day. The 80-year-old mother-in-law, in fact, her big allegation against Priya Sachdeva says that she manipulated her late son in committing this fraud. The fraud being, the Rani Kapoor Trust, which she is currently saying that needs to be dissolved. On the other hand, Rani Kapoor has called the family trust in her own name to be as fraudulent. This matter is expected to be taken by the Delhi High Court in the coming days, although it has been just filed in one hand. On the other hand, this particular case of the criminal defamation, where Priya Sachdeva is still currently recording her statements in front of the additional chief judicial magistrate of the Patiala High Court. It is happening on camera. It's on camera recording proceeding that is underway, and there is nobody, no other person is allowed in the particular courtroom, and we are constantly monitoring the developments from there.
All right, definitely, Riyanka, there are many people who are staking claim to the entire estate, the entire property. Now, this fresh allegations by the mother, what exactly has she claimed? She has mentioned that because of some fraudulent measures, some fraudulent tricks she has applied, and other family members are also involved. Have the names been also disclosed as of now, with the latest that you're fetching as of now in this moment?
See, the suit alleges Priya Sachdev's acts and conspiracy with others led Rani Kapoor's disposition from the own family assets. We know that Rani Kapoor is already along with Mandira Kapoor Smith. They are already, fighting the case of inheritance of the 30,000 crore estate belonging to Sanjay Kapoor. And there are several allegations. In fact, Rani Kapoor has said that the entire estate was built by her and her husband, the father of late Sanjay Kapoor. And at this point in time, she also alleges that Priya Sachdev is trying to take hold of the entire estate. When on the other hand, Mandira, the sister-in-law Priya Sachdev, had also mentioned that she is making a mountain out of a molehill because all the inheritance and the property would have been eventually divided equally to all those who are, of course, mentioned in the will. So an entire gameplay, entire Saas Bahu saga is currently taking place in this matter. And on the other hand, very clearly, Rani Kapoor mentioning the fact that Rani Kapoor Trust has been, fraudulently used by Priya Sachdev, and there were several lapses that she has alleged, and that will be, of course, taken up by the court, and more details will be followed through on that note.
All right, Priyanka, thanks for the update. We'll keep coming back to you as more details unfolds in this story. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, let's move on to our next top story. Now, a symbol of Indian maritime prowess has been witnessed on Tuesday with the Indian Navy's INS Sudarshini being flagged from its naval base in Kochi. Now, this milestone of a voyage served as a symbol of the Navy's commitment to professional training and excellence in ocean sailing expeditions. Here's a quick report on that.
On Tuesday, a landmark endeavour and a symbol of the nation's prominence in global maritime activities was witnessed. This is as INS Sudarshini was flagged off by Flag Officer Commanding-in-Chief and Vice Admiral Samir Saxena from its naval base in Kochi. This marked the commencement of a Lokayan 26, that is a long-range sailing expedition. This milestone of a voyage serves as a powerful symbol of India's maritime prowess and shows the Indian Navy's commitment to professional training and excellence in ocean sailing expeditions.
Let's move on to our next top story. Now, at the World Economic Forum in Davos, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen announced that India and the European Union are moving closer to sealing a landmark free trade agreement. Now, addressing the forum on Tuesday, von der Leyen said negotiations are in the final stages. Highlighting the scale of the proposed deal, she said it would create a combined market of nearly 2 billion people, accounting for almost a quarter of global GDP. Dubbed the mother of all deals, the agreement is expected to significantly reshape global trade flows, strengthen economic ties between India and Europe, and reduce the EU's dependence on traditional partners. But as this mega trade pact gathers momentum, questions remain. How will US President Donald Trump respond? And what could this mean for global trade politics? Here's a detailed report on that.
Europe needs to do is have a strategic doctrine in the 21st century, wherein it includes India as the fourth pole of its strategic doctrine. Europe has not de-risked its national security dependency. It has dependency on America. Now, America walks away, Europe is left dangling.
French President Emmanuel Macron asked the European Commission to trigger its anti-coercion policy if U.S. President Donald Trump imposes more tariffs on the EU. Macron made this statement on January 17th, right after which Trump hit the EU with 10% tariffs for sending troops to Greenland on January 18th.
everybody think in France, in the European Union, that Greenland is not to be sold, not to be taken. The situation in Greenland is clearly a wake-up call for all the Europeans. And let me tell you very directly that you are not alone. And when a strategic message is sent to you, I want just for you to know that it's clearly perceived by the Europeans as targeting a European land. And this flag you have here is our common flag. And we know our common values. And we know our long-standing choices. And this is why it's very important for French people and all the European people to convey very clearly this message of solidarity and the fact that we stand with you now, for today, and for tomorrow.
Possibility is always there. The question is, what is the probability, right? The probability of the EU going down the path to use this Anti-Coercion Act as of now is low, but it is growing. The chances are growing that it could, decide to invoke the ACA. Now, the point is, of course, there are huge downsides to it. There's a huge, challenge. It will be uncharted territory for the European.
All right, viewers, we are getting a big breaking news right now. At this moment, we'll show you live visuals of property confiscation proceedings of Shankaracharya, who is a mastermind of Sambhal violence.
नहीं निकला है तो आप क्या पहले बोलेंगे कि बाहर आए, इस तरीके का क्या प्रोटोकॉल, किस तरीके का पालन आप लोग करते हैं?
अभी उनको बुलाया जाएगा, उनको माननीय न्यायालय के आदेश से अवगत कराया जाएगा, उसके बाद अगली कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
तो ये तहसीलदार साहब हैं और आप देखेंगे कि गेट हालांकि यहाँ पे खुला हुआ है, कोई बाहर शारिक-साटा के घर से निकल कर नहीं आ रहा है, लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात कि एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन अब इस पूरे मामले में कानून के तहत जो कार्रवाई है वो यहाँ पर साफ तौर पर करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। हालांकि आज किसी तरीके की तोड़फोड़ नहीं होगी। कानून में जो लिखा है कि उस घर को सील करना है, उसका काम अब यहाँ पर किया जाएगा। ना सिर्फ सील करना है बल्कि किस तरीके से आगे जो इस पूरे मामले में कार्रवाई करनी है उसको लेकर तमाम जो डॉक्यूमेंटेशन है और वही आदेशों के बीच में जो कार्रवाई है वो संभवतः यहाँ पर की जा रही है। आप देखेंगे तमाम जो पुलिसकर्मी है वो आपको यहाँ पर लाइन से खड़े हुए नजर आएंगे। जो लोगों को यहाँ पे आने जाने की जो इजाजत है वो अब यहाँ पर नहीं दी गई है। बाकायदा आप देख रहे हैं कि उनके हाथ में अनाउंसमेंट स्पीकर्स हैं, उन स्पीकर्स के जरिए भी लोगों को जो है यहाँ से अब दूर रहने के लिए साफ तौर पर बोला जा रहा है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात, शारिक-साटा का वो घर जो कि उसने अपने अपराध की जो एक तरीके से गतिविधियों से कमाया, उस घर को कुर्क करने का जो काम है वो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के द्वारा यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है। कल ही कोर्ट का निर्देश हुआ था और उस निर्देश के बाद अब जो कार्रवाई है वो संभवतः अब यहाँ पर होती हुई नजर आ रही है और तमाम एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से जुड़े लोग जो है वो भी यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं। लेकिन 69 केसेस शारिक-साटा के ऊपर है, उन केसेस में उसका इन्वॉल्वमेंट और इसी सभी ग्राउंड को कोर्ट में रखकर ये जो निर्देश है वो लेगा। और आप देखेंगे सील करने के लिए जो तमाम इक्विपमेंट होते हैं वो भी यहाँ पर अब आप पहुंचते हुए नजर आएंगे और आप यहाँ देखेंगे कि सील जो है वो यहाँ पर किया जाएगा। लेकिन जिस कोर्ट के ऑर्डर से ये जो डायरेक्शंस हैं वो दिए गए हैं वो कागज भी अगर मैं आपको दिखाऊं, आप ये देखेंगे कार्यालय नगर मजिस्ट्रेट संभल, ये वो ऑर्डर है और इसी ऑर्डर के बेसिस पर जो शारिक-साटा का घर है उसको यहाँ पर जो है वो कुर्क किया जाएगा। और आप देख रहे हैं कि तमाम जो सील करने के लिए चाहे वो जो लाल रंग की स्टैंप हम देखते हैं वो तमाम दस्तावेज लेकर जो इक्विपमेंट्स लेकर जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से जुड़े लोग हैं वो यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं। बाकायदा ताला लगा दिया जाएगा, ताले को जिस तरीके से कपड़े से बांधकर, रस्सी से बांधकर उसके ऊपर सील लगाई जाती है वो तस्वीरें अब से कुछ देर बाद आप शारिक-साटा के घर की देखेंगे। आप ये देखेंगे जिस लाल रंग की स्टैंप का मैं जिक्र कर रहा था वो दरअसल इस तरीके का जो पीस होता है उसको जलाया हटाया जाता है, मेल्ट किया जाता है और उसके बाद उसको ताले के ऊपर जो रोप बांधकर जो आप ये देख रहे हैं जो कपड़ा सा बांधकर उसके ऊपर वो मोहर लगा दी जाती है। इसी तरीके से संपत्ति को कुर्क किया जाता है, ना सिर्फ कुर्क किया जाता है और उसके बाद आगे की जो कानूनी कार्रवाई है संभवतः वो इस पूरे मामले में की जाती है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात कि शारिक साठा का घर, उस घर को आज कुर्क करने का जो प्रोसीजर है वो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के द्वारा किया जा रहा है। बड़ी संख्या में जो पुलिसकर्मी हैं वो यहाँ पर तैनात हैं। पुलिसकर्मियों की देखरेख में, निगरानी में जो घर है उसको सील कर रहे हैं। ना सिर्फ सील कर रहे हैं, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से जुड़े लोग घर के अंदर अगर कोई मौजूद है उनसे बात करने की उनकी कोशिश है। जिस तरीके से तहसीलदार साहब ने ही बताया कि कोई जो है वो बाहर नहीं निकल रहा है और आप देख रहे हैं कि घर के अंदर अब जो पुलिस एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है वो यहाँ पर अंदर एंटर होता हुआ भी आपको साफ तौर पर नजर आएगा। और ये तस्वीर इस लिहाज से भी महत्वपूर्ण क्योंकि शारिक साठा जो कि अपराध की दुनिया में बहुत बड़ा नाम, 69 केसेस जिसके ऊपर दर्ज है, और उस घर में अब जो शारिक साठा के घर में एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन घुस रहा है, उनको कोर्ट के ऑर्डर के बारे में जो जानकारी है वो दी जा रही है। ना सिर्फ जानकारी दी जा रही है बल्कि बताया जा रहा है कि कोर्ट का डायरेक्शंस है और उसी कोर्ट के डायरेक्शंस के बेसिस पर इस घर को कुर्क करना है, सील करना है और उसी को लेकर एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से जुड़े जो लोग हैं, पुलिसकर्मी आपको संभल पुलिसकर्मी आपको यहाँ पर नजर आएंगे जो कि घर के अंदर कोई है उसको बाकायदा चेक कर रहे हैं और उसके बाद सील किया जाएगा। जिस तरीके से तहसीलदार साहब ने बताया कि कैसे अभी कोई बुलडोजर कार्रवाई या किसी तरीके की तोड़फोड़ यहाँ पर नहीं होनी है। कोर्ट ने स्थायी रूप से कुर्क करने के जो डायरेक्शन है वो दिए। वो कागज भी हमने कोर्ट के ऑर्डर का आपको दिखाया कि जिसमें साफ तौर पर लिखा है कि शारिक साठा के घर को कुर्क किया जाना है और उसी कड़ी में ये तस्वीरें शारिक साठा के घर की जहां पर अंदर जो पुलिसकर्मी हैं वो अंदर पहुंचे हैं। बातचीत जो है वो संभवतः वो इस पूरे मामले में की जा रही है और दूसरी तरफ सील करने के जो तमाम इक्विपमेंट हो, चाहे वो ताला कह लीजिए, स्टेम कह लीजिए, कपड़ा कह लीजिए, वो कैंडल जिसको जलाते हैं और इन्हीं सब तस्वीरों के बीच में शारिक साठा का वो घर जिसको कुर्क करने का जो काम है वो संभवतः यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है। और बड़ी संख्या में पुलिस बल इस समय संभल के दीपासरा इलाके में मौजूद, हिंसा का वो इलाका। इस तस्वीर के साथ मैं आपको छोड़कर जा रहा हूं लेकिन वापस लौटेंगे, दिखाएंगे किस तरीके से शारिक साठा जो कि संभल हिंसा का मास्टरमाइंड है उसके घर को कुर्क किया जा रहा है। रुकते हैं बस एक छोटे।
All right, so these are the latest visuals that we are getting right now. This is the property confiscation proceedings of Sharik Satha, who's supposedly, allegedly the mastermind of Sambhal violence. He is a notorious criminal. The administration is tightening its noose around the mastermind of Sambhal violence. Exclusive pictures, exclusive visuals on a television screen. The proceedings are on of sealing his property. All right, viewers, let's move on to our next top story. At the World Economic Forum, WEF, in Davos, Switzerland, European Union chief Ursula von der Leyen announced that India and the EU are soon to sign a trade agreement, which in fact is touted to be one that could potentially create a market of 2 billion people, accounting for almost a quarter of global GDP, in her words. Here's a quick report on that.
India is making strides in terms of international relations, especially as India is now soon to sign a trade deal with the European Union, or so stated EU chief Ursula von der Leyen at the World Economic Forum in Davos. This announcement came amid her address on Tuesday as she outlined the EU's push to expand and diversify its trade partnerships. She also linked the trade push to forthcoming high-level engagement, that is her impending visit to India that's due the weekend after the World Economic Forum in Davos.
And right after Davos, the next weekend, I will travel to India. There's still work to do, but we are on the cusp of a historic trade agreement. Indeed, some call it the mother of all deals. One that would create a market of 2 billion people, accounting for almost a quarter of global GDP. And crucially, that would provide a first mover advantage for Europe with one of the world's fastest growing and most dynamic continents. Europe wants to do business with the growth centers of today and the economic powerhouses of this century. From Latin America to the Indo-Pacific and far beyond, Europe will always choose the world, and the world is ready to choose Europe.
This announcement follows Commerce and Industries Minister Piyush Goyal's announcement last week, wherein he'd also stated that India and the European Union were soon to enter into a free trade agreement. He in fact went on to say the deal is currently at its final stage of negotiations and once signed will be the mother of all deals signed by the countries so far. What's left to be seen is how the EU chief's visit to India due coming weekend is to pan out and strides that are to be made in terms of sealing this deal.
All right, viewers, as the 56th Annual World Economic Forum is underway in Switzerland, India marked a strong and unified presence on the global stage. With the theme, A Spirit of Dialogue, Indian leaders showcased the country's growth story, investment potential and policy reforms underlining India's push to remain central to the global economic conversation. Here's a review of India at Davos.
India made a strong pitch for investment, innovation and partnerships at the World Economic Forum in Davos. Opportunities across technology, energy and infrastructure were highlighted. Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis highlighted cooperative federalism and strategic global collaborations, positioning states as engines of India's economic expansion.
दावोस में भारत की प्रेजेंस ये बहुत अच्छे तरीके से रजिस्टर हो रही है और अलग अलग 10 राज्य ये जो हमारी एक प्रकार से कोऑपरेटिव फेडरलिज्म और कॉम्पिटिटिव फेडरलिज्म ये जो स्पिरिट प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमको दिया है उस स्पिरिट के तहत हम सब लोग यहाँ पर अपना प्रेजेंस रख रहे हैं.
States showcased competitive investment models, with Gujarat highlighting record MOUs and new age sectors.
Gujarat is having a strong investment legacy. In Vibrant Gujarat 2024, Gujarat has got the interest of more than 45 lakh crore rupees MOUs. So Gujarat is here to see the new opportunities in AI, defense, GCC, the textile parks, financing new investment plans. So we are here to learn, we are here to get more opportunities for our state, for our nation.
From hydrocarbons to green energy, Assam projected itself as a rising growth hub under India's Act East vision.
IMF and World Bank has revised the growth projection of India upward, and as we all know, India is going strongly to become the third largest economy under the leadership of our Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi. Our Prime Minister also laid a great emphasis that the development in our country do not concentrate in region, in city or in particular locality. It should spread it should cover all the regions, all the states, so that the country as a whole can be progress.
At 12 p.m. on the live report, the big Shankaracharya controversy. Is Avi Mukteshwaranand a Shankaracharya or not? Yogi government is challenging the status and he has now sent a legal notice. All sides of the story in the big interview coming up at 12 p.m.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला. प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार. क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर मसाला.
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है।
अरे मेरे राजा,
मसाला।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV, ladies and gentlemen. There's been a big controversy that's underway in the state of Uttar Pradesh, and that is over Shankaracharya. Is he a Shankaracharya or not? Avi Mukteshwaranand went to the Magh Mela and he was stopped, and then he was challenged. He broke the barricades. He was questioned by the UP government, and they questioned his credibility. He spoke to Republic TV. We tried to question him on the controversy, and he has a few things to say. His lawyer is joining us live. There's a legal battle underway now on whether he's a Shankaracharya or not. That controversy is playing out. Here are the headlines on the live report. Prayagraj Magh Mela authorities issue a notice to Avi Mukteshwaranand Swami over Shankaracharya claim. Counter notice sent to UP government. Big boost to the NDA fold ahead of the Tamil Nadu elections. TTV Dinakaran, the old J. Jayalalitha team making a comeback to the NDA alliance. TTV Dinakaran, Shashikala by default. Also now in the NDA EPS, so it's the old Jaya team that's reuniting. ₹30,000 crore Sanjay Kapoor inheritance battle is in court. Rani Kapoor has moved to Delhi High Court. She even claims that her own son cheated her. It's getting very, very, very interesting. Another provocation by China and Bangladesh envoy visiting Teesta very close to the chicken's neck for technical assessment. It's the Davos drama. Donald Trump takes a U-turn, goes back to America. He's now heading back to the Davos again. And ahead of that, he says he won't be attending G7 meeting in Paris. The tension is building up between Europe and America. The Prayagraj administration in Uttar Pradesh issued a notice to Swami Avi Mukteshwaranand, a prominent religious leader, after he used the Shankaracharya title during a recent event, sparking controversy. Now, the issue over the title has been ongoing, and the Shankaracharya title is traditionally associated with the heads of specific institutions. And there are concerns regarding the legitimacy of its use by individuals not formally recognized by these institutions. Now, the administration in Uttar Pradesh has claimed that it was looking into the matter to ensure that compliance happens with legal, traditional norms, while Swami Avi Mukteshwaranand defended his actions, asserting that his use of the title was legitimate. He spoke to Republic TV. And his lawyer will also be joining us live in just a few minutes. And as we go across to him, I'd like to play a short clip of the interview of what he said. Let me go across to him. In fact, the lawyer is live. Anjani Kumar Mishra is joining us live. He's the lawyer of Shankaracharya Swami Avi Mukteshwaranand. Anjani ji, why is the UP government challenging you? Can you hear me?
We don't know. UP government has no jurisdiction to challenge us.
Okay.
Why they have given notice? I mean, even we are shocked, and we have given proper reply to their notice.
No, but they are challenging the title of Shankaracharya, which appears to be not just the UP government. In fact, several people have sort of taken on Avi Mukteshwaranand Swamiji over this title. So what is your response to all these people? Why is there a controversy over the title?
The people who are not aware with the matter are challenging the title. The title of Shankaracharya was never in dispute, neither before Supreme Court nor anywhere else. Actually, there is dispute between Swami Vasudevanand Saraswati and Brahmali Swami Swarupanand Saraswati Ji Maharaj. In that case, Honorable Supreme Court has already given interim injunction in our favor that Swami Swarupanand Maharaj will use the title of Shankaracharya throughout till the pendency of civil appeal in the Supreme Court. That civil appeal is still pending.
Okay. And yes. No, I want to ask you, why did I had those pictures? I want to play those pictures. वो अभी जो तस्वीर दिखा रहे थे हम, can you have those pictures, please, of Swami Avi Mukteshwaranand crossing a barricade? Now, there are claims being made that he broke the rules at the Magh Mela. Is it true that he broke the rules? Why did he have to push the barricades and push through? Why did he have to go through if he was being stopped?
Oh, that's not true. Swami Avi Mukteshwaranand Saraswati was not breaking the barricades. Barricades were opened by the inspector in charge of that area. Inspector in charge of that area was taking Avi Mukteshwaranand Swamiji to the Sangam for his bath. But unfortunately, the story is something else, as propagated by the administration.
Okay, fine. We'll leave it at that. Thank you for joining us, Anjani ji. Thank you. That's the lawyer of Avi Mukteshwaranand joining us on the show. I want to play out what Shankaracharya. It's a controversy whether he's a Shankaracharya or not. I'm going across live. Before I play the soundbite, Piyush Goyal live in Chennai after the alliance with TTV Dinakaran. Let's cut across live. Okay, we're just getting the live feed. Just getting the live feed in from Chennai, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going across to that, the story of TTV Dinakaran. Let's go straight to that. That's Piyush Goyal, Union Minister in charge.
Vanakkam. I am indeed honored and delighted, personally very happy that my good friend, senior leader of the NDA, my brother TTV Dhinakaran, has decided to come back to the NDA family. TTV Dhinakaran was with my father in the Rajya Sabha in the period 2004 to 2007. And since then, I have seen his good work, I have seen his popularity, I have seen his leadership skills, and all of us in the NDA, my elder brother and leader of AIADMK, Thiru Edapadi Palanisamy ji, my brother and good friend Thiru Ambumani Ramadas, other colleagues in the NDA, Thiru Vasan, and many other friends are all committed to removing this corrupt DMK government, this incompetent DMK government, which is attacking the people of Tamil Nadu, which is attacking Tamil culture, which is attacking the Tamil pride about which we are all very hurt. We will all work together as one family and we will defeat the anti-Bharat, anti-India DMK alliance. We will make sure that all the corruption of Thiru Stalin, of Thiru Udaynidhi, of his brother-in-law Thiru Sabrishan, all of this corruption of DMK will be exposed before the people of Tamil Nadu, and the NDA alliance will provide good leadership, good governance, social welfare for our sisters and daughters of Tamil Nadu, good opportunities and a bright future for the youth of Tamil Nadu, and will ensure that Tamil pride, Tamil language, Tamil culture will go all over the world and hold India and every Tamil with pride. Will make sure that we get good governance, a regime, a government that is dedicated to the welfare of the people of Tamil Nadu. And in that, my brother TTV Dhinakaran joining the NDA, coming back to the family, further strengthens our resolve and our commitment to bring to the people of Tamil Nadu a bright future, a glorious future, bring back to Tamil Nadu the pride that Thiru MGR, the pride that Thiru Jayalalitha ji, my heart goes out when I remember her leadership, the way she had made Tamil Nadu the #1 state in India. We are remembering Jayalalitha ji today, and we are all committed to upholding her high ideals and bring back the good governance that Jayalalitha ji gave to the state of Tamil Nadu. Vanakkam, Nandri.
இருப்பா பேசிடு
மீண்டும் என்டிஏவில் இணைந்ததில் நான் மிகவும் மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகிறேன். இந்த நேரத்தில் நான் உங்கள்கிட்ட சொல்ல விரும்புவது, பாரத பிரதமர் மோடி அவர்கள் மத்திய உள்துறை அமைச்சர் மாண்புமிகு அமித்ஷா அவர்கள் மூலம் தமிழ்நாட்டில் என்டிஏ கூட்டணியை பலப்படுத்தணுங்கிற முயற்சிக்கு உறுதுணையாக இருக்கின்ற விதமாக எங்களது பங்காளி சண்டையெல்லாம் தூக்கி ஓரமாக வைத்துவிட்டு, விட்டு கொடுப்பவர்கள் என்றைக்கும் கெட்டுப்போவதில்லை என்கிற சான்றோர் மொழிக்கு ஏற்ப எல்லாவற்றையும் மறந்துவிட்டு அம்மாவின் ஆட்சியை மீண்டும் தமிழ்நாட்டில் அமைக்க வேண்டும் என்பதற்காக 2021 மாண்புமிகு அமித்ஷா அவர்கள் எடுத்த முயற்சி அன்றைக்கு முடியாமல் போனதால் இன்றைக்கு தமிழ்நாட்டை வாட்டி வதைக்கின்ற திராவிட மாடல் என்கிற பெயரில் நடக்கின்ற இந்த திராவக மாடல் ஆட்சி, கஞ்சா மாடல் ஆட்சியை முடிவுக்கு கொண்டு வருவதற்காக மீண்டும் நாங்கள் என்டிஏவில் இணைஞ்சிருக்கோம். இந்த தேர்தலில் அம்மா மக்கள் முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தின் ஒவ்வொரு நிர்வாகியும் தொண்டரும் என்டிஏவின் வெற்றிக்காக தமிழ்நாடு முழுவதும் அவர்கள் ஓயாமல் உழைத்திடுவார்கள். உறுதியாக 21 தவறிய அம்மாவின் ஆட்சியை இந்த முறை நாங்கள் உறுதியாக தமிழ்நாட்டில் உருவாக்கி காட்டுவோம் என்பதை இந்த நேரத்தில் நான் மகிழ்ச்சியோடு சொல்லிக் கொள்கிறேன். என்டிஏ கூட்டணியின் முதலமைச்சர் வேட்பாளர் தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கு யார் என்பது உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். எங்கள் முதலமைச்சர் வேட்பாளர் யார் என்பது உங்களுக்கு தெரிந்து நீங்கள் எங்கள்கிட்ட கேட்பது
TTV Dinakaran taking questions there after joining NDA. In fact, he was asked a question and he has said that NDA will bring back Amma's governance. Reference to J. Jayalalitha when he says we will bring back Amma's governance.
நாங்கள் விட்டு கொடுத்து எல்லாவற்றையும் மறந்து விட்டு, அதாவது எங்களுக்கு இழைக்கப்பட்ட அநீதியெல்லாம் தூக்கி எறிந்து விட்டு.
So he's saying I've left everything aside. He's referring to any animosity with EPS or the AIDMK cadre. He says we are leaving everything aside to fight as one in the NDA.
நான் மீண்டும் முழுமனதோடு என்டிஏ கூட்டணிக்கு வந்திருக்கிறேன்.
He says I have left everything aside.
Announced the 23rd rally.
And I have joined. Okay, Sharda is joining us on the phone line. Sharda, give us the big takeaway of what he has said and why this is important. Sharda.
Today, AMMK leader TTV Dinakaran has joined the India Alliance once again, and after this, he says that he agrees and that Edappadi K. Palaniswamy will be the face of India in the state of Tamil Nadu as a CM candidate. He says that the inter-party politics will continue and that with the elections coming, they want to keep it away, and he forgets and forgives what Edappadi K. Palaniswamy said, and also the troubles that are looming in the AIDMK will be forgotten. TTV Dinakaran agrees that his family is in NDA and that his main objective is to dethrone the DMK government in the state of Tamil Nadu, which is completely gone under the drug and corruption, and that's their main aim, and that's the main focus of the Indian narrative right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so that's the action there in Chennai. That's the show of strength. Piyush Goyal, in charge of Tamil Nadu, Union Minister, along with Murugan, Union Minister, TTV Dinakaran's party leaders, BJP cadre, all there. TTV Dinakaran, he's been an AIDMK MLA in the past, a very close aide of J. Jayalalitha, Shasikala. He's been controversial as well, so it's not like he's been without controversy. He's had a fallout with the AIDMK when after Jayalalitha passed away, they all fought for the remains of the AIDMK. He was one of the claimants along with Shashikala, but it didn't really happen with EPS, OPS taking over the reins. And that fight was bitter with the party breaking up completely. And they've come together now ahead of the elections. Will it work? Will it consolidate the anti-DMK vote? Very interesting times in Tamil Nadu. In a 3 or 4 corner fight, this is going to be extremely crucial. Every small party will play a key role, and that is why parties like AMMK, etc., could be a decisive factor in very close battles in Tamil Nadu. So TTV Dinakaran joining the NDA along with Sasikala. There are live pictures coming in of the interaction underway there. These are pictures coming in. Piyush Goyal has gone there. Piyush Goyal, Union Minister. He's in charge of Tamil Nadu, and as the minister, he went there personally. We are told that on Friday, when the Prime Minister comes to Chennai, the official announcement will be made. And TTV Dinakaran, in his first response, has attacked DMK and Stalin government. He's saying, I'm dropping everything for the sake of Tamil Nadu. He says, I'm dropping all baggage, dropping all animosity, dropping all issues I've had to join NDA for the sake of Tamil Nadu. Okay. Let's move on now and get you another story that is developing from across the country now, ladies and gentlemen. Well, every single day there is a new twist in the battle for the 30,000 crore empire of the late Sanjay Kapoor. Now, there's a new twist today, this morning, when Rani Kapoor, the mother of Sanjay Kapoor, has moved court claiming that her own son, along with Priya Sachdev, have cheated her. In fact, she claims that she did not know that she was going to be losing the entire estate. Those are pictures, by the way, of the different stakeholders inside the court. And here's what happened in court. Rani Kapoor versus Priya Kapoor. She says she has leveled serious allegations against both Priya and Sanjay Kapoor. The late Sanjay Kapoor claiming that there is a complex web of transactions. These are mostly illegal transactions. And Rani Kapoor has further said that it was undertaken, these false fraudulent transactions were undertaken by Priya in collusion with late Sanjay Kapoor, and that the assets vested in one fraudulent trust titled RK Family Trust. She's saying the fraud was discovered post the demise of Sanjay Kapoor. These are some pointers of what she has said. She has said she was never made to understand that she was being divested of the entire asset by Sanjay Kapoor and Priya Kapoor. She claims she had no idea that Sanjay Kapoor was being made exclusive beneficiary to the entire estate. So it becomes very interesting now. Going ahead, let me go across to Riyanka, joining us live. Riyanka, this is a new twist. She's spoken about Sanjay Kapoor for the first time, saying that Sanjay Kapoor himself didn't inform her of what was going to happen. She's called it fraudulent, the entire will.
That's right. And now Rani Kapoor, in her recent, suit that she has filed with the Delhi High Court, she is asking to scrap the Rani Kapoor Trust, the family trust, and she's alleging that there has been fraudulent transaction that has been done, and she's also blamed Priya Sachdev Kapoor, the third wife of late Sanjay Kapoor, as the one mastermind in this entire conspiracy. Now, Rani Kapoor, the 80-year-old mother of late Sanjay Kapoor, has in fact also mentioned that she was repeatedly made to sign documents by Sanjay Kapoor as well as by Priya Sachdev without even informing her what those documents were about. And she said that this happened back in 2017 when she had suffered a brain stroke. At that time, they took the opportunity of her ill health and did not inform her as to what documents exactly was she signing. And which is why she is now alleging that there were several transactions which were made, at that point in time, calling them entirely fraudulent. And now she has knocked the doors of the Delhi High Court, asking to dissolve the family trust and saying that this is Priya Sachdev's plan to completely remove her of any of those inheritance property that belong to Sanjay Kapoor, where we're talking about the 30,000 crore inheritance property. In fact, she's also accused Priya Kapoor of acting very swiftly after Sanjay Kapoor's demise to assume control of the Sona Group companies without notice to her. In fact, she also said it was not even the 13 days of the morning was not even over, before which Priya Kapoor was suddenly made the director of the Sona Group, and there were several of these actions which were done, and Rani Kapoor was not informed about all of this, and which is why she is now alleging that this entire fraudulent activity and forgery has been done with her. In fact, she's also claimed the fact that she has named, she has named a total of 25 entities as defendants in this case. Apart from Priya Kapoor, the defendants include 7 of her grandchildren. Among of them, there are 2 children of Bollywood actor Karishma Kapoor as well.
Thank you for joining us with those inputs. That's the fight for the 30,000 crore inheritance. That's the estate of the late Sanjay Kapoor. The mother claims that her own son did not tell her that they were going to take over the entire legacy and the estate. Interesting times. We'll take a short break. Developing story. And when we come back, getting you the controversy about the Shankaracharya. That's coming up. He's spoken to Republic TV in a long interview. Story developing live on Republic next.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा।
At Amity University's 2-week summer school, students of classes 9 to 12 get to explore future undergraduate programs as per their interest from over 30 disciplines. Students attend lectures by Amity University faculty, gain experience at over 400 labs and learning studios, and attend personality enhancement workshops. Register now at amity.edu/summer school.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them.
Top headlines: Prayagraj Marg Mela authorities issue notice to Swami Avi Mukteshwara Anand over Shankaracharya claim. Counter notice sent to UP government. Big boost to NDA poll ahead of Tamil Nadu elections. TTV Dinakaran makes comeback to NDA alliance. 30,000 crore Sanjay Kapoor inheritance battle in court. Rani Kapoor moves Delhi High Court to scrap family trust. Alleges forgery by Priya Sajde. Another provocation as China and Bangladesh envoy visits T-Star for technical assessment close to Chicken's Neck. Trump's vague statement amid tensions with Macron, says will not be attending G7 meeting in Paris. Viewers, we'll have a breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. Breaking news coming in on Shankaracharya controversy. Shankaracharya Avi Mukteshwara Anand will not perform worship at the ashram. The worship of 1,25,000 shivlings remains incomplete. The Shankaracharya will remain outside the ashram until the administration grants him due respect. So big update coming in, viewers on Republic TV. This is after the Prayagraj administration had issued a notice to Swami Avi Mukteshwara Anand, a prominent religious leader, after he used the title Shankaracharya during a recent event, sparking controversy. Breaking news coming in on this controversy: Shankaracharya Avi Mukteshwara Anand will not perform worship at the ashram. We're getting some reactions coming in.
स्वामी जी, जो जवाब दिया गया, जो आरोप लगाए गए थे प्रशासन की तरफ से, अधिवक्ता ने ईमेल के जरिए जिक्र किया कि ये सब पूरी तरह से गैर कानूनी है और इसके खिलाफ आगे याचिका भी दायर करेंगे सुप्रीम कोर्ट में। क्या कुछ कहा गया उसमें?
ऐसा है कि ये बियॉन्ड जुरिस्डिक्शन, अपने क्षेत्राधिकार का अतिक्रमण करके ये नोटिस हमको उनके द्वारा भेजी गई थी। जो माघ मेला प्राधिकरण है, उसका गठन जिस एक्ट से किया गया है, उसमें कहीं नहीं लिखा है कि माघ मेला का प्राधिकरण यहाँ पर आने वाले साधु संतों की डिग्निटी के परीक्षा करेगा। ये मर्यादा के अतिक्रमण का मामला है, शिष्टाचार की तिलांजलि देने का मामला है। लेकिन यहाँ के प्राधिकरण ने ये सब परवाह छोड़ दी और छोड़ करके हमसे पूछा कि अपने नाम के आगे जगत गुरु शंकराचार्य क्यों लिखे हो। तो जगत गुरु शंकराचार्य हमने अपने नाम के आगे नहीं लिखा है, हमारा नाम ही अब जगत गुरु शंकराचार्य है। वो उनको अभी ये बात नहीं समझ में आई है, पता नहीं है। ये जो जगत गुरु शंकराचार्य है, ये ऐसा पद नहीं है कि यहाँ पर कोई बैठे तो जब तक बैठा है तब तक वो अमुक कहा जाए। ये जीवन पर्यंत के लिए अभिषिक्त आचार्य होता है और जैसे ही इस पद पर विराजमान होता है वो आदि शंकराचार्य का स्वरूप हो जाता है। भगवान शंकराचार्य जी ने मठामनाय महानुशासन में कहा है कि उक्त लक्षण संपन्न परिभ्राडुक्त लक्षण अहमेवेति विज्ञेयः यस्य देव इति श्रुते है। इसका मतलब कि मेरे पीठ पर मेरे द्वारा बताए गए लक्षणों से संपन्न जो आचार्य अभिषिक्त हो जाएगा वो मेरा ही स्वरूप है, मैं ही हूँ। अहम एव इति विज्ञेयः, मैं ही हूँ, ऐसा मेरे मानने वाले माने। तो वो ही हैं, आदि शंकराचार्य ही हैं। तो हमारे नाम के आगे हमने नहीं जोड़ा है। हमारा नाम अभी मुक्तेश्वरा अभी आनंद नहीं है, हमारा नाम इस समय जगत गुरु शंकराचार्य है। अभी मुक्तेश्वरानंद इसलिए लगाया गया है, उसको हटाया इसलिए नहीं गया कि व्यवहारिक बोध भी लोगों को होता रहे, क्योंकि जगत गुरु शंकराचार्य मात्र कहेंगे तो आदि शंकराचार्य का बोध होने लगेगा। इसलिए ये नाम भी उसमें संयुक्त किया गया है, लेकिन हमारा ये असल में नाम है। ये जो धार्मिक हमारी बारीकी है, इसको क्या अधिकारी समझेंगे और क्या नेता समझेंगे, वो ऐसा प्रश्न हमसे पूछते हैं। और चूंकि उन्होंने पूछ ही लिया, लाज शर्म छोड़ के, लिहाज छोड़ के, तो फिर स्वाभाविक है। हमारे कार्यालय ने हमसे कहा था कि उन्होंने 24 घंटे में जवाब चाहा है हम दे देंगे, और हमको आज सवेरे जब हम आए हैं हमको बता दिया गया कि रात को 24 घंटा पूरा हो उसके पहले ही उनको ईमेल से भी जवाब भेज दिया गया है। और हमारे लोगों ने प्रिंट आउट निकाल करके जा करके वहाँ रिसीव भी कराना चाहा, लेकिन वहाँ उनके कार्यालय में भी वीडियो भी बनाया है, पूरे कार्यालय में कोई नहीं था उनके। वो रात को 12 बजे के बाद कानून गो भेजते हैं शंकराचार्य जी के यहाँ कि अभी रिसीव करिए। हमारे आदमी जब जाते हैं हम तो वहाँ पर भी तो कोई नहीं था। एक व्यक्ति खड़ा था, वो कहता था मैं तो चौकीदार हूँ, सवेरे आइए। तो फिर हमारे लोगों ने भी उनकी दीवार पे चस्पा कर दिया जवाब और आ गए।
तो आप लोगों ने भी 24 घंटे का वक्त दिया है।
अब 24 घंटे का वक्त, बात तो थी मन में कि हम भी कहें, लेकिन उनके स्तर पर उतरना ठीक नहीं है। हमने ये मान लिया कि इनका जवाब मांगा था इन्होंने, हमारे कार्यालय ने उसको दे दिया। हम चाहते हैं कि ये जो चाहते हैं वो हम न करें। ये क्या चाहते हैं कि हमने गौ माता की रक्षा का जो मुद्दा उठाया है उसको ये डिरेल करना चाहते हैं, उसको पटरी से हटाना चाहते हैं, उसको पीछे करना चाहते हैं, छुपाना चाहते हैं, इसलिए ये सब कर रहे हैं। तो हम इनके आशय को समझ करके अपना मुख्य जो हमारा उद्देश्य है उस पर केंद्रित अब होना चाहते हैं।
शंकराचार्य जी, इस कड़कड़ाती ठंड में 3 दिन बीत चुके हैं उस पूरे घटनाक्रम को, आज चौथे दिन भी आप बाहर बैठे हैं। अब ये सिलसिला कब तक चलता रहेगा?
देखिए, ये शंकराचार्य हमारे यहाँ 4 हैं, एक पूर्व, एक पश्चिम, एक उत्तर, एक दक्षिण। और आपको पता है हम उत्तर के शंकराचार्य हैं। उत्तर तो हिमालय में है, हमारा पीठ बद्रीनाथ में है, तो हम तो हिमालय के शंकराचार्य हैं। हमें ठंडी से क्या, हमें तो ठंड अच्छी लगती है, हमें ठंडी से कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। माइनस डिग्री में हमारे पूर्वज रहते आए हैं, हमें क्या दिक्कत है। हमारी कोई मांग नहीं है। मांगा किससे जाता है? जो हमसे ज़्यादा वैशिष्ट रखता हो, हम इनसे मांगेंगे। हमें क्या मांगना है? हम कुछ भी नहीं मांगते हैं इनसे, इनसे क्यों मांगेंगे? इसलिए हमारी कोई मांग नहीं थी। हाँ, हमारी टेक जरूर है और वो इनसे नहीं है। हमारी टेक गंगा और यमुना की धारा से है कि आपके स्नान के लिए हम निकले थे, हमें क्यों वो नहीं मिला है। जब तक ससम्मान हमारा स्नान नहीं होगा हम शिविर में प्रवेश नहीं करेंगे। अभी यात्रा में ही हैं, आप समझ लो कि अभी स्नान के लिए निकले हैं, अभी स्नान के लिए रास्ता ही में हैं, ऐसा मान करके रास्ते में बैठे हैं।
मतलब कि अगर विधि विधान से आपका स्नान संपन्न हो जाएगा तो आश्रम में आप बैठने लगेंगे?
हाँ, स्वाभाविक है, फिर और कार्य करेंगे, और नहीं तो यहाँ से भी हमारा धर्म कार्य तो चल ही रहा है। इस समय हम यहाँ आए थे तो पूजा पाठ, देखिए हम कितना मन में दुख होता है। भगवान की पूजा हम प्रतिदिन 5 बार करते हैं, अब यहीं से दर्शन कर रहे हैं, है ना, केवल तर्पण दंड का कर पा रहे हैं। तो ये सब है। अभी गुप्त नवरात्रि चल रही है, इसमें हम लोग महापूजा करते हैं। वो हमारी महापूजा हमको अपने शिष्यों के माध्यम से करनी पड़ रही है। और जब हम यहाँ आए थे तो हमने सोचा था कि गौ माता की रक्षा के लिए पहले हमारे मन में था कि भारत के हर हिंदू के घर में जा कर के हम अलग जगाएं, लेकिन ये व्यवहारिक नहीं है, संभव नहीं है। 7 लाख गांव हैं, संभव ही नहीं है हम पहुंच पाएँ। तो जब हम यहाँ आए तो हमको लगा कि ये तो पूरा लघु भारत है, धार्मिक भारत है, सब धर्म के लोग यहीं आए हुए हैं। तो अगर 5000 शिविर हैं, हमने पता किया माघ मेला के कार्यालय से, तो 5000 के लगभग शिविर उन्होंने बताए। तो हमने सोचा ये पकड़ में आ सकता है, तो 5000 शिविर के दरवाजे पे जाके अगर हम अलग जगाएं तो वो हमारी बात पूरे भारत में चली जाएगी। तो हमने वो शुरू कर दिया, गौ प्रतिष्ठा प्रेरणा यात्रा, और 500 से ज़्यादा शिविर के दरवाजे पे हम अभी तक जा चुके हैं। हमने वो काम अपना कंटिन्यू रखा है। 5000 शिविर के दरवाजे जा करके उनको जगाने का काम हमारा चलेगा। गौ माता की रक्षा हमारा कार्य मुख्य है, उसको हम आगे बढ़ाएंगे।
And viewers, Republic TV had a conversation with Avni Mukteshwara Anand's lawyer a short while back. Listen into what they had to say about this entire controversy which is unfolding.
Anjani ji, why is the UP government challenging you? Can you hear me?
We don't know. UP government has no jurisdiction to challenge us.
Okay.
Why they have given notice? I mean, even we are shocked. And we have given proper reply to their notice.
No, but they are challenging the title of Shankaracharya, which appears to be not just the UP government. In fact, several people have sort of taken on Avi Mukteshwaranand Swamiji over this title. So what is your response to all these people? Why is there a controversy over the title?
The people who are not aware with the matter are challenging the title. The title of Shankaracharya was never in dispute, neither before Supreme Court nor anywhere else. Actually, there is dispute between Swami Vasudevanand Saraswati and Brahmali Swami Swarupanand Saraswati Ji Maharaj. In that case, Honorable Supreme Court has already given interim injunction in our favor that Swami Swarupanand Maharaj will use the title of Shankaracharya throughout till the pendency of civil appeal in the Supreme Court. That civil appeal is still pending.
Okay. And yes. No, I want to ask you, why did I had those pictures? I want to play those pictures. वो अभी जो तस्वीर दिखा रहे थे हम, can you have those pictures please of Swami Avi Mukteshwaranand crossing a barricade? Now there are claims being made that he broke the rules at the Magh Mela. Is it true that he broke the rules? Why did he have to push the barricades and push through? Why did he have to go through if he was being stopped?
Oh, that's not true. Swami Avimukteshwaranand Saraswati was not breaking the barricades. Barricades were opened by the inspector in charge of that area. Inspector in charge of that area was taking Avimukteshwaranand Swamiji to Sangam for his bath. But unfortunately, the story is something else, as propagated by the administration.
Let's move ahead, viewers. Marking a new twist in the ongoing saga over the control of the Kapoor family's assets, late businessman Sanjay Kapoor's mother, Rani Kapoor, has now filed a suit before the Delhi High Court seeking cancellation of the Rani Kapoor Family Trust. In this 80-year-old, Rani Kapoor has said that the trust was constituted in a fraudulent manner and has been used to divest her of her entire estate, including the control over the Sona group of companies. She alleged that Priya Kapoor, Sanjay Kapoor's widow, is the chief mastermind of the conspiracy. She's also accused Priya Kapoor of acting swiftly after Sanjay Kapoor's death to assume control of the key Sona group companies without notice to her. She claims she was repeatedly made to sign documents, including blank papers, under the pretext of administrative convenience. Putting out some latest updates coming in, viewers on Republic TV. Let's tell you where the story has turned so far. So we see this legal battle really get intense. We see that Sanjay Kapoor's mother, Rani Kapoor, we're talking about late Sanjay Kapoor's mother, Rani Kapoor, has approached now has knocked on doors once again, the legal doors once again, alleging that her daughter-in-law Priya Kapoor used fraudulent means to control key stakes in the Sona Group companies in collusion with other members. The complaint alleged that she used a fraudulent trust to go ahead and without following any kind of rules, divert her entire estate, family legacy, and control of key stakes in their assets. This comes after Priya Kapoor succeeded Sanjay Kapoor's leadership in Sona Comstar after his sudden death in 2025. So the battle gets very, very heated. The legal battle over inheritance is getting very, very heated. I want to go across to our Deputy Executive Editor, Shravan Sen, who's joining us. Shravan, Sanjay Kapoor's mother, Rani, has filed a fresh appeal, a fresh suit against Priya Kapoor, has approached the Delhi High Court. If you could help our viewers understand, how this battle is getting intense, the battle over inheritance.
Well, it's also interesting that this is no longer just limited to Priya Kapoor, but also her son, that is Sanjay Kapoor. Because if you look at this particular petition or the plea that has been filed by Rani Kapoor, there are three very interesting points. Point number one, where she basically makes a mention about Sanjay Kapoor, and this is what she says in the plea, that by means of a complex web of illegal transactions that were basically undertaken by Priya Kapoor, and she goes on to say that this was in an unfortunate collusion with her deceased son, Sanjay Kapoor, and all the assets of Rani Kapoor were basically invested in one fraudulent trust that was titled RK Family Trust. Now that's point number one in the plea. The second point I would like to highlight here is Rani Kapoor essentially saying that she was divested of her entire asset, her entire estate, that Sanjay Kapoor was basically made an exclusive beneficiary of her entire legacy and the estate to the exclusion of herself and all the other family members. That's point number 2. And the third important point I want to basically highlight from the plea, because as far as Priya Kapoor is concerned, that's the allegation that they have leveled right from the beginning, that this was done in a fraudulent manner. There wasn't any trust to begin with, something that she was completely unaware of. In fact, she has gone a step ahead by saying that she was forced to sign certain papers, which she wasn't really aware that this was basically being done to take over her own estate. The last important point from this particular plea is where she says that it is submitted by means of a complex web of illegal transactions that were basically undertaken by Priya Sajdev Kapoor in an unfortunate collusion with Sanjay Kapoor, and the assets that were vested in one fraudulent trust title, RK Family Trust, without her knowledge. So she says that the entire fraud was basically perpetrated. This was after the demise of Sanjay Kapoor.
Right. You know, Shravan, Sanjay Kapoor's mother, you know, she has made so many accusations, accused Priya Kapoor of cutting her access to the company information, email account, and creating a fake account to validate the transactions without her knowledge. So we see these multiple petitions and really a war of words which has broken out already. And we also know the Supreme Court is waiting for Karishma Kapoor's statement as well. So we see this a multi-pronged legal battle play out.
Well, Shivangi, all this while it was all about Priya Sajdev Kapoor, but it seems from this particular plea that they've also brought in the alleged role of Sanjay Kapoor, and that he was working in collusion with Priya Sajdev Kapoor. Whether at all it is an attempt to basically say that Sanjay Kapoor was acting at the behest of Priya Sajdev Kapoor, whether at all there was some sort of a coercion, that is still not very clear from this particular plea. It is going only perhaps, you know, there will be some clarity once this entire process, this entire plea is basically heard in the court. But having said that, if you simply go by the plea, for the first time, essentially, they are putting the focus, the spotlight on the role, the alleged role of Sanjay Kapoor, and it basically revolves around whether at all there is an existence of any particular will by which the estate, the assets were basically taken away from Rani Kapoor, and the entire will was basically indicating that it was Sanjay Kapoor's wife, Priya Sajdev Kapoor, who would have full control over the 30,000 crore inheritance battle that is basically undergoing right now, that's playing out in the courts. It is also about whether at all this will that has been spoken about, whether at all it is authentic. Secondly, as to who exactly was present when the will was actually signed by Sanjay Kapoor. All of this becomes an important aspect and subject of further investigation.
All right. Well, thank you, Shama, for getting us all those details. Sanjay Kapoor legal battle, the battle of inheritance is getting very intense. Let's go across to Sambhal. Sambhal live pictures coming in. I just want to go across to Sambhal. There's some developments there because a short while back, viewers, we had showed you these pictures where the police have reached the house of Sharik Satha, resident of Mohalla Hindupura Kheda in the police station area to carry out attachment proceedings.
इस समय एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से जुड़े जो लोग हैं वो मौजूद हैं। घर के अंदर जो सामान है उसको बकायदा चेक किया जा रहा है। आपको अगर मैं तस्वीर दिखाऊं तो आप ये देखेंगे, ये पहला जो कमरा है और इस कमरे के अंदर तमाम जो डॉक्यूमेंटेशंस हैं, अंदर किस तरीके से जो लोग हैं वो यहाँ पर अंदर क्या कुछ सामान है उसको लेकर जो कार्रवाई है वो की जा रही है। एसपी संभल भी बात कर रहे हैं, उनकी बात मैं आपको सुनवाता हूँ।
जो कि यहाँ से 2020 में भारत से फर्जी पासपोर्ट के माध्यम से भाग के दुबई चला गया था। उस व्यक्ति की कई राज्यों की पुलिस को तलाश है। इसके ऊपर 69 मुकदमे विभिन्न राज्यों में दर्ज हैं। 24 नवंबर 2024 को यहाँ पे जो हिंसा हुई थी उसका ये मास्टरमाइंड है। जंगी ऐप के माध्यम से अपने गुर्गों से बात करता था। इसका एक गुर्गा, मुख्य गुर्गा जिसका नाम गुलाम है, वो अभी वर्तमान में मुरादाबाद जेल में बंद है। इन सब लोगों के द्वारा इस घटना को कारित किया गया था। इस व्यक्ति को गिरफ्तार करने के भरपूर प्रयास किए गए। इन सभी प्रयासों के बावजूद पुलिस है वो अभी तक उसको गिरफ्तार नहीं कर सकी। तो इसलिए माननीय न्यायालय से 2 केसों के अंदर इसके खिलाफ कुर्की की कार्रवाई है और वो भी करवाने के लिए आग्रह किया गया था। इसके आधार पे ये कुर्की की कार्रवाई आज की जा रही है। जिस मकान में वह स्वयं अपनी पत्नी के साथ में रहता था उस मकान को कुर्क किया गया है बाकी जो इसके रिश्तेदार रह रहे हैं उन भागों को छोड़ दिया गया है और अब इसके खिलाफ परमानेंट वारंट इशू भी हो गया है। इसके आधार पे रेड कॉर्नर नोटिस भी है, वो भी इशू करवाया जाएगा और इसको जल्दी गिरफ्तार करके भारत लाके माननीय न्यायालय के सामने पेश भी करवाने के प्रयास किए जाएंगे। और बाकी इनके ऊपर जो मुकदमे हैं उनमें ट्रायल इन एब्सेंशिया, मतलब इसकी मौजूदगी नहीं होने के बावजूद इन सभी मुकदमों के अंदर जो ट्रायल है वो जारी रहेगा और इसको ट्रायल इन एब्सेंशिया में इसको सजा भी सुनवाई जा सकती है। उसके लिए प्रभावी पैरवी जनपद पुलिस के द्वारा की जा रही है। थैंक यू।
बिल्कुल, देखिए मैं तस्वीरें आपको दिखाता हूँ। एसपी सर आप लाइव है। मैं आज कुर्की का जो कार्रवाई है वो शारिक साटा के ऊपर आप लोगों के द्वारा की जा रही है। 69 केसेस और संभल हिंसा में इन्वॉल्वमेंट उसके गुर्गों के जरिए भी था। एक बड़ी कानूनी लड़ाई कोर्ट में आपने सबूतों के तौर पर शारिक साटा के ऊपर रखी।
जनपद संभल में 24 नवंबर 2024 को जो हिंसा हुई थी उसके बाद में शारिक साठा नामक ये बदमाश है जो कि ना सिर्फ एनसीआर से गाड़ी चोरी का काम करता है बल्कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट से वेपन स्मगलिंग के साथ साथ FICN और इस तरीके की तमाम राष्ट्र विरोधी और कानून को बिल्कुल ताक पे रखने वाली इस तरह की गतिविधियाँ ये करता आया है। इसके ऊपर 69 मुकदमे विभिन्न राज्यों में दर्ज हैं। कई राज्यों की पुलिस इसको ढूंढ रही है। 2020 में ये व्यक्ति फर्जी पासपोर्ट बना के दिल्ली से ये दुबई गया था और उसके बाद से ये पुलिस इसको ढूंढ रही है। मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि ये परमानेंट कुर्की होने के बाद में इसके खिलाफ रेड कॉर्नर नोटिस भी इशू करवाया जाएगा कॉम्पिटेंट अथॉरिटी से, इंटरपोल से बातचीत करके CBI के माध्यम से, और फिर इसको पकड़ के लाने की गतिविधियाँ हैं वो और तेज की जाएगी।
Breaking news coming in. This is a big update. It's just coming right now for you. Initial updates. Okay, trainee aircraft crashes in Prayagraj. More details are awaited. This is an aircraft which has crashed into a pond right in the middle of the city, and the administration is just reaching the spot. Okay, this is coming in. A trainer aircraft. Crashes in Prayagraj. This is the trainer aircraft which has crashed, and this is coming in the city of Prayagraj. Aircraft has just crashed into a pond right in the middle of the city. This is the initial update we're getting, so we're still trying to understand and waiting for more confirmation to come in that what caused that crash, who was inside the aircraft. All these details are yet to be ascertained, viewers. This is a live and breaking development that we're getting on Republic TV. A trainer aircraft has crashed into Prayagraj. This is a aircraft which has just crashed into a pond right in the middle of the city. The administration is reaching the spot. That means that waiting for more action when it comes to the rescue updates. Rescue and relief is what the focus would be right now. Next, Prayagraj, Uttar Pradesh, pictures coming in, live and breaking. This is a fresh information we have for you. So we're still waiting for more updates as to what exactly has happened. This is a live development which took a short while time back. That means it's just happened. So we're still waiting for more updates to come in. And the aircraft has just crashed into a pond. It's a pond. From what we understand, this is a pond near KP College. We're coming on. This is near KP College. This is the information coming in from Prayagraj. This is a trainer aircraft which has crashed in Prayagraj. More details are awaited as to what really happened. First, on Republic TV, where we are getting the fastest updates coming right here, coming live right here, Republic TV. First on Republic TV. Now, of course, the focus would be turning soon to what really happened, what caused that trainer aircraft to crash, who was inside that trainer aircraft, how many people were inside, and if there were more people, have they been rescued? I really want to go across to Shaman. There's so many questions, Shaman, that we are raising about this trainer aircraft which has crashed in the middle of the city in Prayagraj. What are we learning of, Shaman?
Well, in fact, we've just received the information that this was a trainee aircraft which had taken from the Prayagraj airport. In fact, as far as crew members are concerned, 2 is what we are being told as of now. But it seems there is still no clarity because the administration has just reached the spot to carry out the rescue operation. Not very sure whether at all there have been any casualties as far as this case is concerned. It turns out that there was a technical glitch that has been reported soon after the takeoff that took place. It, in fact, did not really take the kind of altitude that was basically required to carry forward the entire flight operation. That's all that we have in terms of what perhaps led to this particular crash. Right now, this has happened just a few kilometers away from the Prayagraj airport. In fact, it crash landed next to a pond in that area. In terms of whether at all there have been any injuries, the administration hasn't made it very clear at this stage. But what we can confirm is that the takeoff took place just a little after noon, and immediately after which the ATC essentially was basically informed, and thereafter the landing has actually taken place. It seems from the wreckage that you see right now just next to the pond where this crash landing has essentially taken place, it seems that following the altitude gain that they could not have had, this crash landing has actually taken place. It does appear right now this is a Cessna aircraft which is basically crashed. It's a trainee aircraft. We're trying to ascertain more details in terms of who exactly was present, and more importantly, whether at all there have been any casualties so far.
Okay, Shaman, so you're saying that there were 2 people. From what we understand, there's some fresh information coming in. The member strength was 2. 2 crew members were inside that aircraft, the trainer aircraft. And like you said, that we're still waiting for more information to come in on what caused that crash. Okay, taking a short break. Much more coming up, viewers. We are live and breaking on India's #1 news channel, Republic TV. 2 injured in a crash in Prayagraj. More details awaited on this developing story. Stay tuned.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
At Amity University's 2-week summer school, students of classes 9 to 12 get to explore future undergraduate programs as per their interest from over 30 disciplines. Students attend lectures by Amity University faculty, gain experience at over 400 labs and learning studios, and attend personality enhancement workshops. Register now at amity.edu/summerschool.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime.
Two injured in a crash in Prayagraj. We're getting these details coming in. Stay tuned. Much more on the other side.
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Why would they do that? We'll consider things targets they wouldn't believe. If they do that.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Shankaracharya Avi Mukteshwar Anand sends a legal notice to UP government. Says he will remain outside the ashram until administration gives him due respect. Big boost to NDA fold ahead of Tamil Nadu elections. TTV Dinakaran makes a comeback to NDA alliance. Rupees 30,000 crore Sanjay Kapoor inheritance battle in court. Mother Rani Kapoor moves Delhi High Court to scrape family trust. Alleges forgery by Priya Sachdev. Another provocation as China and Bangladesh envoy visits Teesta for technical assessment. Close to chicken's neck. Donald Trump's big statement amid tensions with Macron, says won't be attending G7 meet in Paris. All right, welcome viewers. Beginning this bulletin with a big breaking news coming in. An aircraft, we are given to understand, has just crashed into a pond right in the middle of Prayagraj. Now, the administration is in fact reached the spot, and 2 pilots reportedly have been injured. More details, viewers, are awaited at this point, but this is the latest we are getting in about this accident, aviation accident that has taken place in Prayagraj, an aircraft crashing right in the middle of a pond in the city. Now, we are given to understand that 2 pilots have also been injured in this accident at this point, and the administration has already reached the spot, which means rescue ops are underway. But on your screen, you can see the debris, in fact, of that aircraft, a portion of it lying right in the middle of the city. The accident has taken place in Prayagraj, where an aircraft, in fact, has crashed. Rescue ops are underway. We're getting you visuals of the aftermath of the crash and also the rescue ops which are underway. We're given to understand that the administration is right on the spot to help with the rescue ops. As of now, viewers, 2 pilots have been injured is what we're given to understand. And we're getting you live visuals, in fact, of the crash, the aftermath of it, and as the rescue ops are underway right now in Prayagraj, as this crash took place in the middle of a pond in the city, in fact. Viewers, it's a breaking news. More details are awaited, but the latest that we know that an aircraft has crashed in Prayagraj. At this point, rescue ops are underway, and 2 pilots have been unfortunately injured. They, of course, are being given treatment at this point, but rescue teams are working on the spot. We're getting you visuals of that as well on your screen. This comes as a crash has now been reported from Prayagraj, in fact. Now, viewers, this aircraft crashed into a pond. We are given to understand this happened right in the middle of Prayagraj in Uttar Pradesh, leading to 2 pilots getting injured in this crash. We're getting you visuals right from the spot where the aircraft crashed. In fact, we also have visuals of the rescue ops which are underway. We are given to understand that 2 pilots have been injured. Now, of course, more details are awaited. We are still trying to confirm what exactly caused this crash. Was it some technical issue in the aircraft or negligence in terms of human resource? But those are the latest visuals viewers are getting from Prayagraj. And now we are shifting focus. Breaking news coming in on the Shankaracharya controversy. Shankaracharya Avi Mukteshwaranand has said he will not perform worship at the ashram. In fact, the worship of 125,000 shivlings remain incomplete. Now the Shankaracharya says he will remain outside the ashram until the administration, he's talking about the UP administration, in fact, grants him due respect. Viewers, we're getting you visuals, in fact, as well of this controversy now escalating with Shankaracharya saying that he will continue to remain outside the ashram until the administration grants him due respect. We also, in fact, have an exclusive conversation with him. Let's take a listen.
स्वामी जी, जो जवाब दिया गया, जो आरोप लगाए गए थे प्रशासन की तरफ से, अधिवक्ता ने ईमेल के जरिए जिक्र किया कि ये सब पूरी तरह से गैर कानूनी है और इसके खिलाफ आगे याचिका भी दायर करेंगे सुप्रीम कोर्ट में। क्या कुछ कहा गया उसमें?
ऐसा है कि ये बियॉन्ड जुरिस्डिक्शन, अपने क्षेत्राधिकार का अतिक्रमण करके ये नोटिस हमको उनके द्वारा भेजी गई थी। जो माघ मेला प्राधिकरण है उसका गठन जिस एक्ट से किया गया है उसमें कहीं नहीं लिखा है कि माघ मेला का प्राधिकरण यहाँ पर आने वाले साधु संतों की डिग्निटी के परीक्षा करेगा। ये मर्यादा के अतिक्रमण का मामला है, शिष्टाचार की तिलांजलि देने का मामला है। लेकिन यहाँ के प्राधिकरण ने ये सब परवाह छोड़ दी और छोड़ करके हमसे पूछा कि अपने नाम के आगे जगत गुरु शंकराचार्य क्यों लिखे हो। तो जगत गुरु शंकराचार्य हमने अपने नाम के आगे नहीं लिखा है, हमारा नाम ही अब जगत गुरु शंकराचार्य है। वो उनको अभी ये बात नहीं समझ में आई है, पता नहीं है। ये जो जगत गुरु शंकराचार्य है ये ऐसा पद नहीं है कि यहाँ पर कोई बैठे तो जब तक बैठा है तब तक वो अमुक कहा जाए। ये जीवन पर्यंत के लिए अभिषिक्त आचार्य होता है और जैसे ही इस पद पर विराजमान होता है वो आदि शंकराचार्य का स्वरूप हो जाता है। भगवान शंकराचार्य जी ने मठामनाय महानुशासन में कहा है कि उक्त लक्षण संपन्न परिभ्राडुक्त लक्षण अहमेवेति विज्ञेयः यस्य देव इति श्रुते है। इसका मतलब कि मेरे पीठ पर मेरे द्वारा बताए गए लक्षणों से संपन्न जो आचार्य अभिषिक्त हो जाएगा वो मेरा ही स्वरूप है, मैं ही हूँ। अहम एव इति विज्ञेयः, मैं ही हूँ, ऐसा मेरे मानने वाले माने। तो वो ही हैं, आदि शंकराचार्य ही हैं। तो हमारे नाम के आगे हमने नहीं जोड़ा है, हमारा नाम अभी मुक्तेश्वरानंद नहीं है, हमारा नाम इस समय जगत गुरु शंकराचार्य है। अभी मुक्तेश्वरानंद इसलिए लगाया गया है, उसको हटाया इसलिए नहीं गया कि व्यवहारिक बोध भी लोगों को होता रहे, क्योंकि जगत गुरु शंकराचार्य मात्र कहेंगे तो आदि शंकराचार्य का बोध होने लगेगा, इसलिए ये नाम भी उसमें संयुक्त किया गया है। लेकिन हमारा ये असल में नाम है। ये जो धार्मिक हमारी बारीकी है इसको क्या अधिकारी समझेंगे और क्या नेता समझेंगे, वो ऐसा प्रश्न हमसे पूछते हैं। और चूंकि उन्होंने पूछ ही लिया, लाज शर्म छोड़ के, लिहाज छोड़ के, तो फिर स्वाभाविक है। हमारे कार्यालय ने हमसे कहा था कि उन्होंने 24 घंटे में जवाब चाहा है हम दे देंगे, और हमको आज सवेरे जब हम आए हैं हमको बता दिया गया कि रात को 24 घंटा पूरा हो उसके पहले ही उनको ईमेल से भी जवाब भेज दिया गया है। और हमारे लोगों ने प्रिंट आउट निकाल करके जा करके वहाँ रिसीव भी कराना चाहा, लेकिन वहाँ उनके कार्यालय में भी वीडियो भी बनाया है, पूरे कार्यालय में कोई नहीं था उनके। वो रात को 12 बजे के बाद कानून गो भेजते हैं शंकराचार्य जी के यहाँ कि अभी रिसीव करिए। हमारे आदमी जब जाते हैं हम तो वहाँ पर भी तो कोई नहीं था। एक व्यक्ति खड़ा था, वो कहता था मैं तो चौकीदार हूँ, सवेरे आइए। तो फिर हमारे लोगों ने भी उनकी दीवार पे चस्पा कर दिया जवाब और आ गए।
तो आप लोगों ने 24 घंटे का वक्त दिया है।
अब 24 घंटे का वक्त, बात तो थी मन में कि हम भी कहें, लेकिन उनके स्तर पर उतरना ठीक नहीं है। हमने ये मान लिया कि इनका जवाब मांगा था इन्होंने, हमारे कार्यालय ने उसको दे दिया। हम चाहते हैं कि ये जो चाहते हैं वो हम न करें। ये क्या चाहते हैं कि हमने गौ माता की रक्षा का जो मुद्दा उठाया है उसको ये डिरेल करना चाहते हैं, उसको पटरी से हटाना चाहते हैं, उसको पीछे करना चाहते हैं, छुपाना चाहते हैं, इसलिए ये सब कर रहे हैं। तो हम इनके आशय को समझ करके अपना मुख्य जो हमारा उद्देश्य है उस पर केंद्रित अब होना चाहते हैं।
शंकराचार्य जी, इस कड़कड़ाती ठंड में 3 दिन बीत चुके हैं उस पूरे घटनाक्रम को, आज चौथे दिन भी आप बाहर बैठे हैं। अब ये सिलसिला कब तक चलता रहेगा?
देखिए, ये शंकराचार्य हमारे यहाँ 4 हैं, एक पूर्व, एक पश्चिम, एक उत्तर, एक दक्षिण। और आपको पता है हम उत्तर के शंकराचार्य हैं। उत्तर तो हिमालय में है, हमारा पीठ बद्रीनाथ में है, तो हम तो हिमालय के शंकराचार्य हैं। हमें ठंडी से क्या, हमें तो ठंड अच्छी लगती है, हमें ठंडी से कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। -डिग्री में हमारे पूर्वज रहते आए हैं, हमें क्या दिक्कत है? हमारी कोई मांग नहीं है। मांगा किससे जाता है? जो हमसे ज़्यादा वैशिष्ट रखता हो, हम इनसे मांगेंगे। हमें क्या मांगना है? हम कुछ भी नहीं मांगते हैं इनसे, इनसे क्यों मांगेंगे? इसलिए हमारी कोई मांग नहीं थी। हाँ, हमारी टेक जरूर है और वो इनसे नहीं है। हमारी टेक गंगा और यमुना की धारा से है कि आपके स्नान के लिए हम निकले थे, हमें क्यों वो नहीं मिला है। जब तक ससम्मान हमारा स्नान नहीं होगा हम शिविर में प्रवेश नहीं करेंगे। अभी यात्रा में ही हैं, आप समझ लो कि अभी स्नान ही के लिए निकले हैं, अभी स्नान के लिए रास्ता ही में हैं, ऐसा मान करके रास्ते में बैठे हैं।
मतलब कि अगर विधि विधान से आपका स्नान संपन्न हो जाएगा तो आश्रम में आप बैठने लगेंगे?
हाँ, स्वाभाविक है, फिर और कार्य करेंगे, और नहीं तो यहाँ से भी हमारा धर्म कार्य तो चल ही रहा है। इस समय हम यहाँ आए थे तो पूजा पाठ, देखिए हम कितना मन में दुख होता है। भगवान की पूजा हम प्रतिदिन 5 बार करते हैं, अब यहीं से दर्शन कर रहे हैं, है ना, केवल तर्पण दंड का कर पा रहे हैं। तो ये सब है। अभी गुप्त नवरात्रि चल रही है, इसमें हम लोग महापूजा करते हैं। वो हमारी महापूजा हमको अपने शिष्यों के माध्यम से करनी पड़ रही है। और जब हम यहाँ आए थे तो हमने सोचा था कि गौ माता की रक्षा के लिए।
All right, viewers are moving into breaking news coming in from Prayagraj, where an aircraft has just crashed into a pond right, in fact, in the middle of the city. At this point, rescue ops are underway. The administration has reached the spot where the crash took place, and we are given to understand that 2 pilots have reportedly been injured in this crash. Viewers, we're getting you visuals exactly of the spot where the crash took place. At this point, you can see, in fact, several people from around the city have also gathered around the spot where the crash took place. And at this point, rescue ops are underway. 2 pilots have been injured. And this is exactly where the crash took place. Now, viewers, it is breaking news we're getting at this point. So more details are awaited. At this point, we do not know what exactly caused this crash. Was it a technical issue? Was it some fault on the part of the pilots? At this point, we do not know. But this is exactly the spot on your screen where the crash took place. And 2 pilots have been reportedly injured in this crash, which took place in Prayagraj. You can see how several people have also gathered around the spot where the crash took place. Of course, last year has not been very well for the aviation industry, and now another crash being reported from Prayagraj. 2 pilots injured in this crash, and at this point, more details are awaited. Rescue ops are underway. My colleague Ishan is now joining me with more details on this. Ishan, what do we know about this crash so far? We understand 2 pilots have been injured and this crash took place in Prayagraj.
Yeah, absolutely. A military trainee aircraft crashed into a point behind KP College in Prayagraj. The incident occurred around between 12:30 and 1 p.m. The aircraft plunged into a water body during a routine flight. as of now, reports are indicating that all occupants are safe and the aircraft is currently submerged in the pond, and the fire brigade and rescue teams have arrived at the state, and the district administration officials have also rushed to the crash site. Right now, not a lot of information is available on how the crash happened, what happened in the crash. Any such details are not yet available, and we are looking into the same. Right now, the information is that all the occupants of the aircraft are safe, and there are no casualties reported as such. Back to you.
All right, Ishan. So what we know so far is that both the pilots have been recovered safely. And in fact, this aircraft was undertaking a scheduled training mission, we are given to understand, when this crash took place, right?
Absolutely. This was on a scheduled training mission, and during that mission, the aircraft plunged into a pond behind the KP College in Prayagraj. Now, the aircraft that plunged into the pond, we are not sure exactly what happened and what are the reasons behind it. But what we know right now is that all the occupants of the aircraft are safe, and it was during a routine training flight that this incident had occurred.
Right, Ishan. So although we do not know what exactly caused the crash, but we're getting some information saying that the pilot, in fact, is steered away from the populated area. So, we have averted a bigger crisis, it seems, at this point.
Absolutely. This could have been a larger tragedy, and a lot of casualties on ground could have been reported. However, the quick action and reaction of the pilot did manage to save a lot of lives, and we are still looking into the incident, and the details are still coming in, as this is an ongoing report.
Right, Ashana. Also, if you could tell us what kind of aircraft was this which was involved in the accident?
It is a military training aircraft. It is a trainer aircraft with a capacity of two people. Now, what we do know right now is that this was a routine training flight that was happening, and that during this training flight only this incident happened.
All right. And now my colleague Shavan is also joining me with more details on this. Shavan, we are given to understand that although we do not know the cause of the crash, but the pilot did try to steer away from the populated areas, so which means we have averted a bigger crisis, it seems.
Well, there's absolutely no doubt about the fact that the pilots, the reason why they steered away was primarily because this was just moments after the takeoff when a technical glitch was basically reported, and ensuring that this particular aircraft does not crash in a populated area is when they steered away and crashed near a pond, is what we are being told. But we do have a confirmation that the pilots are essentially safe. This happens to be an Indian Air Force's microlight aircraft, which is essentially used for training purposes. And soon after the takeoff is when this glitch was basically reported. Not very sure whether at all this is linked to an engine failure, but that clarity only is going to come in after an inquiry is basically carried out. As we speak, the rescue operation is being carried out. It is also called as an IF glider, which is basically used in these operations, or rather in training missions. In fact, it turns out that both the pilots who were undergoing substantial amount of training, in fact, they've carried out a sortie earlier. And this, in fact, this morning, it was just a little afternoon when they took off from the Prayagraj military airport, and immediately thereafter a glitch was basically reported and resulting in this crash just next to a pond. Right now the relief operation, the rescue and relief operation is also being carried out in that particular area. Remember, this is considered to be a populated area, and this was within the visibility range, because of which we are given to understand that they were in a position to perhaps steer away from the populated areas, looking at a barren area where the landing actually took place. Major Samarpal Tur is also joining us on this broadcast. Major Tur, just a quick check with regards to what's really happening with regards to this case. All that we can confirm right now is that both the pilots are safe. Interestingly, they steered away from a populated area. From the images that are now coming in, it seems that it was quite a densely populated area where the crash has taken place.
Well, Shavan, you see, these are the aircrafts which are basically very small in size, and these are used for training of the pilots, especially in terms of navigation. And these are aircrafts which do not have very high speeds. They are very small, lightweight training aircrafts. And they are basically used for sorties. And they are mainly used for training missions. And this is the main purpose of a microlight aircraft. And it having crash landed at a location, you see, it takes majority. If you see the design of the microlight aircraft, the main body is small, but the wingspan is very large. So basically, it glides into the air and covers large distances with very less effort from the engine. So keeping in mind, I certainly feel that either there would have been some turbulent winds or a very severe air pocket which would have caused the aircraft to probably lose control and have a sudden loss of height during its flight path. So I certainly feel that the training has actually been useful, looking at the way how they have landed in an emergency at a certain location, clear of the population, without any casualties on the ground, and they themselves being safe. I think the training has come into place in this incident, and I certainly feel that the flight recorder data will be the one after investigations which will reveal what has actually gone wrong or what technical glitches happened to it. But otherwise, this aircraft is glitch-free. It doesn't have a track record which is of any worry. And there have been only 2 incidents regarding a microlight, last in 2016. So let us see what the investigations tell. But otherwise, I am happy that all's well that ends well, and the pilots are safe and there are no casualties. Shravan.
Right, Major Samarpal, to Ishita here, I just wanted to ask, with the kind of situation that has developed right now, what kind of procedures we're given to understand routine procedures are underway at this point. If you could help us explain what exactly would be now taking place at the site.
You see, Ishita, right now, after the crash takes place, it has a transponder. So the transponder of the aircraft, once it is put in an emergency crash land, the pilot puts onto the emergency transponder and gives a mayday call. And once the aircraft is given out a mayday call, so the ATC at all times is aware of the lat long and the grid reference of the aircraft where it is crash landed. And immediately the nearest police stations, the Air Force teams, and the nearest military garrison is informed regarding this incident. So we have called someone called GLOs, that is Garrison Liaison Officer. So GLOs are the ones who are from the army garrisons who coordinate with the Air Force for any such flights which take place and training sessions. So probably after that they will cordon off the area. Then a aircraft recovery team will be there on the spot. They will gather all the components of the aircraft and then will take it to the location where it is actually stationed. And from there, the recording device will be procured and will be sent probably to Delhi, to the Air Force station in Delhi, where they have a workshop where they're going to analyze this data and they're going to tell us whether it is a technical glitch or whether it was an environmental hazard that caused the crash of the microlight aircraft.
All right, Major Samarpal, thank you for joining us and putting these developments into perspective for our viewers. And now viewers, moving on to another news. TTV Dinakaran, leader of the AMMK, has now rejoined the NDA, and this is months ahead of Tamil Nadu Assembly polls. Now viewers, this comes months after he exited the alliance, citing arrogance by AIA-DMK leader and former Chief Minister EPS. Now this time Dinakaran told the media after rejoining NDA that those who compromise do not lose. In the presence of, in fact, Union Minister Piyush Goyal, Dinakaran said that this is a new beginning and the alliance will strive to form a new government in Tamil Nadu. That's a big statement coming in from TTV Dinakaran, who's now rejoined the NDA alliance right ahead of assembly polls in Tamil Nadu. Viewers, we're looking at an anti-DMK front getting consolidated in the state right ahead of assembly elections. And now my colleague Sharda is joining me with more on this. Sharda, we're looking at an anti-DMK front getting consolidated. You have TTV Dinakaran joining NDA. Help us understand, how this is going to impact the politics in the state now.
Well, this is a huge move for the NDA alliance because they came with the anti-DMK stance when they announced last May Amit Shah had come down. The major party, AIADMK and BJP had joined, following which multiple smaller parties, which includes PMK's Andumani Ramdas factor, had joined them just 2 weeks back. And now AMMK leader TTV Dinakaran, who left the NDA alliance just a few months back, has taken a U-turn and come back to NDA alliance, stating that their only goal is to put down the DMK government and that they are okay to forget and forgive Edappadi K. Palaniswamy, whom they claim to be the traitor of J. Jayalalitha, whereas Edappadi K. Palaniswamy also says the same thing about TTV Dinakaran. The main question that comes after TTV Dinakaran's announcement is if Edappadi K. Palaniswamy is going to share the dais with TTV Dinakaran or not. And the main question is also that we know that TTV Dinakaran just a few minutes back speaking to us told us that in an exclusive conversation that he agrees Edappadi K. Palaniswamy as the NDA's chief ministerial candidate. And also now the important question here lies is on the seat sharing process, whether if AMMK is going to occupy the seats that is given by the ADMK leaders, or if the ADMK is going to separate a number of shares for NDA, and under NDA if the AMMK is going to select this seat sharing for the coming elections, is what the important question that we are going to ask at this moment.
So Sharda, it seems that both EPS and Dinakaran, they put their issues back in the past. Let's also listen into what the reaction has come in from Dinakaran on this.
I am very happy and I am very glad that I have rejoined NDA. Surely we are going to form our Amma's government in Tamil Nadu, because in 2021, Honorable Amit Shah ji tried for this to bring Amma's government. Now he succeeded in it. Surely we are going to form Amma's government in Tamil Nadu. Sir, it was only a same family and we are all brothers. We had fight. Now I have forgotten everything. See, in the interest of Tamil Nadu and the interest of my party, I have given up everything. Only my thought is, only there is in my mind that we should form NDA government in Tamil Nadu.
All right, viewers, time for a special segment called Bharat in One. Let's get started. A heavy police force was deployed outside the residence of Shankaracharya, the mastermind behind the 2024 Sambhal violence. Now his property located in one of the city's posh areas has been attached as per court orders. Security personnel belonging to the Chandigarh crime branch arrested 2 men in connection with a firing incident in sector 32 of the city. Police and a CFSL team later arrived at the spot near sector 39, where an encounter had been carried out between the police and the gangsters. The Raipur Municipal Corporation had demolished the illegal constructions of Sajid Ansari, who was recently accused of raping a minor. Now, the demolition was carried out in the presence of police personnel at the site. All right, viewers, on the other side, Sanjay Kapoor's inheritance battle in court. Mother Rani Kapoor moves the Delhi High Court to scrape family trust, alleges forgery by Priya Sachdev.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है।
अरे मेरे राजा,
मसाला।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
At Amity University's 2-week summer school, students of classes 9 to 12 get to explore future undergraduate programs as per their interest from over 30 disciplines. Students attend lectures by Amity University faculty, gain experience at over 400 labs and learning studios, and attend personality enhancement workshops. Register now at amity.edu/summer school.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Shankaracharya, Aravali, Mukteswaranand sends legal notice to UP government, says he will remain outside ashram until administration grants him due respect. Big boost to NDA, full head of Tamil Nadu elections. TTV Dhinakaran makes comeback to the NDA alliance. 30,000 crore Sanjay Kapoor inheritance battle in court. Rani Kapoor moves Delhi High Court to scrap family trust, alleges forgery by Priya Sajdev. An IF aircraft crashes into Pond, Prayagraj after pilot steers away from populated area to avoid casualties. 2 pilots reportedly injured. Trump's big statement amid tensions with Macron, says will not be attending G7 meeting in Paris. Viewers, a chilling pattern is emerging from Kerala's Kasaragod district. Young women missing, families shattered, questions unanswered. Republic TV investigates disturbing allegations of radicalization through marriage. What locals describe as love jihad. Families claim young women were allegedly converted, indoctrinated, and then completely cut off from their loved ones. Some never returned. Some are believed to have absolutely vanished across borders. Others are alleged to have been pushed into extremist networks linked to banned terror outfits. From anguished parents searching for missing daughters to allegations of foreign and Gulf-based funding, this investigation exposes a dark underbelly that absolutely refuses to disappear. Here's more. Take a look.
Kasaragod in Kerala, a district now haunted by fear. Several women here have gone missing over the last few years. Conversion to Islam and forced marriages. And behind it, an ISIS module at work.
In the year 2017, as many as 21 people from various parts of Kasaragod, such as Trikaripur, Valapattanam and Padanna, joined IS. They were radicalized through so-called love jihad activities and other measures coordinated by various communal organizations such as Popular Front of India, and the Republic TV team visited Kasaragod to know the current status of these radicalized activities there. However, the results were shocking. We met a number of families whose life were spoiled due to this so-called love jihad and allied radicalized activities.
The radicalized men here follow hardline Salafi Islam, keeping away from mainstream Muslim society, and advocate violent jihad. Their aim to convert as many as they can. Republic went to Kasaragod, speaking to victims of the love jihad module. One of them is a CPM leader, PV Bhaskaran. He claims his own daughter was radicalized under the guise of medical treatment.
ഇവൻ കൊടുത്ത മരുന്ന് എൻ്റെ സംശയം നമുക്ക് വന്നു. അത് മറ്റേ ലഹരി മരുന്നാണ് ഇവൻ കൊടുത്തുകൊണ്ടായത്. അപ്പോൾ പെണ്ണിന് ഭയങ്കര വല്ലാണ്ടില്ല ആവേശവും കാര്യവും. പിന്നെ അന്ന് ഇവിടുന്ന് വീട്ടിൽ നിന്ന് തന്നെയാണ് ചികിത്സ, 2 മാസം ചില്ലറയും വീട്ടിൽ നിന്ന് തന്നെയാണ് ചികിത്സ നടത്തിയിട്ടുള്ളത്. ആ നടത്തിയ ശേഷം പറഞ്ഞ് എൻ്റെ പിന്നെ ഇതുണ്ട്, പിന്നെ ഇതല്ല ചികിത്സ നടത്തുന്ന റൂമുണ്ട് അവിടെ തൃക്കരിപ്പൂർ ഭാര്യ വീടാണ്. അങ്ങനെ അവിടെ കൊണ്ടുപോയി 1 മാസം വരെ അവിടെ നിന്ന് വീട്ടിൽ കൊണ്ടുവന്നിട്ടാകുമ്പോൾ ആകെ പ്രശ്നമായി. ഇവള് എന്തായാലും എൻ്റെ മരുന്നേ പറ്റുന്നില്ല രീതിയിൽ തന്നെയാണ് സംസാരിച്ചിട്ട് അവൾ എന്തായാലും നിൽക്കുന്നില്ല.
This left leader Bhaskaran reveals modules link to the banned extremist outfit the PFI. Despite the PFI ban, families reveal how the ideological influence never disappeared.
ഇവർക്ക് ഇപ്പോൾ സംശയം തോന്നിപ്പോകുന്നു. സംശയം ഇത് ഉറപ്പ് പറയാൻ കഴിയില്ല, കാരണം ഇല്ലത് നമ്മൾ തെറ്റായിട്ടുള്ള രീതിയിൽ പറഞ്ഞു വിടല്ലോ. സംശയം തോന്നിപ്പോകുന്നു, അവൻ്റെ പിന്നിലെ ആളുണ്ട്. അത് ഞാൻ സ്റ്റേഷൻ കംപ്ലൈൻറ്റിലും പറഞ്ഞു.
PV Bhaskaran belongs to the ruling party. But here's the most explosive allegation. He claims the terror funding is coming from the Gulf.
ഇവരെ ഗൾഫിൽ ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ളവർക്കൊരു ഫണ്ടുണ്ട് പോലും. അങ്ങനെയുള്ളവരെ സംരക്ഷിച്ചിട്ടില്ല വരുന്നതിന് സാമ്പത്തിക സഹായം കിട്ടുന്നതിലൊരു വിവരം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു.
അപ്പോൾ കൊണ്ടുപോയാൽ
ഇത് കാശ് കിട്ടും. അതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് നമുക്ക് പഠിച്ചിട്ടില്ല. അതിങ്ങനെ നമ്മൾ നാട്ടുപുറത്ത് നേരത്തെ അറിയുന്ന കാര്യമാണ്.
This is retired military officer Ashokan KM. He claims his daughter fell into the love jihad trap. Her religion, her identity changed. She now refuses to speak to her family. Ashokan claims those who converted her have the chief minister's backing.
ഇത്തരം ഒരു സംഗതിയോട് എന്താ ചേട്ടൻ്റെ പ്രതികരണം എന്താ?
ഇതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് എനിക്ക് പറയാവുന്നത്, ഇവളിപ്പോഴും അപകടാവസ്ഥയിലാണെന്നുള്ളതാണ് എനിക്ക് പറയാനുള്ളത്. ഇവൾ എന്തുകൊണ്ട് പൊതുമധ്യേ മനുഷ്യരുടെ ഇടയിലേക്ക് ഇവളെ ഇറക്കി വിടാത്തതിൻ്റെ? ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു അച്ഛനെയും അമ്മയും കാണാൻ പോലും അവകാശം ഇല്ലേ അവൾക്ക്? അതൊന്നും അവർ ചെയ്യുന്നില്ല. അപ്പോൾ അമ്മ മരിച്ചിട്ട് പോലും വരുന്നില്ല. ഇതെന്താ, ഇത് ഏത് മതമാണെന്ന്? ഇങ്ങനെയാണ്. ഇതൊക്കെ നമുക്ക് ഒരു പ്രശ്നമുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളാണിത്. അപ്പോൾ ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ ഇവിടുത്തെ ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഇപ്പോൾ മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി പിണറായി വിജയൻ അവർക്ക് വേണ്ടി സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഇപ്പം നമ്മുടെ കുട്ടികളെ കൈ വെച്ചിരിക്കുന്നവർക്ക് വേണ്ടി സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുകയാണ്. LDFും UDFും ഇവർ രണ്ടുപേരും ഇവരെ പിടിച്ചുകൊണ്ടേ നിൽക്കത്തുള്ളൂ. എപ്പോഴും അവർക്ക് വോട്ടിൻ്റെ പ്രശ്നമാണ്.
As part of the Kasaragod module, almost 20 people, men and women, vanished from this region. The pattern remained the same. Several days later, their families received messages claiming they will fight for the Islamic State now. This mother, whose daughter was indoctrinated, broke down on the Republic camera. This 28-year-old man who wants his identity withheld, he too is from Kasaragod. He told us how his sister was brainwashed by another radicalized individual.
എന്നാണ് മോൻ്റെ സിസ്റ്റർ പോയത്?
3 വർഷം.
3 വർഷം. അത് ആരാന്ന് അറിയാമായിരുന്നോ?
ഇല്ല.
പിന്നെ എപ്പോഴാണ് ആരാന്ന് കണ്ടുപിടിച്ചേ?
കേസ് കാര്യങ്ങളല്ലേ.
ആ പയ്യൻ ആരാന്ന് മനസ്സിലായോ?
മുസ്ലിം ചെക്കൻ.
This mother lost her son at the age of 23. Hafizuddin sent messages on WhatsApp claiming he had joined the Islamic State.
നമ്മളിത് ഈ വിവരം എന്ന് ആദ്യമായിട്ട് കേൾക്കുന്നത് മാധ്യമങ്ങളിലൂടെയാണോ അതോ ആരും വിളിച്ചപ്പോഴാണോ അറിയുന്നത്? മെസ്സേജ് കിട്ടില്ല. നമുക്ക് മെസ്സേജ് കിട്ടാം. എന്തും പറഞ്ഞ എന്താ മെസ്സേജിൽ എഴുതിയത്? ഞങ്ങൾ ഉദ്ദേശിച്ച നാട്ടിലെത്തി.
As we went from one home to the next, the story remained the same. Jasmine's brothers, Shiaz and Ijaz, joined Islamic State in 2017. They allegedly were killed in Afghanistan.
ഷിയാസിൻ്റെ ഇജാസിൻ്റെ വീടിതല്ലേ അത്? ഞാൻ ഡൽഹിയിൽ നിന്ന് വരുവാണേ. ഷിയാസ് ഇജാസും കല്യാണം കഴിച്ചതല്ലേ? അവരുടെ വൈഫ് ഇപ്പോഴും വൈഫിൻ്റെ പേര് ഇതാണോ? ഇവരെ എല്ലാവരും കൊണ്ടുപോയതാരാ അറിയോ? അറിയില്ല. ഈ കുടുംബത്തിലുള്ള എല്ലാവരെയാണോ ഒരു ടാർഗറ്റ്?
Hundreds of families in Kasaragod, Kerala say they continue to live in fear. Missing daughters, broken homes, unanswered questions. They call it love jihad. They say there's no other term to describe it except call it love jihad. In 2017, Republic flagged the Islamic State module. In 2026, once again, it's about national security.
These practices are continuing in the society as a social threat. The government must intervene to curb such practices from destroying the social harmony of Kerala.
Viewers, getting some updates coming in. An IAF aircraft has crashed into a port in Prayagraj. That's one of the top stories we're tracking right now. And 2 pilots are reportedly injured. So we will try to go across to Sagar, who is live, and we will try to understand what the situation is looking like. But we can see that a lot of relief work has already started. But see, when we first broke the story, we said the administration has taken notice, and now we see that relief work has already started. So the latest coming in the story, viewers, is that we see that the IAF microlight aircraft had crashed. The crew members are safe. The pilots steered away from the populated area. This is what the IAF is saying. We'll try to go across to Sagar in a short while from now, but there were two pilots inside, and both of the pilots have been injured. Now, what the condition is, we will come to know that in a short while from now. But the crew members are safe. The pilots steer away from the populated area. So, Prayagraj, Uttar Pradesh, getting these pictures coming in. Rescue relief efforts have already started, and you can see that both the crew members are safe. They are injured. And the IAF is saying that the pilots steer away from the populated areas. Even though the aircraft was flying and the pilots knew that there could be a crash, at the last moment, they steer away the aircraft from the populated area. And you can see that the aircraft crashed into a pond. This is not an area with population. So the pilots at the last moment, they avoided the populated area, they avoided the civilian area, and they moved that aircraft in a direction where there were less people or zero population. So we'll try to, of course, get across to our colleague Sagar in a short while from now to understand what the situation is looking like. But the latest is that we're getting for our viewers is that this is the IAF microlight aircraft. Crew members are safe. Okay, let's go straight across to Sagar, who's joining us live. Sagar, ये जो aircraft है, it's a microlight aircraft, fell into a pond. Do we know कि ये जो crash हुआ था, क्यों हुआ था? अभी कोई details आए हैं?
देखिए बिल्कुल शिवांगी, अगर हम बात करें तो रिपब्लिक भारत और रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क उस स्पॉट पर पहुंचने वाला देश का पहला चैनल है जो दिखा रहा है लाइव तस्वीरें यहाँ की। सामने आप देखिए वो जो प्लेन है क्रैश होकर वहां पर गिरा हुआ है तालाब के बीचों बीच। बहुत दलदल नुमा ये तालाब है और ये पूरी जलकुंभी आपको हर तरफ दिखाई दे रही होगी। पहले क्या हुआ कि ये जो है प्लेन सोचा पायलट ने कि यहाँ पर लैंड कराया जाए, जैसे ही तकनीकी खराबी आई। अजय इधर जूम करिए, देखिए बगल में खेल का मैदान है जहाँ पर क्रिकेट मैच का आयोजन भी किया जा रहा है। तमाम देखिए यहाँ पर जगह यहाँ पर काफी अच्छी थी। जैसे ही पायलट को काफी दूर पहले लगा कि प्लेन में खराबी आई, यहाँ पर उतारा जाए, लेकिन यहाँ से जो है प्लेन ने अपना बैलेंस खो दिया। बैलेंस खोने के बाद जैसे ही तालाब देखिए यहाँ पर नहीं उतर पाया प्लेन, तो आगे जाने के बाद प्लेन जब क्रैश हुआ, पैराशूट खोल लिया जो लोग 5-6 लोग बैठे थे इस प्लेन के अंदर, फिर उसके बाद प्लेन जो है बीच में जाके तालाब के क्रैश हो जाता है। एनडीआरएफ की टीमें दूर आपको दिखाई दे रही होंगी जो पहुंच चुकी है राहत बचाव के लिए, और तमाम देखिए सैकड़ों लोग एकत्रित हो गए। और मैं जिस छत पर खड़ा होकर ये लाइव रिपोर्टिंग कर रहा हूं, ये बगल में स्कूल है। यहाँ पर इंटरमीडिएट स्कूल में लगभग 500 हजारों की संख्या में बच्चे कक्षा में अपनी पढ़ाई कर रहे थे, और फिर क्लासेस जब यहाँ पर चल रही थी तो देखिए क्लासेस भी डिस्टर्ब हुई। और ये तमाम देखिए अध्यापक हैं जो हमारे साथ हैं। अजय इधर आइए। और ये लोगों ने पूरी उस घटना को देखिए अपनी आंखों से देखा। क्या कुछ यहाँ पर हुआ था सर उस समय?
उस समय यहाँ क्लास चल रही थी। ये पीछे ये केपी इंटर कॉलेज का सबसे पीछे वाली बिल्डिंग है। आगे की बिल्डिंग में प्री बोर्ड एग्जाम चल रहा था। पीछे जो है तो आप हमारे यहाँ के इंग्लिश मीडियम के प्रभारी हैं, तो ये इधर क्लास चलवा रहे थे। हम लोग क्लास करके और नीचे जैसे उतरे थे, इनके पास बैठे, उतने में ही जो है तो आवाज़ आई। हम लोग समझ नहीं पाए। हमको ये लगा कि किसी लड़के ने ऊपर से या तो बेंच गिरा दिया या कोई टीन सेट जो है तो
आवाज काफी तेज,
बहुत तेज आवाज थी। ऐसा लगे कोई टीन सेट वेट गिरता है, बिल्कुल वैसे ही बिल्कुल आवाज आई थी। तो हम लोग कहे क्या गिर गया, ऐसा तो नहीं बिल्डिंग कोई कोलैप्स गिर गई, क्या हो गया? तो हम लोग तुरंत बाहर निकले। तब तक इधर ग्राउंड से भी बच्चे भाग रहे थे, इधर से बच्चे भाग रहे थे। तो ये हुआ कि प्लेन क्रैश कर गया। तब हम लोगों ने नीचे से झांका, देखा उस समय ये पैराशूट जो है इनका खुला हुआ था।
अफरा तफरी का माहौल बन गया था।
तफरी के माहौल में पैराशूट खुलने से यह हादसा टला है, नहीं तो पैराशूट नहीं खुलता तो हमारी बिल्डिंग प्रभावित हो सकती थी।
डर था स्कूल यहाँ पर भी विमान गिरता तो बड़ा अनहोनी हो जाता।
हाँ बिल्कुल, निश्चित तौर पे यहाँ पे काफी हानि होती, आर्थिक हानि भी, और बच्चे भी उसमें खतरे में हो सकते थे। बस ये
तो आप लोगों ने देखा उस मंजर को अपनी आंखों से?
पैराशूट जैसे ही खुल गया था तो सब लोग देखने लगे कि क्या हो गया है, और पैराशूट खुल जाने की वजह से जो है सेफली जो है ये लोग उतर आए। जी
पहले विमान ने कोशिश किया कि यहाँ लैंड किया जाए, लेकिन उसमें सफलता नहीं।
जी बिल्कुल नहीं मिली। पैराशूट के कारण ही ये बचाव एक तरह से हो गया। अगर यहाँ न गिरा होता, कहीं सूखे वगैरह में गिरा होता तो हादसा निश्चित हो जाता।
देखिए शिवांगी, बिल्कुल जो तस्वीरें मैं दिखा रहा हूँ, तमाम वो टीचर्स जो क्लासेस में देखिए बच्चों को पढ़ा रहे थे। पहले विमान यहाँ पर कोशिश करता है कि यहाँ पर लैंड किया जाए, लेकिन उसमें देखिए यहाँ पर सफलता नहीं मिली। फिर तालाब में जाकर क्रैश हुआ। यहाँ से केवल 5 दूरी पर माघ मेले का आयोजन हो रहा है प्रयागराज में, जहां पर करोड़ों की संख्या में श्रद्धालु पहुंचे हुए हैं, आस्था की डुबकी लगा रहे हैं संगम में। अगर उस मेले के बीचों बीच अगर ये विमान गिरता तो एक बड़ी अनहोनी हो सकती थी। तो ऐसे में देखिए ईश्वर की कृपा रही कि बड़ी देखिए अनहोनी टल गई, नहीं तो प्रयागराज में आज के दिन दुखद खबर होती है। ऐसे में इस स्कूल पर भी विमान अगर नहीं गिरा तो ये भी देखिए एक बड़ा हादसा टला। महज केवल 100 मीटर की दूरी पर भी ये स्कूल नहीं है जहां पर विमान ये क्रैश हुआ, मात्र 100 मीटर से भी कम की ये दूरी है, 50 से 60 मीटर दूरी है विमान से स्कूल की। अगर यहां पर गिरता जहां पर सैकड़ों की संख्या में, हजारों की संख्या में बच्चे पढ़ाई कर रहे थे, तो आप सोचिए क्या होता। ये पूरी इमारत देखिए गिर जाती और इस पूरी देखिए इमारत को यहां पर क्षति पहुंचती। जो बच्चे यहां पर पढ़ाई कर रहे थे उनके साथ भी कोई बड़ी घटना हो सकती थी। इसीलिए जो तमाम जो अध्यापक हैं वो बच्चों को देखिए उस डर से निकालने के लिए उन्हें समझा रहे हैं, क्योंकि इस छत पर लगभग सैकड़ों की संख्या में बच्चे आ गए, उन्हें कंट्रोल करना भी बड़ी चुनौती रही। अब ऐसे में वहां दूर एनडीआरएफ की टीमें पहुंची हैं, सेना का हेलीकॉप्टर भी कुछ देर के बाद यहां पर आपको दिखाई देगा, जो उस विमान को इस तालाब के बीचों बीच से निकालेगा। उसमें भी कई सारी कठिनाइयां और चुनौतियां आने वाली हैं। शिवांगी, बैक टू स्टूडियो।
Right. Sagar, thank you for getting those details. Exclusive pictures coming in here on Republic TV of the IAF aircraft which crashed. The 2 pilots were inside. They're injured, but they are safe. Thank you so much, Sagar, for getting us those live pictures exclusive on Republic TV. And viewers, we'll move ahead right now to some of the other stories that we're tracking on Republic TV. Ladies and gentlemen, we see there is a development coming in. A shallow promise means nothing unless it guarantees progress for the people. Join Arnab Goswami in Republic TV's Progress for the People campaign as he exposes how negligence is no accident but a betrayal of public trust. Arnab returns with fiery debates, dissecting governance failures, demanding accountability, and championing real progress for India's people.
The visuals of a car being pulled out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a Grand Vitara car. Inside it, Yuvraj Mehta, a 27-year-old techie, crashed 500 meters from his home in Greater Noida. There was fog and poor lighting, and there was a broken wall. He didn't know which way he was driving. The barricade had not been built. It was the government's job to ensure that the barricade was built, but they did not care. Ladies and gentlemen, this visual, see it again, of a car being pulled out of a pit. A citizen dies, a young man dies, just 27-year-old, calls his father, says, "Father, save me, I don't want to die." But even in his last moments, the government did not care. And Yuvraj Mehta, just 27-year-old, died because the government did not do its job, because the government could not build a barricade, ladies and gentlemen. And that is why we feel that progress means nothing if it is not progress for the people. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not just about a young man who dies. It's about the direction our country is taking. On the one hand, we are told by the EU in Davos, where billionaires meet, that India is going to sign the mother of all deals with the European Union. And the European Union is so excited that they're going to cater to a market of 2 billion people, accounting for a quarter of global GDP. The EU is so happy. They're going to make so much money through that deal with India. But these statistics means nothing, because the reality are the visuals from Chhindwara, where newborn kids prescribed cold reef by a now suspended doctor. The mother stares at the photographs of a beloved child who dies in her arms after consuming poison that she thought was a life-saving medicine. Ladies and gentlemen, what happens? A few suspensions at the FTA. The poor children who die, their parents don't even get an answer. Those who had to make money. And in our country, young children are given poison and they die. And therefore, we must demand progress for the people, because on the one hand, Nitin Gadkari's road transport ministry is busy winning 4 Guinness records in highway constructions. Congratulations, Mr. Gadkari. The NHI is saying we are laying 10,675 MT of bituminous concrete on economic corridors, 29 kilometers stretch continuously in 24 hours. Congratulations, Mr. Gadkari. But on the other side, I would like Mr. Gadkari and everyone else to see and remember what happened at the IAS Academy, where torrential rain on 27th July 2024 flooded the basement where children who wanted to be civil servants were studying. The water entered the area. They had nowhere to go. The municipality didn't do its job. The government didn't do its job. And ladies and gentlemen, those who wanted to serve the country as bureaucrats died flooded in a basement. We are told today that we should not be talking about these things because we should only be talking about good things, like Ashwini Vaishnav's railway ministry celebrating the construction of the world's highest railway arch bridge, 259 meters above the Chenab River. I'm sure it looks beautiful. I'm told it's taller than the Eiffel Tower. But on the other hand, Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav should also see visuals of the Indrayani bridge collapsing from last year. The bridge, ladies and gentlemen, collapses near Pune, 4 people die. The bridge is broken into 2 sections. They lie submerged in the river below. Large crowds gather. The bodies are washed away. And hence we must ask ourselves, do we want to be a country of contrasts? Great events, big talk of development, Guinness Book records, big talk. Talk about heavy investment in the semiconductor industry. Talk about 76,000 crores outlay into the semiconductor mission. 100% FDI in electronics manufacturing. But what does it mean? What does it mean for you and me? We remember what happened in the baby care hospital in East Delhi's Vivek Vihar. Children still die like this, and we are talking about becoming a semiconductor hub. There has to be some balance. There has to be some fairness. There has to be justice. You can't have semiconductors and rockets and Guinness Book records in highway construction and the world's highest arch bridge. All of this looks very good, but the reality is we are a country where there is a body, a charred infant who dies in the fire and nobody can do anything. Nobody likes to see these contrasts. I'm sure the government doesn't like to see these contrasts. They say, we built a Central Vista project, 20,000 crore rupees, very good. New parliament, new secretariat, new offices, very good, very fancy, fantastic. I'm sure Lutyens is going to become more glamorous. But please remember what happened in the gaming zone in Rajkot. Remember, this is another side of India. And don't blame Arnab for showing you the contrast. See these plumes of smoke. Think of the people who died. Think of the rules broken. And that's why I want to go back tonight to that one visual of the car being pulled out from the water. It is not a car being pulled out of a water, ladies and gentlemen. It's not of a crane pulling a car out from the water. Inside that car was a young man with aspirations, with hopes, with a career, with a family waiting for him. So when we pull out the carcass of the car, remember, and I tell those in power, remember and remember again, that statistics are not development.
And viewers, that's all we have for now, but do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. It's a big win for the NDA in Tamil Nadu. Before elections, Dinakaran returns to the NDA fold. All this and much more coming right up. Keep watching Republic TV.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets they wouldn't believe.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूम देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and our top focus in this bulletin will be Shankaracharya Avi Mukteshwaranand has sent a legal notice to UP government. Now, he has also said that he will remain outside ashram until administration grants him due respect. Now, remember, he was earlier questioned for using the title of Shankaracharya. We'll get you this story and a lot more. But first up, the headlines. Shankaracharya Avi Mukteshwaranand sends legal notice to UP government, says he will remain outside ashram until administration grants him due respect. Big boost to NDA. Fold ahead of Tamil Nadu elections. TTV Dhinakaran makes comeback to NDA alliance. 30,000 crore Sanjay Kapoor inheritance battle in court. Rani Kapoor moves Delhi High Court to scrap family trust. Alleges forgery by Priya Sachdev. Also, an Indian Air Force aircraft crashes into a pond in Prayagraj after pilot steers away from populated area to avoid civilian casualties. Now, 2 pilots are reportedly injured. Trump's big statement amid tensions with Macron, says won't be attending G7 meeting in Paris. All right, viewers, let's begin with the first top story. Now, a chilling pattern is emerging from Kerala's Kasaragod district. Now, young women, missing families, shattered questions unanswered. Republic TV investigates disturbing allegations of radicalization through marriage, what locals describe as love jihad. Now, families claim young women were allegedly converted, indoctrinated, and then completely cut off from their loved ones. Now, some never returned. Some are believed to have vanished across borders. Others are alleged to have been pushed into extremist networks linked to banned terror outfits. From anguished parents searching for missing daughters to allegations of foreign and Gulf-based funding, this investigation exposes a dark underbelly that refuses to disappear.
Yesterday, there was a debate in the Republic TV, in 2017, around 21 members from some Muslim families in Kasaragod, from Padanna, Thirukkaripur and Balapattanam joined IS, and they sent a message stating that they reached their final destination and they are fighting for the Islamic Republic, Islamic State. And when we were in Kasaragod for 1 week, and we examined the current status of such practices, such radicalized activities in Kasaragod, and we met even the CPM leaders in Kasaragod. We met a number of families, more than 20 families we met, and we recorded all the statements of these people. They say such practices are still continuing in Kerala, in Kasaragod, especially in the northern parts of Kerala. So love jihad, other radicalized activities, and the PFI was banned. Even though it was banned, the activities of PFI has been taking place through the banners of STPI, Jamaat and all the other communal-based organizations. So why the state government, even the UDF, are not even willing to speak a single word against such radicalized activities in the state?
So what is there? What am I to say? Let them to see. This country is a democratic country, as I said in the very first thing, and this country cannot be a theocratic state, cannot be ruled by one religion, one thing, and it is a democracy here. We are living in a very good atmosphere. Nobody should try to disturb that. That's all.
Okay. Thank you. Yesterday, there was a debate in the Republic TV, in 2017, around 21 members from some Muslim families in Kasaragod, from Padanna, Thirukkaripur and Balapattanam joined IS, and they sent a message stating that they reached their final destination and they are fighting for the Islamic Republic, Islamic State. And when we were in Kasaragod for 1 week, and we examined the current status of such practices, such radicalized activities in Kasaragod, and we met even the CPM leaders in Kasaragod. We met a number of families, more than 20 families we met, and we recorded all the statements of these people. They say such practices are still continuing in Kerala, in Kasaragod, especially in the northern parts of Kerala. So love jihad, other radicalized activities, and the PFI was banned. Even though it was banned, the activities of PFI has been taking place through the banners of STPI, Jamaat and all the other communal-based organizations. So why the state government, even the UDF, are not even willing to speak a single word against such radicalized activities in the state?
So what is there? What am I to say? Let them to see. This country is a democratic country, as I said in the very first thing, and this country cannot be a theocratic state, cannot be ruled by one religion, one thing, and it is a democracy here. We are living in a very good atmosphere. Nobody should try to disturb that. That's all.
Right, viewers, now let's move on and get you all the top national stories in Bharat in 1 minute. A heavy police force was deployed outside the residence of Shankaracharya, the mastermind behind the 2024 Sambhal violence. His property, located in one of the city's posh areas, has been attached as per court orders. Security personnel belonging to the Chandigarh crime branch arrested 2 men in connection with the firing incident in Sector 32 of Chandigarh. Police NCFSL team later arrived at the spot near Sector 39, wherein an encounter had been carried out between the police and the gangsters. The Raipur Municipal Corporation demolished the illegal constructions of Sajjad Ansari, who was recently accused of raping a minor. The demolition was carried out in the presence of police personnel. All right, viewers, now let's move on to our next top story. Now, war of words took place between French President Emmanuel Macron and US President Donald Trump. Now, Macron declined to comment on a private text message exchange with US President Donald Trump, which Trump made public during the World Economic Forum in Davos. Now, as questions swirled over Macron's proposal for a possible G7 meeting in Paris, the French leader instead focused his remarks on global governance, trade tensions, and Europe's need for greater strategic autonomy.
A series of private text messages between Trump and French President Emmanuel Macron over Greenland and other strategic issues have sensationally been released. Macron walked past reporters at the World Economic Forum in Davos without commenting on the messages shared publicly by US President Donald Trump. The alleged note from Macron suggested a G7 meeting in Paris, possibly including Denmark, Ukraine, and Russia. Macron, on the other hand, warned that global cooperation is being weakened as collective governance erodes.
This is as well a shift toward a world without effective collective governance, and where multilateralism is weakened by powers that obstruct it or turn away from it, and rules are undermined. And I can multiply the examples of international bodies weakened or left by the key economies. And when we look at the situation, it's clearly a very concerning time, because we are killing the structure where we can fix the situation and the common challenges we have. Without collective governance, cooperation gives way to relentless competition.
He singled out trade practices and tariffs as unacceptable and damaging to Europe's sovereignty.
Competition from the United States of America through trade agreements that undermine our export interests, demand maximum concessions, and openly aim to weaken and subordinate Europe, combined with an endless accumulation of new tariffs that are fundamentally unacceptable, even more so when they are used as leverage against territorial sovereignty.
The French president stressed Europe's need for greater autonomy and a stronger, more effective multilateral system.
Faced with the brutalization of the world, France and Europe must defend an effective multilateralism because it serves our interests and those of all who refuse to submit to the rule of force. And for me, the two answers are, on one side, more sovereignty and more autonomy for the Europeans. On the other side, an efficient multilateralism to deliver results through cooperation. Obviously, France and Europe are attached to national sovereignty and independence, to the United Nations and to its charter. And it's not an old-fashioned way to live multilateralism.
Macron also urged Europe to use its mechanisms when rules are not respected.
Europe has very strong tools now, and we have to use them when we are not respected and when the rules of the game are not respected, by the way. The anti-coercion mechanism is a powerful instrument, and we should not hesitate to deploy it in today's tough environment.
As questions about Trump and Greenland continued to swirl, Macron called on Europe to unite and push back. Following the leaked messages, Trump threatened to impose 200% tariffs on French wines and champagnes to pressure Macron. Tensions escalated further when Trump faced open criticism in the European Parliament.
You might understand, Mr. President.
With opinions divided globally, Greenland has now emerged as a flashpoint in international geopolitics, a symbol of the growing rift between US assertiveness and Europe's push for sovereignty and multilateralism.
Well, viewers, let's move on to our next big story that we are getting right now at this moment. Breaking news coming in on the Shankaracharya controversy. Now, Shankaracharya Avimukteshwaranand will not perform worship at the ashram. The worship of 1,25,000 shivlings remain incomplete. Now, the Shankaracharya, as per him, will remain outside the ashram until the administration grants him a due respect. Now, the Yogi government, the authorities have challenged why he is using the Shankaracharya title. So he has already been issued a notice. And a notice has been issued to Swami Avimukteshwaranand over the alleged use of a Shankaracharya claim. Can he use a Shankaracharya title? That has been alleged, that has been asked. A notice has been issued. And he has also sent a notice to the UP government, to the administration. The Magh Mela administration in Prayagraj had earlier issued a notice to Swami Avimukteshwaranand Saraswati, and they were seeking an explanation for presenting himself as the Shankaracharya of the Jyotish Peeth. The notice was served on Monday, in which the Mela administration was seen citing a Supreme Court order that bars the appointment of any Shankaracharya. All right, so Shankaracharya Avimukteshwaranand spoke to us. Let's watch what he said.
स्वामी जी, जो जवाब दिया गया, जो आरोप लगाए गए थे प्रशासन की तरफ से, अधिवक्ता ने ईमेल के जरिए जिक्र किया कि ये सब पूरी तरह से गैर कानूनी है और इसके खिलाफ आगे याचिका भी दायर करेंगे सुप्रीम कोर्ट में। क्या कुछ कहा गया उसमें?
ऐसा है कि ये बियॉन्ड जुरिस्डिक्शन, अपने क्षेत्राधिकार का अतिक्रमण करके ये नोटिस हमको उनके द्वारा भेजी गई थी। जो माघ मेला प्राधिकरण है, उसका गठन जिस एक्ट से किया गया है, उसमें कहीं नहीं लिखा है कि माघ मेला का प्राधिकरण यहाँ पर आने वाले साधु संतों की डिग्निटी के परीक्षा करेगा। ये मर्यादा के अतिक्रमण का मामला है, शिष्टाचार की तिलांजलि देने का मामला है। लेकिन यहाँ के प्राधिकरण ने ये सब प्रवाह छोड़ दी और छोड़ करके हमसे पूछा कि अपने नाम के आगे जगत गुरु शंकराचार्य क्यों लिखे हो। तो जगत गुरु शंकराचार्य हमने अपने नाम के आगे नहीं लिखा है, हमारा नाम ही अब जगत गुरु शंकराचार्य है। वो उनको अभी ये बात नहीं समझ में आई है, पता नहीं है। ये जो जगत गुरु शंकराचार्य है, ये ऐसा पद नहीं है कि यहाँ पर कोई बैठे तो जब तक बैठा है तब तक वो अमुक कहा जाए। ये जीवन पर्यंत के लिए अभिषिक्त आचार्य होता है, और जैसे ही इस पद पर विराजमान होता है वो आदि शंकराचार्य का स्वरूप हो जाता है। भगवान शंकराचार्य जी ने मठामनाय महानुशासन में कहा है कि उक्त लक्षण संपन्न परिभ्राडुक्त लक्षण अहमेवेति विज्ञेयः यस्य देव इति श्रुते है। इसका मतलब कि मेरे पीठ पर मेरे द्वारा बताए गए लक्षणों से संपन्न जो आचार्य अभिषिक्त हो जाएगा वो मेरा ही स्वरूप है, मैं ही हूँ। अहम एव इति विज्ञेयः, मैं ही हूँ, ऐसा मेरे मानने वाले माने। तो वो ही हैं, आदि शंकराचार्य ही हैं। तो हमारे नाम के आगे हमने नहीं जोड़ा है, हमारा नाम अभिमुक्तेश्वरानंद नहीं है, हमारा नाम इस समय जगत गुरु शंकराचार्य है। अभिमुक्तेश्वरानंद इसलिए लगाया गया है, उसको हटाया इसलिए नहीं गया कि व्यवहारिक बोध भी लोगों को होता रहे, क्योंकि जगत गुरु शंकराचार्य मात्र कहेंगे तो आदि शंकराचार्य का बोध होने लगेगा, इसलिए ये नाम भी उसमें संयुक्त किया गया है। लेकिन हमारा ये असल में नाम है। ये जो धार्मिक हमारी बारीकी है, इसको क्या अधिकारी समझेंगे और क्या नेता समझेंगे, वो ऐसा प्रश्न हमसे पूछते हैं। और चूंकि उन्होंने पूछ ही लिया, लाज शर्म छोड़ के, लिहाज छोड़ के, तो फिर स्वाभाविक है। हमारे कार्यालय ने हमसे कहा था कि उन्होंने 24 घंटे में जवाब चाहा है हम दे देंगे, और हमको आज सवेरे जब हम आए हैं हमको बता दिया गया कि रात को 24 घंटा पूरा हो उसके पहले ही उनको ईमेल से भी जवाब भेज दिया गया है। और हमारे लोगों ने प्रिंट आउट निकाल करके जा करके वहाँ रिसीव भी कराना चाहा, लेकिन वहाँ उनके कार्यालय में भी वीडियो भी बनाया है, पूरे कार्यालय में कोई नहीं था उनके। वो रात को 12 बजे के बाद कानून गो भेजते हैं शंकराचार्य जी के यहाँ कि अभी रिसीव करिए। हमारे आदमी जब जाते हैं हम तो वहाँ पर भी तो कोई नहीं था। एक व्यक्ति खड़ा था, वो कहता था मैं तो चौकीदार हूँ, सवेरे आइए। तो फिर हमारे लोगों ने भी उनकी दीवार पे चस्पा कर दिया जवाब और आ गए।
तो आप लोगों ने भी 24 घंटे का वक्त दिया है।
अब 24 घंटे का वक्त बात तो थी मन में कि हम भी कहें, लेकिन उनके स्तर पर उतरना ठीक नहीं है। हमने ये मान लिया कि इनका जवाब मांगा था इन्होंने, हमारे कार्यालय ने उसको दे दिया। हम चाहते हैं कि ये जो चाहते हैं वो हम न करें। ये क्या चाहते हैं कि हमने गौ माता की रक्षा का जो मुद्दा उठाया है उसको ये डिरेल करना चाहते हैं, उसको पटरी से हटाना चाहते हैं, उसको पीछे करना चाहते हैं, छुपाना चाहते हैं, इसलिए ये सब कर रहे हैं। तो हम इनके आशय को समझ करके अपना मुख्य जो हमारा उद्देश्य है उस पर केंद्रित अब होना चाहते हैं।
शंकराचार्य जी, इस कड़कड़ाती ठंड में 3 दिन बीत चुके हैं उस पूरे घटनाक्रम को, आज चौथे दिन भी आप बाहर बैठे हैं। अब ये सिलसिला कब तक चलता रहेगा?
देखिए, ये शंकराचार्य हमारे यहाँ 4 हैं, एक पूर्व, एक पश्चिम, एक उत्तर, एक दक्षिण। और आपको पता है हम उत्तर के शंकराचार्य हैं। उत्तर तो हिमालय में है, हमारा पीठ बद्रीनाथ में है, तो हम तो हिमालय के शंकराचार्य हैं। हमें ठंडी से क्या, हमें तो ठंड अच्छी लगती है, हमें ठंडी से कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। -डिग्री में हमारे पूर्वज रहते आए हैं, हमें क्या दिक्कत है? हमारी कोई मांग नहीं है। मांगा किससे जाता है? जो हमसे ज़्यादा वैशिष्ट रखता हो, हम इनसे मांगेंगे। हमें क्या मांगना है? हम कुछ भी नहीं मांगते हैं इनसे, इनसे क्यों मांगेंगे? इसलिए हमारी कोई मांग नहीं थी। हाँ, हमारी टेक जरूर है और वो इनसे नहीं है। हमारी टेक गंगा और यमुना की धारा से है कि आपके स्नान के लिए हम निकले थे, हमें क्यों वो नहीं मिला है। जब तक ससम्मान हमारा स्नान नहीं होगा हम शिविर में प्रवेश नहीं करेंगे। अभी यात्रा में ही हैं, आप समझ लो कि अभी स्नान के लिए निकले हैं, अभी स्नान के लिए रास्ता ही में हैं, ऐसा मान करके रास्ते में बैठे हैं।
मतलब कि अगर विधि विधान से आपका स्नान संपन्न हो जाएगा तो आश्रम में आप बैठने लगेंगे?
हाँ, स्वाभाविक है, फिर और कार्य करेंगे, और नहीं तो यहाँ से भी हमारा धर्म कार्य तो चल ही रहा है। इस समय हम यहाँ आए थे तो पूजा पाठ, देखिए हम कितना मन में दुख होता है। भगवान की पूजा हम प्रतिदिन 5 बार करते हैं, अब यहीं से दर्शन कर रहे हैं, है ना, केवल तर्पण दंड का कर पा रहे हैं। तो ये सब है। अभी गुप्त नवरात्रि चल रही है, इसमें हम लोग महापूजा करते हैं। वो हमारी महापूजा हमको अपने शिष्यों के माध्यम से करनी पड़ रही है। और जब हम यहाँ आए थे तो हमने सोचा था कि गौ माता की रक्षा के लिए पहले हमारे मन में था कि भारत के हर हिंदू के घर में जा कर के हम अलग जगाएं, लेकिन ये व्यवहारिक नहीं है, संभव नहीं है। 7 लाख गांव हैं, संभव ही नहीं है हम पहुंच पाएँ। तो जब हम यहाँ आए तो हमको लगा कि ये तो पूरा लघु भारत है, धार्मिक भारत है, सब धर्म के लोग यहीं आए हुए हैं। तो अगर 5000 शिविर हैं, हमने पता किया माघ मेला के कार्यालय से, तो 5000 के लगभग शिविर उन्होंने बताए। तो हमने सोचा ये पकड़ में आ सकता है, तो 5000 शिविर के दरवाजे पे जाके अगर हम अलग जगाएं तो वो हमारी बात पूरे भारत में चली जाएगी। तो हमने वो शुरू कर दिया, गौ प्रतिष्ठा प्रेरणा यात्रा, और 500 से ज़्यादा शिविर के दरवाजे पे हम अभी तक जा चुके हैं। हमने वो काम अपना कंटिन्यू रखा है। 5000 शिविर के दरवाजे जा करके उनको जगाने का काम हमारा चलेगा। गौ माता की रक्षा हमारा कार्य मुख्य है, उसको हम आगे बढ़ाएंगे।
All right, viewers, let's move on to our next top story. Now, world leaders dominated day 2 of the World Economic Forum at Davos. Now, with strong messages on geopolitics, sovereignty, security, and the future of the global order. From Canada to Europe, China to the global south, leaders warned that the old system is under strain. Here is a report on all the developments at Davos.
Davos turned into a geopolitical sounding board, with leaders openly acknowledging that the rules-based international system is facing its most serious test since the end of the Cold War. Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney delivered one of the most hard-hitting speeches, saying the rules-based international order is breaking down.
It seems that every day we're reminded that we live in an era of great power rivalry, that the rules-based order is fading, that the strong can do what they can and the weak must suffer what they must. And this aphorism of Thucydides is presented as inevitable.
Carney said that economic security and national security are now inseparable, calling for resilient supply chains and stronger global institutions. French President Emmanuel Macron warned that rising geopolitical ambitions must not come at the cost of international law and territorial integrity.
are killing the structure where we can fix the situation and the common challenges we have. Without collective governance, cooperation gives way to relentless competition. Competition from the United States of America through trade agreements that undermine our export interests, demand maximum concessions, and openly aim to weaken and subordinate Europe, combined with an endless accumulation of new tariffs that are fundamentally unacceptable.
Greenland is not for sale. That warning was echoed by Denmark's Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen, who firmly rejected any suggestion that Greenland could become a geopolitical bargaining chip. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer cautioned that a fragmented world weakens democracies and strengthens instability.
One of the things that's been, impressed on me since I've been here is the absence of the United Kingdom, and that's why it's really important that I'm here and that our Shadow Chancellor Rachel Reeves is here as a statement of intent that should there be a change of government, and I hope there will be, the United Kingdom will play its part on the global stage in a way I think it probably hasn't in recent years.
Chinese Premier Li Keqiang called for dialogue, stability and resistance to protectionism, projecting China as a supporter of multilateral cooperation. India used the platform to amplify the voice of the global south, stressing fair access to finance, technology and climate resources. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa highlighted the imbalance in climate responsibility and impact.
Around the world and nations, humanity simply cannot progress. Now, as we confront the challenges of the 21st century, from climate change to pandemics, to addressing the challenge of poverty, to terrorism, from migration to artificial intelligence, we are in many ways once again called upon to harness that most powerful and most enduring of human attributes, mutually beneficial cooperation and collaboration.
Qatar's Emir Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani stressed that diplomacy and regional stability are essential to protect global energy security. From Europe to Asia, Africa to Latin America, leaders struck the same chord. The world is entering a phase of uncertainty, and inaction could deepen global divisions. Day 2 at Davos revealed a rare political consensus that the old global order is weakening, and whether it fractures under pressure or reforms for a new era now depends entirely on the choices world leaders make.
All right, we have time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, 30,000 crore Sanjay Kapoor inheritance battle in court. Rani Kapoor moves Delhi High Court to scrap family trust. Alleges forgery by Priya Sachdev.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime.
बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
At Amity University's 2-week summer school, students of classes 9 to 12 get to explore future undergraduate programs as per their interest from over 30 disciplines. Students attend lectures by Amity University faculty, gain experience at over 400 labs and learning studios, and attend personality enhancement workshops. Register now at amity.edu/summer school.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider.
You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Stamitra. Lots of stories lined up for you ahead. But first, let's take a look at the headlines at this hour.
आज सवेरे जब हम आए हैं हमको बता दिया गया कि रात को 24 घंटा पूरा हो उसके पहले ही उनको ईमेल से भी जवाब भेज दिया गया है।
Shankaracharya with Mukteshwaranand sends a legal notice to UP government, says he will remain outside ashram until administration grants him due respect.
Very glad that I have rejoined NDA. Surely we are going to form our Amma's government in Tamil Nadu.
Big boost to NDA fold ahead of Tamil Nadu elections. TTV Dinakaran makes a comeback to NDA alliance. ₹30,000 crore Sanjay Kapoor inheritance battle in court. Mother Rani Kapoor moves Delhi High Court to scrape a family trust. Alleges a forgery by Prayagraj. An IAF aircraft crashes into a pond in Prayagraj after pilot steers away from populated area to avoid casualties. 2 pilots reportedly injured.
Third, in terms of AI penetration, in terms of AI preparedness, and in terms of AI talent.
Donald Trump's big statement amid tensions with Europe. All right, viewers, the top focus at this hour. TTV Dinakaran, a leader of the AMK, has now rejoined NDA, and this comes months ahead of Tamil Nadu elections. In fact, this comes just after he exited the alliance, citing arrogance by AIADMK leader and former Chief Minister EPS. Now, Dinakaran told the media after rejoining NDA that those who compromise do not lose. In fact, in the presence of Union Minister Piyush Goyal, who's been given the charge of BJP in the state, Dinakaran said that this is a new beginning and that the alliance will in fact strive to form a new government in Tamil Nadu.
I am very happy and I am very glad that I have rejoined NDA. Surely we are going to form our Amma's government in Tamil Nadu, because in 2021, Honorable Amit Shah ji tried for this to bring Amma's government. Now he succeeded in it. Surely we are going to form Amma's government in Tamil Nadu. Sir, it was only same family and we are all brothers. We had fight. Now I have forgotten everything. See, in the interest of Tamil Nadu and the interest of my party, I have given up everything. Only my thought is, only there is in my mind that we should form NDA government in Tamil Nadu.
Senior leader of the NDA, my brother TTV Dhinakaran has decided to come back to the NDA family. TTV Dhinakaran was with my father in the Rajya Sabha in the period 2004 to 2007, and since then I have seen his good work, I have seen his popularity, I have seen his leadership skills, and all of us in the NDA, my elder brother and leader of AIADMK, Thiru Edappadi Palaniswamy ji, my brother and good friend Thiru Ambumani Ramadas, other colleagues in the NDA, Thiru Vasan, and many other friends are all committed to removing this corrupt DMK government, this incompetent DMK government, which is attacking the people of Tamil Nadu, which is attacking Tamil culture, which is attacking the Tamil pride about which we are all very hurt. We will all work together as one family. Senior leader of the NDA, my brother TTV Dhinakaran has decided to come back to the NDA family. TTV Dhinakaran was with my father in the Rajya Sabha in the period 2004 to 2007, and since then I have seen his good work, I have seen his popularity, I have seen his leadership skills, and all of us in the NDA, my elder brother and leader of AIADMK, Thiru Edappadi Palaniswamy ji, my brother and good friend Thiru Ambumani Ramadas, other colleagues in the NDA, Thiru Vasan, and many other friends are all committed to removing this corrupt DMK government, this incompetent DMK government, which is attacking the people of Tamil Nadu, which is attacking Tamil culture, which is attacking the Tamil pride about which we are all very hurt. We will all work together as one family.
And now viewers, the shifting focus to northeast despite Manipur governor's January 12th assertion that no buffer zones exist in the state. Villagers in Imphal East district have now raised concern over a large barricade near the Dulai Thabi barrage, claiming that effectively functions as a buffer zone on the ground. Now, local residents said that the barricade, located barely 300 meters from Dulai Thabi village and within about 23 kilometers, the Methi villages, contradicts the governor's statement and has disrupted the normal life by restricting movement and heightening security. Now, expressing apprehension over their safety, villagers also urged officials to open the barricade, stating that its continued presence undermines confidence and peace among the local communities. Now, viewers, take a look at Republic's ground report on this very issue.
In a shocking contradiction, Republic TV's investigation reveals that despite the governor's claim of no buffer zones, a de facto buffer zone exists in Imphal East Dulai Thabi barrage area. The governor claims that no buffer zones exist, but ground reality tells a very different story. When I spoke to the villagers in Imphal East, they said they are living behind barricades and it is being treated as a buffer zone, directly contradicting the governor's statement.
पुरुम के एरिया में एक बफर जोन होता है और ये दोलाई थाबी इसमें भी अभी बफर जोन है। पूरा बैरिकेड लगा के तीनों जगह, तीनों साइड में पूरा बैरिकेड लगा के अभी तक कोई भी जा नहीं सकता है। अगर हम लोग का मैतई का 2-3 गांव अंदर में रह गया है, इसको जाने के लिए परमिशन मांगे तो अभी क्या सिक्योरिटी का अरेंजमेंट नहीं हो रहा है, ये नहीं हो रहा है। तो बिना मतलब अभी आप लोग के स्टेटमेंट में जो बफर जोन नहीं है बोलने से इनको जाने दीजिए। जो डिस्प्लेस पर्सन जो हो गया हमारा आईडीपीस, इनको अपना अपना घर में जाने दीजिए, इनका घर बनाने दीजिए। तो अभी तक किसी गांव को हमारा मतलब लैतान पोकपी का एरिया में जो लड़ाई का वजह से जो जल चुका है तीनों चारों गांव, इसको अभी तक घर में जाने के लिए अपना जो पुराना वाला घर, पुराना वाला गांव, इसको देखने के लिए अभी तक चांस ही नहीं मिल रहा है। तो आप कैसा मतलब इसका बारे में ये बफर जोन नहीं है वो मतलब कैसा बोल रहा है आप?
For the villagers, mobility is restricted, daily life is disrupted, and fear has replaced normalcy. Villagers are demanding the barricade be opened immediately, worrying that continued closure is eroding trust and peace.
Manipur Governor Ajay Kumar Vala has announced that there is no buffer zone in Manipur. However, in Imphal East, Khundrapam AC, this is Laitan Pokpi, located around 50 to 60 kilometers away from the capital Imphal. However, we see a big barricade over there. This is monitored by mainly by CRPF. So the next area beyond this buffer zone, it is Dolai Thabi, and next is Yangkuman, which is located 2 to 3 kilometers from this area, and next is Iko.
Villagers also demand for a comprehensive resettlement and rehabilitation of displaced families, as they claim that without resettlement there can be no lasting peace in Manipur.
गवर्नर साहब को भी जितना बार हमने एप्लीकेशन दिया है ये वाला तीनों गांव को रीसेटलमेंट करने के लिए, तो इनका तरफ से, गवर्नमेंट का तरफ से, गवर्नर का तरफ से और हमारा डीसी का तरफ से अभी तक कुछ मतलब अंदर में किया होगा, फिर भी हम लोग को दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है अभी तक कुछ। इनका रीसेटलमेंट करने के लिए अंदर में जो क्या बोलता है सेंट्रल फोर्स का टीम होना चाहिए अंदर में, और इनका जो सेंट्रल फोर्स रहने के लिए जो क्या बोलता है इसको फैब्रिकेटेड हाउस बोलता है, वो बनाना चाहिए, अभी तक बनाया नहीं।
While the governor says there are no buffer zones, what I saw on ground is a clear contradiction, a clear ground reality. Barricades controlling villages in Imphal East.
Now, viewers, while Spain was already reeling under the crisis of a train crash that killed 42 people, another train crash has now taken place, leaving several injured and dead in the country. Take a look at this report.
While Spain still mourns for the 42 people who died in a train crash 2 days ago, another deadly accident has shook the nation. After a retaining wall fell onto the tracks, a Barcelona commuter train crashed in the town of Gelida, leaving one dead and many injured. The commuter train crashed about 35 minutes outside of Barcelona, with the driver of the train reported dead. Emergency services rushed to the spot. Regional firefighters say most of the injured were on board the first train car. 20 ambulances were sent to the site of the crash and injured taken to the hospital, where 5 are reported critical. As efforts are on to bring back train operations to normalcy, Spanish Prime Minister took to social media saying he stood in solidarity with the victims and their families. Probe is on for the deadly accident in southern Spain. However, another crash mere 2 days after it has raised eyebrows about the safety of passengers in the European nation.
All right, viewers, now the European Union and India are yet to finalize a landmark free trade agreement, calling it the mother of all deals. Now, this would create a massive market accounting for almost a quarter of global GDP, and this is said by EU President Ursula von der Leyen. She announced it at the World Economic Forum in Davos, stating that negotiations are in the final stages, and the agreement, in fact, is expected to now significantly boost trade ties, reduce EU's dependence on traditional partners, and also reshape the global trade flows. Now, remember, the EU is India's biggest trade partner, with bilateral trade in goods reaching up to $135 billion in 2023 to 2024. Now, this deal is seen as a strategic move amid rising protectionism and also the trade tensions underlying with the US at this point. Take a look at this report.
What Europe needs to do is have a strategic doctrine in the 21st century, wherein it includes India as the fourth pole of its strategic doctrine. Europe has not de-risked its national security dependency. It has dependency on America. Now, America walks away, Europe is left dangling.
French President Emmanuel Macron asked the European Commission to trigger its anti-coercion policy if U.S. President Donald Trump imposes more tariffs on the EU. Macron made this statement on January 17th, right after which Trump hit the EU with 10% tariffs for sending troops to Greenland on January 18th.
Everybody think in France, in the European Union, that Greenland is not to be sold, not to be taken. The situation in Greenland is clearly a wake-up call for all the Europeans. And let me tell you very directly that you are not alone. And when a strategic message is sent to you, I want just for you to know that it's clearly perceived by the Europeans as targeting a European land. And this flag you have here is our common flag. And we know our common values. And we know our long-standing choices. And this is why it's very important for French people and all the European people to convey very clearly this message of solidarity and the fact that we stand with you, now, for today, and for tomorrow.
Possibility is always there. The question is, what is the probability, right? The probability of the EU going down the path to use this Anti-Coercion Act as of now is low, but it is growing. The chances are growing that it could, decide to invoke the ACA. Now, the point is, of course, there are huge downsides to it. There's a huge, challenge. It will be uncharted territory for the European Union and, of course, the United States also, if it goes down this path. Also, it will mean that the rupturing of Europe with America will get more intense. So that is the decision which the EU is facing right now, either to go along with the United States, somehow agree to the conditions which the US is posing with regards to Greenland. It could go down that path very much and adjust and, in a way, bend down to what America is asking. That's one path. The other path, of which now there is a growing realization in Europe that they need to stand up, because if they do not stand up now, then America will continue in a way, bullying Europe. So the choice is difficult, but they have this tool. Yes, the Anti-Coercion Act, which was, I think, set into law in the year 2021, in response to China's pressures on Lithuania. Lithuania had opened up or allowed the opening of a representative office of Taiwan, which was named as Taiwan, not Taipei. Normally, it is Taipei office, like even in India, right? But it was named Taiwan. China got angry. China stopped all imports from Lithuania. China effectively blacklisted Lithuania. So the Europeans, they enacted a law that in case of a coercion by any outside power, it was meant to handle China, right? Which threatens Europe's trade or other interests. They set up this law, and it is a bazooka, or it is termed as a bazooka, because it has very wide powers in that law. It is not only a law in terms of trade, tariff and counter tariff. It is not only that. It's not for only commercial war. It's for a geopolitical war. So Europe could invoke that, and that would mean not only tariffs on American goods, 10%, 25%, 100% also they could. It could also mean that Europe could, start investigations into American companies, tax investigations. It could also mean Europe could insist on data localization to a larger degree. It could also mean Europe could prosecute some of the tech companies for their algorithms like, Twitter and Insta or Facebook or TikTok, whichever. So there are a bunch of powers embedded in this act. That is why it is known as a bazooka. It will not, I think, help EU to save Greenland. If not an invasion, but let's say American occupancy or Greenland as a colony of America. The math, the numbers, the raw power are all with America. Europe is feeling, in a way, orphaned right now if the US withdraws its security umbrella. There are talks also that some of the EU, or not some, then the EU countries would ask America to wind up its military bases in Europe. Sure, they could ask that. But then what happens to European defense? They need to protect themselves from the Russian bear, which is out there, out on their doorsteps. So Europe is caught between a cliff and and the deep sea. And yes, they could take a strong stance to signal that maybe enough is enough to America. But even beyond that signaling, I think it depends how matters spiral up or spiral down. See, if the EU invokes the bazooka and maybe slaps 10% tariff, not much, right? It's known as a bazooka. Bazooka means EU has a bunch of options in its portfolio, as I was explaining earlier, right? You know, tax investigations, data localization, revoking of intellectual property, all of those, and tariffs. Europe may decide not to do all of that, but only maybe impose 10% reverse tariff on America, just to signal that it's serious, right? And then it depends upon how America reacts, and then it could spiral up. Then Europe may go up to 50% tariff. If something like that happens, then it becomes a trade war. So I think the first step could be that Europe might invoke the Bazooka Act, but not fire the full bazooka, just impose only 10% tariffs on American goods, which itself is a big step. So Europe could test the waters that way with pushing back America. And then it remains to be seen. Probably America will come back with a much bigger hammer. Then will come the moment of decision for EU, to go ahead or not go ahead. If it decides to go ahead at that point of time, then things would very much spiral down. Not only a trade war, then Trump could straight off, land maybe a few hundred more troops and say that Greenland is ours. He could go down that part. And then would the Danish or the few soldiers there, would they fight the American troops? Then that would reach that point of fireworks. Not in the short term, but in the long run. EU has to update its security doctrine. So far, EU had been working on a three-pole strategy. America as one pole for trade and military security. Russia for resources, oil and gas and resources. And China as the factory for Europe. These were the three poles with which Europe was juggling. What Europe needs to do, and in this new world matrix which is emerging, Europe, all three of these poles are now wobbling for Europe. America is wobbling big time, Russia is wobbling, and China is a pole on which or with which EU has to do business, but it's not very much enamored of China. What Europe needs to do is have a strategic doctrine in the 21st century, wherein it includes India as the fourth pole of its strategic doctrine. So far, EU looks at India only transactional and some sector partnerships. Green energy, yes. Something, yes. Okay. Europe has to look at India in a holistic manner as a fourth pole in its 21st century strategic doctrine. But you see, this is what is going on. Everyone may has their own name to the term Atmanirbharta. Each country is doing this right now, not only India. Every country, I think, since COVID, after COVID, especially the shock of COVID, and then the shock of the Russia-Ukraine war, and then the shock of Israel-Gaza, every country has woken up to the fact that they need to as much as maximize what they have. But the truth is that no country can live alone. Even India cannot. We may say Atmanirbharta, we may try. Sure, we will boost up some of our manufacturing, some of our sectors.
What does TTV Dinakaran's return to the NDA just months ahead of the elections really mean for the alliance? We'll tell you all about that and also get you the latest details of the inheritance battle that has now broken out in court in the Sanjay Kapoor legacy case. Fresh allegations have been hurled by Rani Kapoor, not just against Priya Sachdev, but against the deceased industrialist Sanjay Kapoor himself. All this and a lot more coming up on 6 Stories at 6 with me, Ayana Mitra.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला NDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला NDH मसाला
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
शंकराचार्य और मसाला।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over.
A very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching live and breaking, and I'm Raksh Tamisha with you. Let's get started with the top stories of the day that we are tracking for you.
में जवाब चाहे हम दे देंगे, और हमको आज सवेरे जब हम आए हैं हमको बता दिया गया कि रात को 24 घंटा पूरा हो उसके पहले ही उनको ईमेल से भी जवाब भेज दिया गया है।
Shankaracharya Abhimukteshwaranand sends illegal notice to UP government, says he will remain outside ashram until administration grants him due respect.
I'm very glad that I have rejoined NDA. Surely we are going to form our Amma's government in Tamil Nadu.
It's a big boost to NDA fold ahead of Tamil Nadu elections. TTV Dinakaran makes a comeback to NDA alliance. 30,000 crores. Sanjay Kapoor inheritance battle in court. Rani Kapoor moves the Delhi High Court to scrap family trust. Alleges forgery by Priya Sachdev.
Third, in terms of AI penetration, in terms of AI preparedness, and in terms of AI talent.
Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav at the World Economic Forum says Stanford ranks India third globally in AI penetration, preparedness, and AI talent. European nations push back Trump at Davos, Greenland annexation tantrum. So the big story we're tracking, viewers, the row over Shankaracharya Avimukteshwaranand. Now, the Prayagraj administration has issued a notice to controversial Avimukteshwaranand, and after he used the title Shankaracharya during a recent event sparking row that was used during the Magh Mela in Prayagraj, and the issue arose as the title Shankaracharya is traditionally associated with the heads of specific monastic institutions, and there are concerns regarding the legitimacy of its use by individuals not formally recognized by these institutions. So the administration clarifies that it was looking into the matter to ensure compliance with legal and traditional norms. While Swami Avimukteshwaranand defends his actions, asserts that his use of the title is legitimate. But he is not in the headlines just for this controversy. Ladies and gentlemen, we bring you 3 videos that put together the whole story, the controversy, the row that has erupted during Magh Mela. Now, this is Shankaracharya versus Yogi government. In the first video, we're just going to play out. The first video, you can see Avimukteshwaranand arguing with the police. We're just going to play out that video to put in perspective. These are 3 videos that put together the entire story. So the first story shows him arguing with the police. See, take a look.
नई परंपरा नहीं है, पहले से हमारी परिक्रमा होती रही है, उसके प्रमाण है हमारे पास। कोई अनुमति नहीं है जो नहीं, आप कह रहे हैं नई परंपरा नहीं है, ये परंपरा हमारी बहुत पुरानी है। वो चीज आप कोर्ट में लीजिएगा, वो बात आप कोर्ट में रखिएगा। नहीं, आप कह रहे हैं ना कि नई परंपरा, तो आप किस आधार पर ये कह रहे हैं? वहाँ पे कोई अभी नहीं होती ना? क्यों नहीं होती है? रोज होती है, वहाँ रोज परिक्रमा करते हैं सनातन धर्म में। का कारण बताइए हमको कारण बताइए। कोई भी नई परंपरा नहीं है, पहले से हमारी परिक्रमा होती रही है, उसके प्रमाण है हमारे पास। कोई अनुमति नहीं है जो नहीं, आप कह रहे हैं नई परंपरा नहीं है, ये परंपरा हमारी बहुत पुरानी है। वो चीज आप कोर्ट में लीजिएगा, वो बात आप कोर्ट में रखिएगा। नहीं, आप कह रहे हैं ना कि नई परंपरा, तो आप किस आधार पर ये कह रहे हैं? वहाँ पे कोई अभी नहीं होती ना? क्यों नहीं होती है? रोज होती है, वहाँ रोज परिक्रमा करते हैं सनातन धर्म में।
In the second video, viewers, that we're going to now play out, he is warned of breaching the barricades. Swami Avimukteshwaranand is seen breaching the barricades while he was stopped. He was warned against breaching the barricades as well. As you can see there, as we've encircled him, he's there where there's a lot of commotion, as you can see. And we'll just play that video out for you.
साधु भेष में होकर के पुलिस के साथ प्लीज अराजकता ना करें, इतना रिक्वेस्ट है आप लोगों से, सभी से। प्लीज 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 आपसे निवेदन है, आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है, प्लीज आप न करें, क्योंकि इसकी वजह से आपकी वजह से यहाँ पे रोकिए, वो बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ रहे हैं आपके लोग, 2 नंबर की बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ चुके हैं, बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ रहे हैं। आप अपने लोगों को रोकिए, रिक्वेस्ट है, आप अपने लोगों को रोकिए, वहाँ वो बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ रहे हैं। भेष में होकर के पुलिस के साथ प्लीज अराजकता ना करें, इतना रिक्वेस्ट है आप लोगों से, सभी से। प्लीज 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 आपसे निवेदन है, आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है, प्लीज आप न करें, क्योंकि इसकी वजह से आपकी वजह से यहाँ पे रोकिए, वो बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ रहे हैं आपके लोग, 2 नंबर की बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ चुके हैं, बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ रहे हैं। आप अपने लोगों को रोकिए, रिक्वेस्ट है, आप अपने लोगों को रोकिए, वहाँ वो बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ रहे हैं। भेष में होकर के पुलिस के साथ प्लीज अराजकता ना करें, इतना रिक्वेस्ट है आप लोगों से, सभी से। प्लीज 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 आपसे निवेदन है, आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है, प्लीज आप न करें, क्योंकि इसकी वजह से आपकी वजह से यहाँ पे रोकिए, वो बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ रहे हैं आपके लोग, 2 नंबर की बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ चुके हैं, बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ रहे हैं। आप अपने लोगों को रोकिए, रिक्वेस्ट है, आप अपने लोगों को रोकिए, वहाँ वो बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ रहे हैं।
And now in the video number 3 we're going to play out, viewers, we just see him dialing Akhilesh Yadav, the Samajwadi Party Supremo and the former Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, where he speaks of fighting a solo battle. So he calls up Akhilesh Yadav and says that he's fighting alone there.
कैसे हैं आप? अब देखिए, अब हम तो अपना लड़ रहे हैं, अपनी लड़ाई अभिमन्यु की तरह चक्रव्यूह में लड़ रहे हैं। देखिए, जब कोई बच्चा हिंदू घर में पैदा होता है, हिंदू माँ बाप से, जन्मते ही उसका गंगा यमुना में स्नान करने का जन्मसिद्ध अधिकार हो जाता है। उससे उसको वंचित नहीं किया जा सकता। इन्होंने हमको संगम स्नान से वंचित कर दिया। कितना बड़ा संवैधानिक जो है इन्होंने प्रश्न खड़ा किया है कि क्या किसी हिंदू बच्चे को आप स्नान से वंचित कर सकते हो? कर दिया इन्होंने। हाँ जी जी, सही है। हाँ सही है, सही है, सही है। सारा तोड़ दिया इन्होंने। 150 मंदिर हमारे तोड़ दिए हैं और अभी भी तोड़ते चले जा रहे हैं। यही बात है। ठीक है जी, ठीक है।
Now, viewers, he's also sent a legal notice to the Uttar Pradesh government after being challenged by the Yogi Adityanath government regarding his claim to the Shankaracharya title. In fact, he also spoke to Republic TV on this as he defends his claim and asserts that his religious standing is valid. Take a listen in.
स्वामी जी, जो जवाब दिया गया, जो आरोप लगाए गए थे प्रशासन की तरफ से, अधिवक्ता ने ईमेल के जरिए जिक्र किया कि ये सब पूरी तरह से गैर कानूनी है और इसके खिलाफ आगे याचिका भी दायर करेंगे सुप्रीम कोर्ट में। क्या कुछ कहा गया उसमें?
ऐसा है कि ये बियॉन्ड जुरिस्डिक्शन, अपने क्षेत्राधिकार का अतिक्रमण करके ये नोटिस हमको उनके द्वारा भेजी गई थी। जो माघ मेला प्राधिकरण है उसका गठन जिस एक्ट से किया गया है उसमें कहीं नहीं लिखा है कि माघ मेला का प्राधिकरण यहाँ पर आने वाले साधु संतों की डिग्निटी के परीक्षा करेगा। ये मर्यादा के अतिक्रमण का मामला है, शिष्टाचार की तिलांजलि देने का मामला है। लेकिन यहाँ के प्राधिकरण ने ये सब परवाह छोड़ दी और छोड़ करके हमसे पूछा कि अपने नाम के आगे जगत गुरु शंकराचार्य क्यों लिखे हो। तो जगत गुरु शंकराचार्य हमने अपने नाम के आगे नहीं लिखा है, हमारा नाम ही अब जगत गुरु शंकराचार्य है। वो उनको अभी ये बात नहीं समझ में आई है, पता नहीं है। ये जो जगत गुरु शंकराचार्य है ये ऐसा पद नहीं है कि यहाँ पर कोई बैठे तो जब तक बैठा है तब तक वो अमुक कहा जाए। ये जीवन पर्यंत के लिए अभिषिक्त आचार्य होता है और जैसे ही इस पद पर विराजमान होता है वो आदि शंकराचार्य का स्वरूप हो जाता है। भगवान शंकराचार्य जी ने मठामनाय महानुशासन में कहा है कि उक्त लक्षण संपन्न परिभ्राडुक्त लक्षण अहमेवेति विज्ञेयः यस्य देव इति श्रुते है। इसका मतलब कि मेरे पीठ पर मेरे द्वारा बताए गए लक्षणों से संपन्न जो आचार्य अभिषिक्त हो जाएगा वो मेरा ही स्वरूप है, मैं ही हूँ। अहम एव इति विज्ञेयः, मैं ही हूँ, ऐसा मेरे मानने वाले माने। तो वो ही हैं, आदि शंकराचार्य ही हैं। तो हमारे नाम के आगे हमने नहीं जोड़ा है। हमारा नाम अभी मुक्तेश्वरानंद नहीं है, हमारा नाम इस समय जगत गुरु शंकराचार्य है। अभी मुक्तेश्वरानंद इसलिए लगाया गया है, उसको हटाया इसलिए नहीं गया कि व्यवहारिक बोध भी लोगों को होता रहे, क्योंकि जगत गुरु शंकराचार्य मात्र कहेंगे तो आदि शंकराचार्य का बोध होने लगेगा, इसलिए ये नाम भी उसमें संयुक्त किया गया है। लेकिन हमारा ये असल में नाम है। ये जो धार्मिक हमारी बारीकी है इसको क्या अधिकारी समझेंगे और क्या नेता समझेंगे, वो ऐसा प्रश्न हमसे पूछते हैं। और चूंकि उन्होंने पूछ ही लिया, लाज शर्म छोड़ के, लिहाज छोड़ के, तो फिर स्वाभाविक है। हमारे कार्यालय ने हमसे कहा था कि उन्होंने 24 घंटे में जवाब चाहा है हम दे देंगे। और हमको आज सवेरे जब हम आए हैं हमको बता दिया गया कि रात को 24 घंटा पूरा हो उसके पहले ही उनको ईमेल से भी जवाब भेज दिया गया है। और हमारे लोगों ने प्रिंट आउट निकाल करके जा करके वहाँ रिसीव भी कराना चाहा, लेकिन वहाँ उनके कार्यालय में भी वीडियो भी बनाया है, पूरे कार्यालय में कोई नहीं था उनके। वो रात को 12 बजे के बाद कानून गो भेजते हैं शंकराचार्य जी के यहाँ कि अभी रिसीव करिए। हमारे आदमी जब जाते हैं हम तो वहाँ पर भी तो कोई नहीं था। एक व्यक्ति खड़ा था, वो कहता था मैं तो चौकीदार हूँ, सवेरे आइए। तो फिर हमारे लोगों ने भी उनकी दीवार पे चस्पा कर दिया जवाब और आ गए।
तो आप लोगों ने भी 24 घंटे का वक्त दिया है।
अब 24 घंटे का वक्त, बात तो थी मन में कि हम भी कहें, लेकिन उनके स्तर पर उतरना ठीक नहीं है। हमने ये मान लिया कि इनका जवाब मांगा था इन्होंने, हमारे कार्यालय ने उसको दे दिया। हम चाहते हैं कि ये जो चाहते हैं वो हम न करें। ये क्या चाहते हैं कि हमने गौ माता की रक्षा का जो मुद्दा उठाया है उसको ये डिरेल करना चाहते हैं, उसको पटरी से हटाना चाहते हैं, उसको पीछे करना चाहते हैं, छुपाना चाहते हैं, इसलिए ये सब कर रहे हैं। तो हम इनके आशय को समझ करके अपना मुख्य जो हमारा उद्देश्य है उस पर केंद्रित अब होना चाहते हैं।
शंकराचार्य जी, इस कड़कड़ाती ठंड में 3 दिन बीत चुके हैं उस पूरे घटनाक्रम को, आज चौथे दिन भी आप बाहर बैठे हैं। अब ये सिलसिला कब तक चलता रहेगा?
देखिए, ये शंकराचार्य हमारे यहाँ 4 हैं, एक पूर्व, एक पश्चिम, एक उत्तर, एक दक्षिण। और आपको पता है हम उत्तर के शंकराचार्य हैं। उत्तर तो हिमालय में है, हमारा पीठ बद्रीनाथ में है, तो हम तो हिमालय के शंकराचार्य हैं। हमें ठंडी से क्या, हमें तो ठंड अच्छी लगती है, हमें ठंडी से कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। माइनस डिग्री में हमारे पूर्वज रहते आए हैं, हमें क्या दिक्कत है। हमारी कोई मांग नहीं है। मांगा किससे जाता है? जो हमसे ज़्यादा वैशिष्ट रखता हो, हम इनसे मांगेंगे। हमें क्या मांगना है? हम कुछ भी नहीं मांगते हैं इनसे, इनसे क्यों मांगेंगे? इसलिए हमारी कोई मांग नहीं थी। हाँ, हमारी टेक जरूर है और वो इनसे नहीं है। हमारी टेक गंगा और यमुना की धारा से है कि आपके स्नान के लिए हम निकले थे, हमें क्यों वो नहीं मिला है। जब तक ससम्मान हमारा स्नान नहीं होगा हम शिविर में प्रवेश नहीं करेंगे। अभी यात्रा में ही हैं, समझ लो कि अभी स्नान के लिए निकले हैं, अभी स्नान के लिए रास्ता ही में हैं, ऐसा मान करके रास्ते में बैठे हैं।
मतलब कि अगर विधि विधान से आपका स्नान संपन्न हो जाएगा तो आश्रम में आप बैठने लगेंगे?
हाँ, स्वाभाविक है, फिर और कार्य करेंगे, और नहीं तो यहाँ से भी हमारा धर्म कार्य तो चल ही रहा है। इस समय हम यहाँ आए थे तो पूजा पाठ, देखिए हम कितना मन में दुख होता है। भगवान की पूजा हम प्रतिदिन 5 बार करते हैं, अब यहीं से दर्शन कर रहे हैं, है ना, केवल तर्पण दंड का कर पा रहे हैं। तो ये सब है। अभी गुप्त नवरात्रि चल रही है, इसमें हम लोग महापूजा करते हैं। वो हमारी महापूजा हमको अपने शिष्यों के माध्यम से करनी पड़ रही है। और जब हम यहाँ आए थे तो हमने सोचा था कि गौ माता की रक्षा के लिए पहले हमारे मन में था कि भारत के हर हिंदू के घर में जा कर के हम अलग जगाएं, लेकिन ये व्यवहारिक नहीं है, संभव नहीं है। 7 लाख गांव हैं, संभव ही नहीं है हम पहुंच पाएँ। तो जब हम यहाँ आए तो हमको लगा कि ये तो पूरा लघु भारत है, धार्मिक भारत है, सब धर्म के लोग यहीं आए हुए हैं। तो अगर 5000 शिविर हैं, हमने पता किया माघ मेला के कार्यालय से, तो 5000 के लगभग शिविर उन्होंने बताए। तो हमने सोचा ये पकड़ में आ सकता है, तो 5000 शिविर के दरवाजे पे जाके अगर हम अलग जगाएं तो वो हमारी बात पूरे भारत में चली जाएगी। तो हमने वो शुरू कर दिया, गौ प्रतिष्ठा प्रेरणा यात्रा, और 500 से ज़्यादा शिविर के दरवाजे पे हम अभी तक जा चुके हैं। हमने वो काम अपना कंटिन्यू रखा है। 5000 शिविर के दरवाजे जा करके उनको जगाने का काम हमारा चलेगा। गौ माता की रक्षा हमारा कार्य मुख्य है, उसको हम आगे बढ़ाएंगे।
And viewers, now we shift our focus to the chilling pattern that has emerged from Kerala's Kasaragod district. Young women are missing, families left shattered, questions left unanswered. Republic TV investigates this disturbing allegation of radicalization via marriage, what locals describe as love jihad. Families are claiming young women are allegedly converted, indoctrinated, and then completely cut off from their loved ones. Some have never returned. Some are believed to have vanished across borders. Others are alleged to have been pushed into extremist networks linked to banned terror outfits. Here's a detailed report.
Kasaragod in Kerala, a district now haunted by fear. Several women here have gone missing over the last few years. Conversion to Islam and forced marriages. And behind it, an ISIS module at work.
In the year 2017,
as many as 21 people from various parts of Kasaragod, such as Trikkaripur, Valapattanam and Padanna joined IS. They were radicalized through so-called love jihad activities and other measures coordinated by various communal organizations such as Popular Front of India, and the Republic TV team visited Kasaragod to know the current status of these radicalized activities there. However, the results were shocking. We met a number of families whose life were spoiled due to this so-called love jihad and allied radicalized activities.
The radicalized men here follow hardline Salafi Islam, keeping away from mainstream Muslim society, and advocate violent jihad. Their aim to convert as many as they can. Republic went to Kasaragod, speaking to victims of the Love Jihad module. One of them is a CPM leader, PV Bhaskaran. He claims his own daughter was radicalized under the guise of medical treatment.
ഇവൻ കൊടുത്ത മരുന്ന് എൻ്റെ സംശയം നമുക്ക് വന്നു, അത് മറ്റേ ലഹരി മരുന്നാണ് ഇവൻ കൊടുത്തുകൊണ്ടായി. അപ്പോൾ പെണ്ണിന് ഭയങ്കര വല്ലാണ്ടില്ല ആവേശവും കാര്യം. പിന്നെ അന്ന് വീട്ടിൽ നിന്ന് തന്നെയാണ് ചികിത്സ, 2 മാസം ചില്ലറയും വീട്ടിൽ നിന്ന് തന്നെയാണ് ചികിത്സ നടത്തിയിട്ടുള്ളത്. ആ നടത്തിയ ശേഷം പറഞ്ഞ് എൻ്റെ പിന്നെ ഇതുണ്ട്, പിന്നെ ഇതല്ല ചികിത്സ നടത്തുന്ന റൂമുണ്ട് അവിടെ തൃക്കരിപ്പൂർ ഭാര്യ വീടാണ്. അങ്ങനെ അവിടെ കൊണ്ടുപോയി 1 മാസം വരെ അവിടെ നിന്ന് വീട്ടിൽ കൊണ്ടുവന്നിട്ടാകുമ്പോൾ ആകെ പ്രശ്നമായി. ഇവള് എന്തായാലും എൻ്റെ മരുന്നേ പറ്റുന്നില്ല രീതിയിൽ തന്നെയാണ് സംസാരിച്ചിട്ട് അവൾ എന്തായാലും നിൽക്കുന്നില്ല.
This left leader Bhaskaran reveals modules link to the banned extremist outfit the PFI. Despite the PFI ban, families reveal how the ideological influence never disappeared.
എനിക്ക് ഇപ്പോൾ സംശയം തോന്നിപ്പോകുന്നു. സംശയം അത് ഉറപ്പ് പറയാൻ കഴിയില്ല, കാരണം ഇല്ലത് നമ്മൾ തെറ്റായിട്ടുള്ള രീതിയിൽ പറഞ്ഞു വിടല്ലോ. സംശയം തോന്നിപ്പോകുന്നു, അവൻ്റെ പിന്നിൽ ആളുണ്ട്. അത് ഞാൻ സ്റ്റേഷൻ കംപ്ലൈൻറ്റ് പറഞ്ഞു.
PV Bhaskaran belongs to the ruling party. But here's the most explosive allegation. He claims the terror funding is coming from the Gulf.
ഇവരൊരു ഗൾഫിൽ ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ളവർക്കൊരു ഫണ്ടുണ്ട് പോലും, അങ്ങനെയുള്ളവരെ സംരക്ഷിച്ചിട്ടില്ല വരുന്നതിന് സാമ്പത്തിക സഹായം കിട്ടുന്നതിലൊരു വിവരം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അത്
അപ്പോൾ കൊണ്ടുപോയാൽ
ഇത് കാശ് കിട്ടും. അതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് നമുക്ക് പഠിച്ചിട്ടില്ല. അതിങ്ങനെ നമ്മൾ നാട്ടുപുറത്ത് നേരത്തെ അറിയുന്ന കാര്യമാണ്.
This is retired military officer Ashokan KM. He claims his daughter fell into the love jihad trap. Her religion, her identity changed. She now refuses to speak to her family. Ashokan claims those who converted her have the chief minister's backing.
ഇത്തരം ഒരു സംഗതിയോട് എന്താ ചേട്ടൻ്റെ പ്രതികരണം? എന്താ
ഇതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് എനിക്ക് പറയാവുന്നത്, ഇവളിപ്പോഴും അപകടാവസ്ഥയിലാണെന്നുള്ളതാണ് എനിക്ക് പറയാനുള്ളത്. ഇവൾ എന്തുകൊണ്ട് പൊതുമധ്യേ മനുഷ്യരുടെ ഇടയിലേക്ക് ഇവളെ ഇറക്കി വിടാത്തതിൻ്റെ? ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു അച്ഛനെയും അമ്മയും കാണാൻ പോലും അവകാശം ഇല്ലേ അവൾക്ക്? അതൊന്നും അവർ ചെയ്യുന്നില്ല. അപ്പോൾ അമ്മ മരിച്ചിട്ട് പോലും വരുന്നില്ല. ഇതെന്താ, ഇത് ഏത് മതമാണെന്ന്? ഇങ്ങനെയാണ്. ഇതൊക്കെ നമുക്ക് ഒരു പ്രശ്നമുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളാണിത്. അപ്പോൾ ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ ഇവിടുത്തെ ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഇപ്പോൾ മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി പിണറായി വിജയൻ അവർക്ക് വേണ്ടി സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഇപ്പം നമ്മുടെ കുട്ടികളെ കൈ വെച്ചിരിക്കുന്നവർക്ക് വേണ്ടി സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുകയാണ്. LDFും UDFും ഇവർ രണ്ടുപേരും ഇവരെ പിടിച്ചുകൊണ്ടേ നിൽക്കത്തുള്ളൂ. എപ്പോഴും അവർക്ക് വോട്ടിൻ്റെ പ്രശ്നമാണ്.
As part of the Kasaragod module, almost 20 people, men and women, vanished from this region. The pattern remained the same. Several days later, their families received messages claiming they will fight for the Islamic State now. This mother, whose daughter was indoctrinated, broke down on the Republic camera.
നമുക്ക് പ്രശ്നമാണ് അപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങളൊരു കമ്മ്യൂണിസ്റ്റ് ആയിരിക്കില്ല നിങ്ങൾ സംസാരിക്കുന്നു വെച്ചു ഞാനൊന്നും പറയാതെ ഞാൻ ചിരിച്ച് ഞാൻ വെച്ചു നമ്മൾ 2 ദിവസം കഴിഞ്ഞ് പറയാം ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഏപ്രിൽ ഞാൻ കല്യാണം കഴിച്ചു തരാം വെറുതെ പറഞ്ഞു അതിന് ശേഷമാണ് ഇവളെല്ലാം പറയുന്നത് എന്നോട് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ജോർദാനിൽ പോകണം.
This 28-year-old man who wants his identity withheld, he too is from Kasaragod. He told us how his sister was brainwashed by another radicalized individual.
എന്നാണ് മോൻ്റെ സിസ്റ്റർ പോയത്?
3 വർഷം.
3 വർഷം. അത് ആരാന്ന് അറിയാമായിരുന്നോ?
ഇല്ല.
പിന്നെ എപ്പോഴാണ് ആരാന്ന് കണ്ടുപിടിച്ചേ?
കേസ് കാര്യങ്ങളല്ലേ.
ആ പയ്യൻ ആരാന്ന് മനസ്സിലായോ?
മുസ്ലിം ചെക്കൻ.
This mother lost her son at the age of 23. Hafisuddin sent messages on WhatsApp claiming he had joined the Islamic State.
നമ്മളിത് ഈ വിവരം എന്ന് ആദ്യമായിട്ട് കേൾക്കുന്നത് മാധ്യമങ്ങളിലൂടെയാണോ അതോ ആരും വിളിച്ചപ്പോഴാണോ അറിയുന്നത്? മെസ്സേജ് കിട്ടില്ല. നമുക്ക് മെസ്സേജ് കിട്ടാം. എന്തും പറഞ്ഞ എന്താ മെസ്സേജിൽ എഴുതിയത്? ഞങ്ങൾ ഉദ്ദേശിച്ച നാട്ടിലെത്തി.
As we went from one home to the next, the story remained the same. Jasmine's brothers, Shiaz and Ijaz, joined Islamic State in 2017. They allegedly were killed in Afghanistan.
ഷിയാസിൻ്റെ ഇജാസിൻ്റെ വീടിതല്ലേ? അത് ഞാൻ ഡൽഹിയിൽ നിന്ന് വരുവാണേ. ഷിയാസ് ഇജാസും കല്യാണം കഴിച്ചതല്ലേ? അവരുടെ വൈഫ് ഇപ്പോഴും വൈഫിൻ്റെ പേര് ഇതാണോ? ഇവരെ എല്ലാവരും കൊണ്ടുപോയതാരാ അറിയോ? അറിയില്ല. ഈ കുടുംബത്തിലുള്ള എല്ലാവരെയാണോ ഒരു ടാർഗറ്റ്?
Hundreds of families in Kasaragod, Kerala say they continue to live in fear. Missing daughters, broken homes, unanswered questions. They call it love jihad. They say there's no other term to describe it except call it love jihad. In 2017, Republic flagged the Islamic State module. In 2026, once again, it's about national security.
These practices are continuing in the society as a social threat. The government must intervene to curb such practices from destroying the social harmony of Kerala.
TTV Dinakaran's return to the NDA just months ahead of the elections really mean for the alliance? We'll tell you all about that and also get you the latest details of the inheritance battle that has now broken out in court in the Sanjay Kapoor legacy case. Fresh allegations have been hurled by Rani Kapoor, not just against Priya Sachdev, but against the deceased industrialist Sanjay Kapoor himself. All this and a lot more coming up on 6 Stories at 6 with me, Ayana Mitra.
का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला
At Amity University's 2-week summer school, students of classes 9 to 12 get to explore future undergraduate programs as per their interest from over 30 disciplines. Students attend lectures by Amity University faculty, gain experience at over 400 labs and learning studios, and attend personality enhancement workshops. Register now at amity.edu/summerschool.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime.
Yuvraj Mehta, just 27-year-old, died because the government did not do its job, because the government could not build a barricade, and that is why we feel that statistics are not development. Progress means nothing, absolutely nothing, if it doesn't trickle down to the people. We're not a market for the world, we're a people, and the government must remember we are people. And progress means something only and only and only if it is progress for the people.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
I feel safer today with all this stock up of military.
Yes.
As you asked the question, when the war is over, what do you do with all these military?
If you want to prevent war, prepare for war. The only way we can prevent the Russians or anyone who wants to do us harm, is to make sure that they know that the reaction we will have is devastating. Today, yes, it is. But if we would have continued with this 1.8, 1.9% defense spending and a defense industrial base which is not producing enough, we would not be ready in 29 and 31. And our adversaries know this. So I know that people are worried that, we are spending more on defense. Yes, we do this to prevent war from breaking out. You have to be strong. We have to be strong against those who wish us ill.
I think that what we are doing is still preparing to prevent ourselves for a war. And according in terms of today's main question, can Europe defend itself? I hope that we will never answer this question in terms of kinetic war. And this is our responsibility, leaders of Europe, to think about the future and to be ready for even kinetic war. And I think we try to do this.
But one point, if I may add one point which is important, is that Europe's defense is not only about tanks, it is also about health. It is also about win-win partnerships around the world, building strong partnerships and finding alliances that go beyond maybe what we had in the world order of the last 70 years. That is also a way to defend Europe. I want to also put a word for all the actions that are being taken, which go, I think, in the right direction for a stronger Europe. And it's not only about the 5%. It is very important, but it's not only that.
Yeah, and can I answer the question from the gentleman there? I think we have we have to understand that the world order is changing, much like it did after 1918, 1945, and 1989. And it's now emerging. And I think we have two options, which obviously are not binary. One is a multipolar world, and that multipolar world is about transactions, it's about deals, and it's about spheres of interest. So that's when we go back to the 19th century. A multilateral world is one where you have strong international institutions, rules, and norms. I support the latter, and I think that a majority of the states in the world do that as well. But the multilateral order that was created after World War II was created in the image of the West. Therefore, we need to now change the power structure and give agency to bigger players in the global South. Otherwise, we go back into a dog-eats-dog world, and we try to avoid that.
I'd like to thank you so much to everyone. There's a lot of hands still going up. I mean, the conversation, I think, is going to be continuing for quite some time. A relatively eventful day, I think, also ahead of us here at the World Economic Forum in Davos. I know that there are bilaterals also planned as well, a lot of diplomacy, a flurry going on. You have been here with us for Can Europe Defend Itself? Thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much especially for the panelists. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
A discussion, NATO leaders debate whether Europe can break out of Trumpian mindset. There was Mark Rutte who was speaking just a while back, and of course the questions now being asked there at the Davos platform right now. The lead of NATO, Mark Rutte, was answering those questions, and of course there is a lot of statements that have come in as far as Greenland is concerned. Mark Rutte said that Greenland is not the main issue for US, that is a Ukraine issue. Meanwhile, we also tell you what has happened up till now at Davos. Emmanuel Macron has called out Donald Trump's bullying as European leaders united to prepare for a showdown with the US president over his demands for Greenland. And as Trump doubles down on his demands for the Danish sovereign territory and exacerbated his threats of tariffs on allies who opposed the move with the shocking reveal of private texts he had received from Macron and other leaders, the French president says that the EU should not bend to the law of the strongest and should resist what he calls the new colonial approach.
Think he will not join the border peace?
Oh, did he say that? Well, nobody wants him because he's going to be out of office very soon. So, you know, I'll put a 200% tariff on his wines and champagnes, and he'll join. But he doesn't have to join.
But we do prefer respect to bullies.
The world's two biggest leaders, U.S. President Donald Trump and French President Emmanuel Macron, were seen bickering. The fight started just before the World Economic Forum in Davos, when Trump invited President Macron at Board of Peace, which will aim to restore peace in Gaza and other war-affected areas. However, the French president rejected the invitation.
Have you invited President Putin to be a member of the Board of Peace? Yeah, he's been invited.
Do you have any response to President Macron saying he will not join the Board of Peace?
Oh, did he say that? Well, nobody wants him because he's going to be out of office very soon. So, you know, that's all right. What I'll do is if they feel like Costo, I'll put a 200% tariff on his wines and champagnes, and he'll join. But he doesn't have to join. If he said that, you're probably giving it to me a little bit differently. But if he actually did say that, but as you know, he's going to be out of office in a few months.
Later, just before the Davos event started, Trump leaked private text messages with Macron about Greenland after having threatened him with 200% tariffs. President Macron had to respond to Trump, and he did, on stage in front of world and business leaders.
This is as well a shift toward a world without effective collective governance, and where multilateralism is weakened by powers that obstruct it or turn away from it, and rules are undermined. And I can multiply the examples of international bodies weakened or left by the key economies. And when we look at the situation, it's clearly a very concerning time, because we are killing the structure where we can fix the situation and the common challenges we have. Without collective governance, cooperation gives way to relentless competition. competition from the United States of America through trade agreements that undermine our export interests, demand maximum concessions, and openly aim to weaken and subordinate Europe, combined with an endless accumulation of new tariffs that are fundamentally unacceptable, even more so when they are used as leverage against territorial sovereignty. Faced with the brutalization of the world, France and Europe must defend an effective multilateralism because it serves our interests and those of all who refuse to submit to the rule of force. Obviously, France and Europe are attached to national sovereignty and independence, to the United Nations and to its charter. And it's not an old-fashioned way to live multilateralism. It's just not to totally forget what we learned from the Second World War and remain committed to cooperation. And this is also because of those principles that we have decided to join the mutual exercise in Greenland without threatening anyone, but just supporting an ally and another European country, Denmark.
Not only Macron, but also Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney did not hold back in calling out Trump's tactics.
It seems that every day we're reminded that we live in an era of great power rivalry, that the rules-based order is fading, that the strong can do what they can and the weak must suffer what they must. And this aphorism of Thucydides is presented as inevitable, as the natural logic of international relations reasserting itself. And faced with this logic, there is a strong tendency for countries to go along to get along, to accommodate, to avoid trouble, to hope that compliance will buy safety. Well, it won't.
After Trump openly called out many world leaders, is he going to stop?
How far are you willing to go to acquire Greenland?
You'll find out.
Mehta, just 27-year-old, died because the government did not do its job, because the government could not build a barricade, and that is why we feel that statistics are not development. Progress means nothing, absolutely nothing, if it doesn't trickle down to the people. We're not a market for the world, we're a people, and the government must remember we are people. And progress means something only and only and only if it is progress for the people.
Exclusive visuals from the court today, as in fact Republic TV also confronted Sanjay Kapoor's widow Priya Sachdev Kapoor, and there you have, she's hiding her face from the cameras. She's a well-known model. She is in the court, Delhi High Court, and the legal battle is still underway. You can say Republic TV continues to get you latest inputs from the case, and this is exclusive footage from the court as she goes for the proceedings, and that's Priya Sachdev walking with her advocate there. And these are first and exclusive pictures from the court, from outside the court, from on Republic TV. So that's the breaking news. We have Priya Sachdev remains silent on the questions, Republic TV's questions over the 30,000 crore inheritance battle. And that's the breaking news we have right now. Remember, Rani Kapoor, the mother of Sanjay Kapoor, has also moved the Delhi High Court to scrap fraudulent family trust, alleges forgery also. And Sanjay Kapoor's mother says that Priya Kapoor manipulated her son Sanjay Kapoor to commit the trust fraud. My colleague Riyanka joins us live on the broadcast from the court. Riyanka, tell us more about the court proceedings, the update in this case as we get exclusive footage of Priya Sachdev in court.
That's right. Rakshita, at this point in time, the proceedings are still underway at the Patiala House Court, and Priya Sachdev Kapoor is present here along with her counsel as well as others. And in this case, what we are seeing that the statements are being recorded, and that is the update for now in terms of the defamation, the criminal defamation that has been filed by Priya Sachdev in this matter against Mandara Kapoor Smith, as she alleges that there were several statements made against Priya Sajdev that were rather to defame her and malign her image. On the other hand, in a new twist in this entire Kapoor family saga and the assets of Sanjay Kapoor that are concerned, his mother, Rani Kapoor, has in fact approached the Delhi High Court alleging that her daughter-in-law used fraudulent trust to unlawfully divert the family estate. So these are the latest developments coming in at the moment.
That's the you're right, Riyanka. Well, this is the latest development that has come in. That the mother has filed a fresh suit before the Delhi High Court. So now this trust is also being challenged. The validity of the Rani Kapoor family trust. Now, the mother of Sanjay Kapoor says that while it was established in the name, in her own name, it was fraudulently created in her name and used to divert control of the assets.
That's right. Absolutely. She has approached the Delhi High Court alleging that her daughter-in-law, Priya Kapoor, used a fraudulent trust to unlawfully divert the family estate. That is what the suit mentioned, which has been filed from the side of Rani Kapoor, and she has sought a declaration for the RK Family Trust or the Rani Kapoor Family Trust, which was created through a trust deed back in 2017, and she said that it is illegal, void, and the result of fraud and forgery and undue influence. These are the details that are mentioned in the suit. In fact, that matter is all set to be taken up in the upcoming days in the Delhi High Court.
Would you like to speak something? Rani ji ne case kiya apne khilaf High Court Would you like to speak something?
So there you have the first exclusive footage from the court as Priya Sajdev Kapoor was in the High Court today, and the mother of Sanjay Kapoor has alleged that Priya manipulated Sanjay into committing fraud, that she forged those papers, and has also challenged the validity of the Rani Kapoor family trust, saying that the trust was fraudulently created in her name to divert control of assets.
Would you like to speak something? Would you like to speak something? Rani ji ne case kiya apne khilaf High Court Would you like to speak something? Rani ji ne case kiya apne khilaf High Court Would you like to speak something? Rani ji ne case kiya apne khilaf High Court Would you like to speak something? Rani ji ne case kiya apne khilaf High Court
And my colleague Shravan Sen joins us on the broadcast from Shravan. Well, there is a fresh development in this case now. The trust is also being challenged by none other than the mother of Sanjay Kapoor, in whose name this trust has been made. And she said that Priya Kapoor is the chief mastermind of this case.
Well, in fact, these pictures say a lot about the current condition. Perhaps Priya Sajdev Kapoor, who is basically in the heart of this entire controversy, some serious allegations have now also been leveled against her by Rani Kapoor. In fact, in the fresh suit that has been filed by Rani Kapoor, there is a direct allegation. Allegation number one is that she, in collusion with her husband, that is Sanjay Kapoor, had basically taken away an estate that belongs to Rani Kapoor, something that she had got from her husband. She says that this is done in an illegal manner. It all boils down to one particular trust, that is the Arcade Trust, which we are given to understand by way of the plea that has been filed by Rani Kapoor, that she wasn't essentially being kept in the loop. And the entire money, the 30,000 inheritance, that battle that we're essentially talking about, basically stems from a so-called will, which has essentially been challenged not only by Rani Kapoor, but also by Karishma Kapoor's children, who have basically spoken about the fact that this was taken away from their share of the property, their share of the inheritance has been taken away by Priya Sajdev Kapoor, because if you go by the will, then Priya Sajdev Kapoor is the legal heir. And that is the reason why this entire controversy that is broken out. Now, this is perhaps the first time that Priya Sajdev Kapoor has made an appearance in the court and of course on the cameras itself. Surprisingly, Priya Sajdev Kapoor, from that image that you see, is trying to hide her face. Not very sure what exactly is Priya Sajdev Kapoor really hiding from. What is there to really hide from the cameras there? Because it was known to everyone that she would be making an appearance today in the court. This is also with regards to a defamation suit that has been filed by Priya Sajdev Kapoor against Mandira as well as Rani Kapoor, where they've essentially targeted the fact that there has been a misinformation campaign that has largely been carried out. And that is the reason why Priya Sajdev Kapoor says that the veracity of the will that is being largely questioned seems to be misplaced. And that is the reason why this entire argument essentially coming before the court as to who is the legal heir. And more importantly, this 30,000 crore rupees, this inheritance belongs to whom? That's the battle right now.
Absolutely. Viewers, we get to you those first pictures of Priya Kapoor from the court right now. And this is exclusive input coming in on Republic TV as we continue to closely follow this case and get you the latest updates from the court. This is a 30,000 crore inheritance battle. And Priya Kapoor's Sanjay Kapoor's mother Priya has accused Priya Kapoor, the widow of Sanjay Kapoor, of diverting family funds. Are there other names also that have been mentioned in the case, Shravan? Because there is a conspiracy that she's pointed out to, Ms. Rani Kapoor has pointed out to, as I said, being, Priya being the chief mastermind, but there are others also. Have anybody else also been named? Has anybody also been, part of what she calls has been a conspiracy to divert the family funds?
That's an interesting question that you've asked. The fact of the matter is this, that all this while, Rani Kapoor Rakshita has never made a mention of her own deceased son, Sanjay Kapoor. It is a bit surprising from the plea, perhaps more clarity likely to come in from the lawyers of Rani Kapoor on this entire matter. But if you go by the plain reading of that particular plea, in which she is unintentional perhaps, but not very sure about it, because she basically says that they've got into some sort of a collusion. The son gets into a collusion with Priya Sajdev Kapoor to take away what rightfully belongs to her. That is the estate to begin with, the assets that were basically passed over by her husband. In fact, she goes on to allege that she had absolutely no idea about the existence of a family trust, the Arcade Trust, and the fact that all of this was basically transferred to the trust. The very fact that the inheritance of this particular trust happens to be none other than Sanjay Kapoor's wife, Priya Sajdev Kapoor, that has also now been questioned. Rani Kapoor has got a step forward by saying that some of the documents are forged, and more importantly, she was basically forced to sign certain documents, and that she was under some sort of a duress. So this also is, in a way, questioning the very act of her own son. So that is the reason why, it remains to be seen how exactly will this be played out in the court right now, because the matter is still sub judice. The hearing is going to take place. There is a defamation suit that has also been filed by Priya Sajdev Kapoor.
Right. Right, Shravan. So viewers, this is the battle for 30,000 crore of inheritance. And as my colleague Shravan was getting you the details, Ms. Rani Kapoor has made a series of allegations against Priya Kapoor. And Priya Kapoor, today we tried to ask questions she did not have any answer to, and she also hid her face there. She's silent on the legal battle with Rani and Mandira Kapoor. So there are allegations and counter allegations that have been coming in, viewers. Just take a look at this sequence.
Would you like to speak something? रानी जी ने केस किया आपके खिलाफ हाई कोर्ट में। वो तो मत करिए। Would you like to speak something? रानी जी ने केस किया आपके खिलाफ हाई कोर्ट में। वो तो मत करिए। Would you like to speak something? रानी जी ने केस किया आपके खिलाफ हाई कोर्ट में। वो तो मत करिए। Would you like to speak something? रानी जी ने केस किया आपके खिलाफ हाई कोर्ट में। वो तो
So that was Priya Sachdev. She has no answer to the questions that were put forth. But the legal battle is only and only, we are seeing evolving day by day. Rani Kapoor now alleged that the trust was fraudulently created in her name, the R.K. Kapoor Trust, Rani Kapoor Family Trust, and she accused Priya Kapoor of being the chief mastermind of the conspiracy. And the fresh petition challenges the validity of the Rani Kapoor Family Trust. She alleged that the trust was fraudulently created in her name but used to divert control of assets. And also, Rani Kapoor claimed that Priya has engaged in malified and illegal acts to deprive her of her share of her family wealth. She also goes on to allege that Priya acted swiftly to take control of the Sona Group and other Kapoor holdings during the 13-day mourning period after her son's death. And she sought a permanent order barring Priya and others from acting on behalf of that trust or using any of its assets. She also appealed to the court to declare the trust as fraudulent and invalid. So, this was after Sanjay Kapoor, the former chairperson of auto parts maker Sona Comstar, died in June 2025 at 53. And his children, by his former wife, Karisma Kapoor, two children, Samaira and Kian, have challenged a will that reportedly leaves most of his personal estate to Priya Sachdev and her children, excluding the kids by Karisma Kapoor and other close relatives. And they contend that the propounded will is possibly forged. So, Rani Kapoor, when she waded into the high-stakes inheritance dispute, alleging that Priya's actions left her dispossessed from her own family assets. So, this is the 30,000 crore inheritance battle, one of the biggest that the country has seen till date. And while we continue to ask the pertinent questions, Priya Sachdev refuses to answer any of those queries.
What does TTV Dinakaran's return to the NDA just months ahead of the elections really mean for the alliance? We'll tell you all about that and also get you the latest details of the inheritance battle that has now broken out in court in the Sanjay Kapoor legacy case. Fresh allegations have been hurled by Rani Kapoor, not just against Priya Sachdev, but against the deceased industrialist Sanjay Kapoor himself. All this and a lot more coming up on 6 Stories at 6 with me, Ayana Mitra.
Yuvraj Mehta, just 27-year-old, died because the government did not do its job, because the government could not build a barricade, and that is why we feel that statistics are not development. Progress means nothing, absolutely nothing, if it doesn't trickle down to the people. We're not a market for the world, we're a people, and the government must remember we are people. And progress means something only and only and only if it is progress for the people.
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा, शंकराचार्य और प्योर मसाला।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. And they won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
कि उन्होंने 24 घंटे में जवाब चाहा है हम दे देंगे, और हमको आज सवेरे जब हम आए हैं हमको बता दिया गया कि रात को 24 घंटा पूरा हो उसके पहले ही उनको ईमेल से भी जवाब भेज दिया गया है।
Shankaracharya Avimukteshwara Anand sends legal notice to UP government, says he will remain outside ashram until administration grants him due respect.
And I'm very glad that I have rejoined NDA. Surely we are going to form our Amma's government in Tamil Nadu.
Big boost to NDA fold ahead of Tamil Nadu elections. TTV Dinakaran makes comeback to NDA alliance. 30,000 crore inheritance battle, Sanjay Kapoor inheritance battle. And we're now seeing Rani Kapoor moves the Delhi High Court to scrap family trust, alleges forgery by Priya Sachdev.
Stanford places India as third in terms of AI penetration, in terms of AI preparedness, and in terms of AI talent.
Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav at the World Economic Forum says Stanford ranks India third globally in AI penetration, preparedness, and AI talent. And European nations push back Trump at Davos Greenland annexation tantrum. And we're getting news that's coming in. The Supreme Court has sought suggestions from the amicus and other lawyers on the names of people to be included in the expert committee proposed to be constituted to examine the issues surrounding the definition of the Aravali Hills. This is the big breaking news that's coming in from the top court of the country. They've now sought for the expert names. A bench of the Chief Justice of India, Surya Kant, Justice Bagchi and Justice Pancholi added the expert committee will work under the direct control and supervision of the court. Remember earlier, it is this very court that had looked into the Aravali case and had said that their earlier order would be re-looked at. Now the expert committee names shall be now decided. They've also said once the Aravali names that are proposed are examined, the issues will be examined. The definition of Aravali Hills concerns from mining in the hills will be looked at. Only then will this expert committee that is working under the direct control and supervision of the top court of the country really get to work. Viewers, this is happening as a direct impact of what the Supreme Court had done after Republic TV's efforts. Remember, the Supreme Court had stayed the new definition of Aravali that had been taken on 20th of November last year, only after the sustained campaign that had begun on Republic TV. I want to go across to my colleague Niranjan, who's also joining us. Niranjan, this is a big move forward because the Supreme Court is very clearly now stating that we are going to be staying the definition of Aravali. They've also stated that this expert committee is only going to be looking at the names and everything, but under their direct control. And they've also said all the issues surrounding the definition of the Aravali Hill and environmental concerns arriving from him, suggestions for all these names that are going to be in the expert committee are going to be looked at by them as well. This is the Supreme Court saying that everything will now happen under their eye.
Rhythm, I think the news point that we are missing right now, and I'll request the team to please highlight, is that the Supreme Court and the Chief Justice of India has said what Republic exposed. And I'm putting that detail on the bottom grid. We'll put the details everywhere. The CJI has said, and I quote, some kinds of illegal activities are continuing. I'll repeat that. The Chief Justice of India has said some kinds of illegal activities are continuing at the Aravalis. This is exactly what Republic had exposed during our investigation in the last 2 months. And we had sent out a team of at least 10 reporters along the Aravali range that spans several, 100 kilometers, covering 4 states. And our reporters went to Rajasthan. They were in Haryana. And they exposed how illegal mining continues at the Aravali. Remember that sting operation, Rhythm, and you were there in the studios when we showed that sting operation that Shambhavi did and many of our reporters did undercover to show how there was political involvement and political backing for illegal mining. The CJI has said, and I quote, let me read out the quote because that is the only news point that we should be highlighting right now. The CJI has said, some kinds of illegal activities are continuing. Illegal mining can lead to irreversible situations. Once again, some kinds of illegal activities are continuing. Illegal mining can lead to irreversible situations. These are observations of the Chief Justice of India, who has spoken about how it continues. And we were the ones who, in fact, investigated this in great detail, Rhythm. In fact, no other media network in the country did what we did. And if the CJI is observing that illegal mining continues, and I think that is a big takeaway, Rhythm. I'd like to hear your views on that because you were in the studio when this happened, when we broke all the details. Rhythm.
Absolutely. That's a big story that we're going to continue tracking. Thank you, Niranjan, for giving us those details. The Prayagraj administration has issued a notice to massively controversial self-styled godman Avi Mukteshwaran, and after he used the title Shankaracharya during a recent event, sparking a row. The issue arose after the title Shankaracharya is traditionally associated with the head of the specific monastic institutions, and there are concerns regarding the legitimacy of its use by individuals not formally recognized by these institutions. The administration clarified it was looking into the matter to ensure the compliance with the legal traditional norms, while Swami Avi Mukteshwar Anand defended his actions, asserting the use of the title was legitimate. But he's not in the headlines just for this controversy. We now bring you 3 videos that put together the entire story.
कारण बताइए हमको कारण बताइए। कोई भी नई परंपरा के लिए अनुमति देनी, नई परंपरा नहीं है, पहले से हमारी परिक्रमा होती रही है, उसके प्रमाण है हमारे पास। कोई अनुमति नहीं है जो नहीं, आप कह रहे हैं नई परंपरा नहीं है, ये परंपरा हमारी बहुत पुरानी है। वो चीज आप कोर्ट में लीजिएगा, वो बात आप कोर्ट में रखिएगा। नहीं, आप कह रहे हैं ना कि नई परंपरा, तो आप किस आधार पर ये कह रहे हैं? वहाँ पे कोई अभी नहीं होती ना। क्यों नहीं होती है? रोज होती है, वहाँ रोज परिक्रमा करते हैं सनातन धर्म में।
रोकिए, वो बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ रहे हैं आपके लोग, 2 नंबर की बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ चुके हैं, बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ रहे हैं। आप अपने लोगों को रोकिए, रिक्वेस्ट है, आप अपने लोगों को रोकिए, वहाँ वो बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ रहे हैं। भेष में होकर के पुलिस के साथ प्लीज अराजकता न करें, इतना रिक्वेस्ट है आप लोगों से, सभी से, प्लीज प्लीज प्लीज, आपसे निवेदन है, आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है, प्लीज आप न करें।
कैसे हैं आप? अब देखिए, अब हम तो अपना लड़ रहे हैं, अपनी लड़ाई अभिमन्यु की तरह चक्रव्यूह में लड़ रहे हैं। देखिए, जब कोई बच्चा हिंदू घर में पैदा होता है, हिंदू माँ बाप से, जन्मते ही उसका गंगा यमुना में स्नान करने का जन्मसिद्ध अधिकार हो जाता है, उससे उसको वंचित नहीं किया जा सकता। इन्होंने हमको संगम स्नान से वंचित कर दिया। कितना बड़ा संवैधानिक जो है इन्होंने प्रश्न खड़ा किया है कि क्या किसी हिंदू बच्चे को आप स्नान से वंचित कर सकते हो? कर दिया इन्होंने। जी जी सही है। हाँ सही है, सही है, सही है। सारा तोड़ दिया इन्होंने, 150 मंदिर हमारे तोड़ दिए हैं और अभी भी तोड़ते चले जा रहे हैं। और कईयों पे तो अवशेष रखे हुए मंदिर के टूटे हुए। यही बात है। तो हम आपके साथ हैं, आएंगे, आपसे मिलेंगे आके। ठीक है जी, ठीक है।
Akhilesh Yadav, the Samajwadi Party chief, has criticized the BJP for allegedly going against the traditions of Sanatan Dharma. He's also praised the controversial Shankaracharya, saying they are India's pride, and accused the BJP of breaking these traditions.
शंकराचार्य जी और जितने भी हमारे साधु संत हैं, ये हमारी शोभा हैं, और जब इतने बड़े आयोजन हों, स्वाभाविक रूप से लोग उनसे मिलने आते हैं, आशीर्वाद लेने आते हैं, उनके अनुयायी उनसे बहुत सारी जानकारी हासिल करते हैं। यही सनातन धर्म की परंपरा है, और अगर परंपरा कोई तोड़ रहा है तो वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ऐसा व्यवहार अपने अधिकारियों के माध्यम से नहीं करना चाहिए था। ये बहुत सिंपल तरीका है बीजेपी का। आप ANI हैं, आप ABP हैं, ये कोई और चैनल है, ये एक और एजेंसी है। अगर आप भारतीय जनता पार्टी के हिसाब से काम नहीं करोगे तो आपको भी नोटिस मिलेगा, आपके पास ED आएगी, आपके पास CBI आएगी। तो ये बहुत सिंपल फार्मूला है, ये कोई नई चीज़ नहीं है। और फिर किसको अधिकार है? अरे अधिकारियों को अधिकार है कि एक शंकराचार्य जी से पूछें। ये तो सनातन धर्म का सबसे बड़ा अपमान है।
And breaking news also, UP Congress President Ajay Rai has expressed solidarity with Shankaracharya Swami Avimukteshwaran and stated that the entire public and Indians who believed in Hindu and Sanatan Dharma stand with him. They've condemned the BJP government for allegedly insulting Swami and intimidating religious leaders, saying the Congress party stands with them.
आप सब लोग जानते हैं कि पूरे काशी के लोग, पूरे प्रदेश और देश के लोग आपके साथ चट्टान की तरह मजबूती के साथ खड़े रहे हैं। और आज भी हम आपको करते हैं, इस देश का एक सनातनी, एक हिंदू, एक हिंदुस्तान के लोग वो आपके साथ। और ये जो स्थिति परिस्थितियां ये समाज के अंदर बना रखी है, जो सनातन की सरकार बनती है, ये सबसे ज्यादा अगर सनातन का अहित किया तो ये सरकार योगी और इनकी मोदी की सरकार ने किया काशी के दरबार में, बाबा विश्वनाथ के दरबार में।
Funding ever, and last year most of the funding went to what is called AI native companies. These are companies in healthcare, they're companies in robotics, and company in manufacturing, financial services, all of the large industries in the world. You're seeing huge investments going in to those AI natives because for the first time, the models are good enough to build on top of.
So let's just dive a little further. Obviously, everybody, I'm sure, uses their own chatbot and getting information. So, but you're talking about the dispersion of AI is going to be the key. Let's talk about it, like go into a little more upside ideas related to the dispersion of it in the physical world. You mentioned, obviously, healthcare is a great example of that. But where do you see the transformational opportunities in areas like transportation or science?
Well, last year, I would say last year, I would say three major things happened in AI, in the AI technology layer, the model layer. The first one is that the models themselves started out being curious and interesting, but they hallucinated a great deal. And last year, we can all reasonably accept that these models are better grounded. They could do research. They can reason about circumstances that maybe they weren't trained on, break it down into step-by-step reasoning steps, and come up with a plan to answer your question, do your research, or perform the task. So last year we saw the evolution of language models becoming AI systems that we call agentic systems, agentic AI. The second major breakthrough is the breakthrough of open models. Several years ago, was it a year ago? DeepSeek came out.
Last year.
And DeepSeek was, a lot of people were quite concerned about it. Frankly, DeepSeek was a huge event for most of the industries, most of the companies around the world, because it's the world's first open reasoning model. Since then, a whole bunch of open reasoning models have emerged, and open models has enabled companies and industries, researchers, educators, universities, startups, to be able to use these open models to start something and create something that's domain specific or specialized for their needs. The third area that had enormous last year was the concept of physical
state exchequer or in form of cross subsidy, thereby increasing the cost of power supply for the industrial consumers and the other consumers as well. So it was a absolute vicious cycle. But with the vision of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, we decided to entirely shift the agriculture power load on solar, and we started Asia's biggest decentralized solarization plan, whereby every agriculture feeder was separately solarized. We created a new company to supply power to the farmers, and now around 16 gigawatts of power will be generated through solar, through this distributed system, and will complete this project by the end of this year. It's absolutely on track. We have already dedicated around 5 gigawatt. Every month now, we'll be dedicating nearly a gigawatt, by which we will be completing this entire project. And as rightly told by the Honorable Minister, now the cost of power supply to the farmers, which was 8 rupees, has come down to less than 3 rupees, thereby reducing the entire cost burden on the industry as well as the domestic consumers. And now, again, the scheme which was mentioned by Honorable Minister, PM Surya Ghar Yojana, we have installed rooftop solar which are generating around 4 gigawatt of power, and that also is progressing very well. They are not just powering the homes, but they are also supplying to the grids, thereby bringing down the emission levels very low. Apart from that, for the new connections, we started solar pump on demand scheme, aligning with the central government's scheme. And today I am very happy that of all the solar pumps that are installed in entire country, our state accounts for 60% of those pumps. Will be soon crossing million plus. And now how that is impacting, I must tell you that for next 5 years, our multi-year tariff, which was going up 9% every year, is now coming down every year. And in power purchase cost, in next 5 years, we will save $10 billion. And I mean, if you calculate the impact in a different way, I would say that this solarization program will mitigate carbon emissions to the tune, if we plant around 300 crore trees, those trees in their entire lifespan will do the carbon sequestration equal to the solarization which we have done. So I think the environmental impact of this is very huge. Apart from this, we have also developed a resource adequacy plan for the future. And by 2032, we will be generating around 45 gigawatt more power, out of which 70% will be solar. So as we have already showcased, by 2030, so when we started this program 3-4 years back, the entire power mix was 13% renewable. By 2030, we will be 52% renewable.
Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav has given a strong response to the International Monetary Fund's classification of India as a second-tier AI power, stating the ranking is incorrect. Citing Stanford University's assessment, Vaishnav emphasized India ranks third globally in AI preparedness and second in AI talent. Take a look.
After IMF classified India as a second-tier AI power, Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav gave a befitting response to the international bloc at Davos. He said Stanford places India at third in the world for AI preparedness and the IMF classification is not correct.
To increase the productivity, to increase the efficiency, to increase the effective use of technology. So our focus is very much on making sure that AI diffusion happens in a very big way. And I don't know what the IMF criteria has been, but Stanford places India as third in terms of AI penetration, in terms of AI preparedness, and in terms of AI talent.
Remember, India is all set to host its first ever AI Impact Summit this year, first to be hosted in the Global South in February in New Delhi. When asked about trade meets with other nations at Davos, Vaishnav clarified that the format of Davos is not for delegation-to-delegation trade meetings.
Let's take a look at what's making headlines across the nation. A heavy police force was deployed outside the residence of Sharik Satha, the mastermind behind the 2024 Sambhal violence. His property, located in one of the city's posh areas, has been attached as per court orders. Security personnel belonging to the Chandigarh crime branch arrested 2 men in connection with the firing incident in Sector 32 of Chandigarh. Police and CFSL team later arrived to the spot near Sector 39, where an encounter had been carried out between the police and the gangsters. The Raipur Municipal Corporation demolished the illegal constructions of Sajjad Ansari, who was recently accused of raping a minor. The demolition was carried out in the presence of police. Despite Manipur Governor's January 12 assertion that no buffer zones exist in the state, villages in Imphal East District have been raised concerns over a large barricade near the barrage, claiming it effectively functions as a buffer zone on the ground. Local residents in the barricade, located barely 300 meters from the Dolatpabi village and within 23 meters of the Meiti villages, contradicts the governor's statement and has disrupted normal life by restricting movement and heightening insecurity. Expressing apprehension over their safety, villagers have urged authorities to open the barricade, stating its continued presence undermines confidence and peace among the local communities. Take a look at our ground report.
In a shocking contradiction, Republic TV's investigation reveals that despite the governor's claim of no buffer zones, a de facto buffer zone exists in Imphal East Dolaithavi Barrage area. The governor claims that no buffer zones exist, but ground reality tells a very different story. When I spoke to the villagers in Imphal East, they said they are living behind barricades and it is being treated as a buffer zone, directly contradicting the governor's statement.
पुरुम के एरिया में एक बफर जोन होता है और ये दोलाइथाबी इसमें भी अभी बफर जोन है, पूरा बैरिकेड लगा के तीनों जगह तीनों साइड में पूरा बैरिकेड लगा के अभी तक कोई भी जा नहीं सकता है। अगर हम लोग का मैतई का 2-3 गांव अंदर में रह गया है, इसको जाने के लिए परमिशन मांगे तो अभी क्या सिक्योरिटी का अरेंजमेंट नहीं हो रहा है, ये नहीं हो रहा है। तो बिना मतलब अभी आप लोग के स्टेटमेंट में जो बफर जोन नहीं है बोलने से इनको जाने दीजिए, जो डिस्प्लेस पर्सन जो हो गया हमारा IDPs, इनको अपना अपना घर में जाने दीजिए, इनका घर बनाने दीजिए। तो अभी तक किसी गांव को हमारा मतलब लैतान पोकपी का एरिया में जो लड़ाई का वजह से जो जल चुका है तीनों चारों गांव, इसको अभी तक घर में जाने के लिए अपना जो पुराना वाला घर पुराना वाला गांव, इसको देखने के लिए अभी तक चांस ही नहीं मिल रहा है। तो आप कैसा मतलब इसका बारे में ये बफर जोन नहीं है वो मतलब कैसा बोल रहा है आप?
For the villagers, mobility is restricted, daily life is disrupted, and fear has replaced normalcy. Villagers are demanding the barricade be opened immediately, worrying that continued closure is eroding trust and peace.
Manipur Governor Ajay Kumar Vala has announced that there is no buffer zone in Manipur. However, in Imphal East Khundrapam AC, this is Laitan Pokpi, located around 50 to 60 kilometers away from the capital Imphal. However, we see a big barricade over there. This is monitored by mainly by CRPF. So The next area beyond this buffer zone, it is Dolai Thabi, and next is Yangkuman, which is located 2 to 3 kilometers from this area, and next is Iko.
Villagers also demand for a comprehensive resettlement and rehabilitation of displaced families, as they claim that without resettlement there can be no lasting peace in Manipur.
गवर्नर साहब को भी जितना बार हमने एप्लीकेशन दिया है ये वाला तीनों गांव को रीसेटलमेंट करने के लिए, तो इनका तरफ से, गवर्नमेंट का तरफ से, गवर्नर का तरफ से और हमारा डीसी का तरफ से अभी तक कुछ मतलब अंदर में किया.
And we're getting some breaking news that's just coming in. Dipinder Goyal has now tweeted the CEO. He's stepping down as the CEO of Zomato. He says, today I'm going to step away from the group CEO role and subject to shareholders' approval, will remain on the board of directors as vice chairman. Albinder Dhinsa, Albi will be Eternal's new group CEO. Zomato's Eternal now will be, this is the news that's coming in, Dipinder Goyal has decided to step down as the group CEO officer of Eternal Limited, according to the tweet that he's just done. He will now continue to be on board, but it's going to be now the vice chairman, Albinder Dhinsa. He's going to be on the board of directors as vice chairman, but Albinder Dhinsa will be the Eternal new group CEO. And also remember, he had said of late he was finding himself drawn to new ideas. This was something he'd earlier stated. And from immediate effect, Albinder Dhinsa is going to be taking over with this role. He'd also earlier shared a letter with the shareholders where he'd said that there are other ideas that he was thinking. Eternal strategic scope is something that's going to be now in the hands of Albinder Dhinsa. This is the news that's coming in. Zomato CEO has now stepped away from the role of the group CEO, and it now is in the hands of Albinder Dhinsa. We're also now being told that he had said that to the shareholders that the ideas that they were better pursued outside a public company like Eternal. I want to go across to Pranav, our editor who's joining us now on the story, our business editor. Pranav, what seems to be the reason that the former Zomato CEO has stepped away from this role?
Well, this has just come as a surprise move to shareholders. In fact, if you remember, just about a few months ago, Zomato was renamed as Eternal, and Dipinder Goyal had just put out a statement on Twitter, that is X, saying that he's stepping down as the group CEO role, and that's obviously subject to shareholders' approval, and also announced that Albinder Dhinsa will be Eternal's new group CEO. And he's also explained a lot in a detailed note as to what are the reasons for stepping down. He said that there are certain ideas that he has which are higher risk and experimentation related ideas, because of which he wants to probably take a break. But he will definitely be on the board of directors as vice chairman of Eternal, that's Zomato.
Yes, and also Dipinder Goyal, we were hearing earlier, Pranav had said that this role is going to be taken over by Albinder Dhinsa. He said he's stepping away because of significantly higher risk exploration and experimentation. What exactly is he trying to indicate?
Well, this basically, in the sense, what he's trying to say is that he's probably wanting to explore different domains, different areas, be interested in higher risk ideas that he has mentioned here. And he's clearly mentioned, as far as the day-to-day functioning of Zomato is concerned, it will be taken care of by Albinder Dhinsa as the group CEO. So he will definitely be, involved more closely in priorities, operational details, as well as business decisions. So it will be Albinder Dhinsa who will now be handling the day-to-day operations of Zomato. Blinkit's Albinder Dhinsa will be handling the day-to-day operations of Zomato, and of course Dipinder Goyal will be involved in the operations as the vice chairman.
I also wanted to ask you that this resignation letter that is also there, where he's shared with the shareholders, where he said, I'm going to step away. He's written in that, why this change? He says, I find myself drawn to new ideas, which you were mentioning, Pranav. Then he says, what doesn't change? He said, I've spent 18 years, almost half of my life building the company, and I will continue doing that. What changes? He says, the center of gravity for operating decisions now is going to come from Albi. Are we going to also see a set of differences now that's going to come in Eternal? Because this is the company that's looking at Blinkit, Zomato as their parent company.
Well, not really, because he's also, if you would just go on, he's also saying that Blinkit's journey from acquisition to breakover happened under Albinder's leadership. So Blinkit remains our largest growth opportunity and will remain Albinder's priority. So he's necessarily commenting that Blinkit will also remain an important priority for Albinder Dinsa, and while he continues to take care of the operations of Zomato on a day-to-day basis with full ownership and continues unchanged. So that's what he said. We'll still have to wait and see as to how things unfold. We'll have to see what kind of reactions are coming in from shareholders to get a detailed perspective on what exactly this means for Zomato, for Eternal, and for quick delivery platforms at large.
Also, we also get a sense, Pranav, that he said, looking ahead, 18 years ago, the idea that a menu scanning company could be worth tens of billions of dollars, providing livelihoods to hundreds of thousands of people and serve millions of people daily could be absurd. And he believes that Eternal is not going to lose focus or momentum through this change.
Well, absolutely. I mean, one of the most important concerns that shareholders have, which is also something that he's mentioned in his letter, is how will it financially impact. So two things that he has also clarified. I mean, we are obviously basing all the facts right now on the resignation letter that or stepping down letter that is put on X. What he says is that Eternal is not going to lose focus on momentum through this change. And he says that I still want Eternal to become India's most valuable company. So he's saying that even though he's stepping down, as from the primary role of being the CEO, the focus will remain on Eternal. The focus will remain on making it, India's most valuable company that he wants it to be. And he further adds that I want us to serve billion customers. So overall, largely, he's saying that there will not be any impact. The leadership change will not really impact the financials of the company, the overall larger goals of the company. But how it unfolds, how it impacts shareholders, we will obviously have to wait and watch when, in fact, the market opens tomorrow and see how the market is reacting to this announcement, which has actually come post-market hours today.
Yes, and Pranav, a final question here. This move is also coming amid the details that we've got and the controversy that's surrounding the delivery boys who've been speaking, the strikes that we've seen happen last year, in the end of last year. Does this have any motivations to what happened with that?
Well, it will be too early to comment on that. Obviously, he was at the epicenter of a lot that happened around the changed rules, which in turn affected the gig workers, so to say. But it would be too early to comment on whether the resignation, he's definitely clearly not mentioned anywhere that it is linked, and he's just said that it's a leadership change. He will be involved, but there's no direct comment made on the gig workers or the overall controversy that surrounded gig workers.
All right, we're also, Pranav, just stay on with us. We're also joined by a guest right now on the story, and I'm also going to go across to the guests who are now Kishore Subramaniam, who's now joining us on the phone line on the Stop Focus story. Mr. Kishore Subramaniam, what seems to be the real reason that we are seeing this change? Because it's very clear Bhupinder Goyal now stepping away from being the main CEO of Eternal. I also want to go across before that to market expert Ajay Bagga, who's joining us on the phone line. Ajay Bagga, what seems to be the real reason behind this change of guard in Zomato, in Eternal, from Bhupinder to Albinder?
Yeah, Rhythm, I would really not ascribe much to it. What he has said officially is what I would go by, that he is going to pursue some other initiatives which did not dovetail into the public listed company. So he's, stepping off. His ownership remains. I hope he'll be on the board. So more than that, I would not read too much into it because it's not that he was under any pressure because of all the union and all that talk that was going on about the gig economy. he had come out, on the front foot as far as that goes. I think but it is surprising because a move of this magnitude, normally you would have somebody taking time. So that points to something more, but all that is speculation right now. We'll know the story later on. I would go by the official line right now, Rhythm.
Absolutely. And Ajay, just stay on with us for a minute. I also want Pranav, our business editor, to take a question from you. Pranav, if you would like to ask our market expert, Mr. Bagga, a question on this.
Mr. Bagga, in fact, management is one of the most important factors that investors, the long-term investors, the fundamental investors actually watch out for. Do you think Zomato's, that is Dipinder Goyal's stepping down and giving the reins to Albinder Dinsa, who's actually the subsidy that that Zomato took over, in fact, in 2022. Do you think that is going to be, how do you think it will be looked at? How do you think it will be analyzed by long-term shareholders, sir?
Yeah, again, as I said, it's just a breaking story right now. They came out with their earnings announcement. So maybe they were in a blackout period and they could not share it. And you have seen he's been quite active in the media defending the gig economy. So it is a surprise. But I would go by what they are saying. How investors would look at it, they would have taken the main investors into confidence. Hopefully that would have happened along with the earnings call today. So more than that, we'll have to wait and watch and see for further news on this, whether it's a forced move out of the company based on his very active media role, or it's actually pursuing some other initiatives. You look at Elon Musk, for example, he runs 4 companies simultaneously. He does not step out of the company for that. So what you would really think is, yes, you have some new initiatives you want to take on. You can do those along with this job because it's not that, your importance within the company is very critical. So that would be your first reaction. Second, no time given. So it's come as a bolt out of the blue. That points to something more than meets the eye. But with lack of information, we have to just go by what the company has put out.
Mr. Bagga, one of the specific mentions that he has is that all of my unvested...
Mr. Bagga, and you for just 1 minute, because I also introduce on our show Mr. Kishore Subramaniam, financial analyst, who's also joining us on this. Mr. Subramaniam, how are you looking at this move? Like we were discussing with Mr. Ajay Bagga, it seems to be a move, like Dipinder is saying, towards better ideas, toward bigger goals. But how are the investors going to look at it, like Pranav was asking?
To be honest, it's a very surprising move because such major moves generally happens with transition happening properly. It doesn't happen overnight. And I'm sure they would have taken the large investors into confidence before this move was taken. But for the market, it's a very surprising move because generally founder promoters moving out abruptly signals to much more than what's visible to the naked eye.
I've also wanted to take a question with you. Pranav?
Well, I just wanted to understand, so the only comment, in such cases, they've normally clarified, he's, as all CEOs do, that the change is not likely to affect the financial future of the company. But one specific comment that he's made here is all of my unvested ESOPs will revert to the ESOP pool. I just want to understand from you, what does this technically actually mean for shareholders? What does it mean for the value of the share?
See, the market is going to first give an initial quick reaction to it, and that, according to me, personally will be negative. Because, any time a founder promoter moves out, there is always a fear of uncertainty, and that fear of uncertainty is always negative for a stock. And if there was a transition mode and there was a clear press note release saying that why he has moved out and stuff, then it would have given a lot more clarity. But this currently, there is no clarity. We have to only go by what the organization is putting out. Yes, obviously they are going to say that it will not affect the financial future of the company. But if there are some negative associated news which is yet to be released, then we need to watch out. But my quick understanding, without knowing much of details, is that there will be a negative bias to the entire news because he is the founder promoter, and that's very, very critical for somebody of that stature in such an organization to remain.
Mr. Subramaniam, there has been a constant, a lot of talks about the way quick commerce has been going forward. We've seen the recent changes as far as the gig workers is concerned, the 10-minute delivery controversy, and Blinkit was the first to, in fact, at least on paper or on the app, reflect and follow that rule. There have been, of course, a lot of debates going around this. Now, the management change, you feel that there will be even more changes? You feel that these meetings that had happened also during the gig workers protest somewhere has also caused a stir within the company?
No, if you look at what Mr. Jitendra has personally told, that I have found myself drawn to a set of new ideas that involve significantly very high-risk exploration and experimentation. These are better pursued outside, which means there are some conflicts which are probably, I'm just guessing, second guessing going on between the management and his personal interest. And you would also have seen his media presence and his particular comments. So this big worker issue and his resignation may not correlate. But when he says, I have other ideas, and then he says about his ESOP unvested converting, it adds that what has been revealed on media and what is known to you and me is probably not the complete picture. But as days progress, I surely believe more is to come out.
Right. Mr. Subramaniam, many thanks for joining us on Republic, and many thanks, Pranav, for also getting us those details on that big development from the world of business that's coming in today. Shifting focus to Davos now, reviewers. Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav strongly pushed back against IMF Managing Director Kristalina Georgieva's characterization of India as a second-tier AI power during a panel discussion at the World Economic Forum in Davos. Addressing the IMF chief directly, Ashwini Vaishnav questioned the criteria behind the classification. Here's a look at what happened.
Panel discussion was taking place on AI and economy at Davos in Switzerland. That is when IMF chief suggested that India comes in the second grouping of AI power, which is that India is a second-tier AI power. That is when Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav hit back at IMF saying that this is incorrect, this classification is incorrect, and that Stanford, which is a reputed institution, ranks India at the third position in AI preparedness. Listen in to what exactly happened at Davos.
95% of the work can happen with models which are 20 billion or 50 billion parameters. We are creating a bouquet of such models. We already have a bouquet of such models which are now being deployed in multiple sectors to increase the productivity, to increase the efficiency, to increase the effective use of technology. So our focus is very much on making sure that AI diffusion happens in a very big way. And I don't know what the IMF criteria has been, but Stanford places India as third in terms of AI penetration, in terms of AI preparedness, and in terms of AI talent.
So there you have it, Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav hitting back hard at IMF chief and talking about how India is taking steps towards AI transformation. If I have to tell you, India is already taking steps and taking initiatives like India AI Mission to advance itself in AI economy. And talking about the numbers, AI could add up to $1.7 million in India's AI economy by 2035.
Right now, U.S. envoy, Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff to meet President Vladimir Putin of Russia tomorrow. That's the breaking news we have right now. Trump's West Asia, Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff to meet Putin in Moscow tomorrow. That's the breaking news we have right now. Renewed talks on Ukraine. That's what is expected to be on the table as Witkoff will be meeting Vladimir Putin tomorrow. And that's the breaking news we have right now. What we understand is that Witkoff will be traveling with Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner to Moscow and meet Russian President Vladimir Putin. And that's the breaking news we have right now. This is a meeting, remember, coming in after there is stagnancy as far as there is a deadlock as far as Ukraine ceasefire is concerned. Kremlin last week, remember, said it was preparing to welcome Witkoff and Jared Kushner to Moscow for peace talks on Ukraine. No dates had been set back then, but now it's final. And Witkoff has announced himself that he will be meeting President Vladimir Putin tomorrow. And that's the breaking news we have right now. This is a significant development coming in as US continues to push for the talks on the Ukraine-Russia war. Right, shifting focus back to politics now. TTV Dinakaran, leader of the AMMK, has rejoined the NDA months ahead of the Tamil Nadu Assembly elections. This comes months after he exited the alliance, citing arrogance by Anti-DMK leader and former Chief Minister E. Palaniswamy. Now, Dinakaran told media after rejoining NDA that, and I quote him, "Those who compromise do not lose." In the presence of Union Minister Piyush Goyal, Dinakaran says that this is a new beginning and that the alliance will strive to form a new government in Tamil Nadu. So, a boost coming in for the NDA as Dinakaran joins the NDA back. He is the nephew of VK Sasikala. And just take a listen into what Dinakaran said right after he came back to the NDA fold.
I am very happy and I am very glad that I have rejoined NDA. Surely we are going to form our Amma's government in Tamil Nadu, because in 2021, Honorable Amit Shah ji tried for this to bring Amma's government. Now he succeeded in it. Surely we are going to form Amma's government in Tamil Nadu. Sir, it was only same family and we are all brothers. We had fight. Now I have forgotten everything. See, in the interest of Tamil Nadu and the interest of my party, I have given up everything. Only my thought is, only there is in my mind that we should form NDA government in Tamil Nadu.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, a chilling pattern is emerging from Kerala's Kasaragod district. Young women missing, families shattered, and questions left unanswered. Republic TV investigates the disturbing allegations of radicalization through marriage, what locals describe as love jihad. Families claim that young women were allegedly converted, indoctrinated, and then completely cut off from their loved ones. Some never returned. Some are believed to have vanished across borders. Others are alleged to have been pushed into extremist networks linked to banned terror organizations. In fact, Kerala governor also spoke to Republic TV on the ISIS radicalization threat, saying that the state cannot be theocratic. Take a look.
Yesterday, there was a debate in the Republic TV, in 2017, around 21 members from some Muslim families in Kasaragod, from Padanna, Thirukkaripur and Balapattanam joined IS, and they sent a message stating that they reached their final destination and they are fighting for the Islamic Republic, Islamic State. And when we were in Kasaragod for 1 week, and we examined the current status of such practices, such radicalized activities in Kasaragod, and we met even the CPM leaders in Kasaragod. We met a number of families, more than 20 families we met, and we recorded all the statements of these people. They say such practices are still continuing in Kerala, in Kasaragod, especially in the northern parts of Kerala. So love jihad, other radicalized activities, and the PFI was banned. Even though it was banned, the activities of PFI has been taking place through the banners of STPI, Jamaat and all the other communal-based organizations. So why the state government, even the UDF, are not even willing to speak a single word against such radicalized activities in the state?
So what is there? What am I to say? Let them to see. This country is a democratic country, as I said in the very first thing, and this country cannot be a theocratic state, cannot be ruled by one religion, one thing, and it is a democracy here. We are living in a very good atmosphere. Nobody should try to disturb that. That's all.
Okay. Thank you.
And shifting focus back to Davos now, Emmanuel Macron, the French president, called out Donald Trump's bullying as European leaders united to prepare for a showdown with the US president over his demands on Greenland. And as Donald Trump doubled down on his demands for the Danish sovereign territory and exacerbated his threats of tariff on allies who opposed the move with the shocking reveal of private texts he had received from Macron and other world leaders. Now, the French president says that the EU, European Union, should not bend to the law of the strongest and should resist what he called the new colonial approach.
Macron saying he will not join the Board of Peace?
Oh, did he say that? Well, nobody wants him because he's going to be out of office very soon. So, I'll put a 200% tariff on his wines and champagnes and he'll join. But he doesn't have to join.
But we do prefer respect to bullies.
The world's two biggest leaders, U.S. President Donald Trump and French President Emmanuel Macron, were seen bickering. The fight started just before the World Economic Forum in Davos, when Trump invited President Macron at Board of Peace, which will aim to restore peace in Gaza and other war-affected areas. However, the French president rejected the invitation.
Have you invited President Putin to be a member of the Board of Peace? Yeah, he's been invited.
Do you have any response to President Macron saying he will not join the Board of Peace?
Oh, did he say that? Well, nobody wants him because he's going to be out of office very soon. So, that's all right. What I'll do is if they feel like Costo, I'll put a 200% tariff on his wines and champagnes and he'll join. But he doesn't have to join. If he said that, you're probably giving it to me a little bit differently. But if he actually did say that, but as you know, he's going to be out of office in a few months.
Later, just before the Davos event started, Trump leaked private text messages with Macron about Greenland after having threatened him with 200% tariffs. President Macron had to respond to Trump, and he did, on stage in front of world and business leaders.
This is as well a shift toward a world without effective collective governance, and where multilateralism is weakened by powers that obstruct it or turn away from it, and rules are undermined. And I can multiply the examples of international bodies weakened or left by the key economies. And when we look at the situation, it's clearly a very concerning time, because we are killing the structure where we can fix the situation and the common challenges we have.
MDH की देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ। हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
और शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force. So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts. And that doesn't mean boots on the ground, but it means hitting them very, very hard where it hurts. So we don't want that to happen. There have been cases like this where President Obama totally backed down. But this is something pretty incredible that's happening in Iran.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, शंकराचार्य मसाला।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people.
All right, viewers, now we shift our focus to the other stories that are coming in today, but a quick check of the headlines at 5 p.m. first. Okay, viewers, we're just getting to a story of the Shankaracharya Rao over Swami Avimukteswaranand. The Prayagraj administration has issued a notice to massively controversial self-styled government, to the controversial Swami Avimukteswaranand, and after he used the title Shankaracharya during a recent event, sparking a row. And in fact, we are getting We are being joined by a guest on the broadcast, Vajradehi Swamiji, who is the chief of the Vajradehi Math. स्वामी जी बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और ये जो पूरा विवाद छिड़ा हुआ है कि शंकराचार्य आखिर कौन है, जो पॉलिटिक्स चल रही है वो एक जगह है, लेकिन शंकराचार्य जो उपाधि है उसी पर एक विवाद छिड़ गया है। इसको लेकर आपकी क्या राय है, आप क्या जानकारी, क्या आप किसे समझा सकते हैं दर्शकों को कि आखिरकार एक शंकराचार्य किसे कहा जाता है?
शंकराचार्य ने वो जो मठ है वो शैव सिद्धांत का बारे में हुआ है। शैव सिद्धांत का बारे में वो जो मठ बनाया शंकराचार्य जी ने, वो चारों ओर से किया, मीन्स चारों ओर से किया। चारों ओर से करने के बाद शंकराचार्य जी ने पुरी और श्रृंगेरी और कांची कामकोटी और गोवर्धन पीठ, वैसा चारों मीन्स चारों साइन में किया। उसके लिए शंकराचार्य जी ने उस समय जो हमारा सनातन सिद्धांत है, सनातन धर्म का जो सिद्धांत है, वो सिद्धांत बांटने के लिए, उसको प्रचार करने के लिए ऐसा 4 मठ बनाया।
जी, तो अभी जो ये विवाद छिड़ा हुआ है स्वामी अभिमुक्तेश्वरानंद जी पर, जिस तरह से उनको रोका गया, उनकी पालकी रोकी गई और फिर कहा गया कि ये उन्होंने उल्टा एक अब नोटिस भेज दिया है योगी सरकार को ही इस बारे में। वहीं उनको लेकर कहा जा रहा है कि आप शंकराचार्य क्यों हैं ये बताएं, इस पर आपकी क्या राय है?
भी ऐसा राय है, वो जो शंकराचार्य के पिता के बारे में अभिमुक्तेश्वरानंद जी को सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने एक केस है उधर दर्ज किया था, शायद 2022 में वो केस बनाया था। वो केस के बारे में जो अभिमुक्तेश्वरानंद महाराज को उधर बिताने के लिए उधर से निशाना नहीं मिला, सुप्रीम कोर्ट से निशाना नहीं मिला, वो अब तक भी जारी है। तो उसकी वजह से अभिमुक्तेश्वरानंद जी अभी पीठ से चला जाता है। वो अलग अलग धार्मिक जो कार्यक्रम है उधर भी अभिमुक्तेश्वरानंद महाराज चलते जाता, वो उधर जाके उनका जो डिवाइन स्पिरिचुअल कार्यक्रम जो है वो करने के लिए जाते रहता है। तो अभी जो कुंभ मेल चल रहा है उधर कुछ ना कुछ तरीका का घटना चलाया, वो घटना के बारे में उसका विवाद चल रहा है अभी।
जी, तो आप किस पक्ष से आप सहमति जताते हैं? क्या आपको लगता है जो उनके साथ हुआ वो गलत है, और क्या आपको लगता है कि शंकराचार्य का नाम लेकर, जब एक विवादित, अभी भी उनका जो विवाद आप ही ने बताया जिस तरह से एक कोर्ट केस भी चल रहा है, तो क्या ये सही है शंकराचार्य उपाधि का इस्तेमाल करना?
नहीं, अभिमुक्तेश्वरानंद जी शंकराचार्य का उपाधि जो उन्होंने लगा है वो एकदम गलत है, हमारी तरफ से एकदम गलत है। क्यों गलत? मीन्स अभी सुप्रीम कोर्ट जो बताया, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के बारे में जो पहले वासुदेवानंद सरस्वती जी का भी वो उधर उनका भी दावा था, वो दावा पूरा नहीं हुआ। अभी अभिमुक्तेश्वरानंद जी महाराज का विचार का बारे में जो अभी चल रहा है वो एकदम सही बोल के दिखता है, क्योंकि अभिमुक्तेश्वरानंद जी पहले भी सनातन धर्म का बारे में भी बताया और इसकी पहले उनका जो राजकीय विचारधारा का बारे में भी बताया। तो हमको ये पूरा अच्छी तरफ से सही नहीं दिखता है।
जी स्वामी जी, जिस तरह से उन्होंने फ़ोन घुमाया अखिलेश यादव को, और अखिलेश यादव तो वही है जब वो चीफ मिनिस्टर थे तो काफ़ी प्रहार किया गया था उन्हीं पर जब वो वाराणसी में थे, 2015 की बात है। तो आपको लगता है कहीं ना कहीं इस मामले को एक सियासी तूल दिया जा रहा है स्वामी जी द्वारा?
सही दिखता है मेरे को, क्योंकि वो स्वामी जी को हटाने के लिए अभी उनका इरादा है, वो उनका इरादा अखिलेश यादव जी ने जो किया वो भी गलत है, उसकी वजह से तो अच्छा नहीं दिखता है। क्योंकि अभी जो महाराज है वो महाराज का बारे में कुछ ना कुछ तरीका का जो इलाज हो रहा है, वो तो कानून की प्रक्रिया है। कानून की प्रक्रिया का बारे में महाराज ने बता देंगे उसका हालत क्या है।
जी, तो ये जो पदवी है शंकराचार्य की, उसको लेकर कैसे डिसाइड होता है? कोर्ट से लेकर जो तमाम जो हमारे स्क्रिप्चर्स के हिसाब से जो भी दे रखे हैं, जो एक जो बड़े कड़े और बड़े सख्त नियम है जहाँ तक बात है इस पदवी को लेकर, तो वो अगर आप हमारे दर्शकों को थोड़ा सा समझा सके किस तरह से इनका पालन किया जाता है और इसमें कोर्ट कैसे भूमिका निभाता है?
भी 4 पीठ है, 4 पीठ में गोवर्धन पीठ भी है। गोवर्धन पीठ का महाराज जो बोला है, अभी जो केस दर्ज हुआ वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट में है। हमने क्या बोलते हैं, धर्म का बारे में जो बोलने का है पीठाधीश्वर ने बोलने का है
जी।
कोर्ट उसका बारे में इंटरफियर नहीं होना चाहिए जी। क्योंकि धर्म पालन करता है सभी मठ का मठाधीश लोग।
बिल्कुल,
जो मठ है वो उधर का जो मठ का अनुशासन निभाना चाहिए, तो उसका गलत क्या भी होता है।
बिल्कुल, विवाद उसी पर बिल्कुल छिड़ रहा है। और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे जुड़ने के लिए स्वामी जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे जुड़ने के लिए। एंड राइट नाउ वी आर गोइंग अक्रॉस स्ट्रेट टू Davos viewers, where we are getting in visuals of Donald Trump's arrival. That's the breaking news right now at this hour. You can see the aircraft that has just touched down. That is Donald Trump's aircraft that is down near Zurich. And this after there was a delay due to what is called a minor electrical issue. The Air Force One aircraft, so it was a delayed arrival to Davos, Switzerland, and he now arrived in near Zurich. That's the breaking news we have right now. As this is the World Economic Forum in Switzerland, dominated by Trump's admission now to take control of Greenland, and there will be, of course, many questions. And Europe continues to push back against Donald Trump. First pictures coming in, Trump touching down near Zurich before traveling to Davos. And that's the breaking news we have right now. Trump's arrival in Davos. And remember, there was a glitch earlier. The Air Force One had turned back as it was carrying Trump to Davos. And it returned to the joint base Andrews. And but we see that he has now finally arrived, and it's the world has its eyes on Donald Trump today. This is coming in after his incessant assertions on the Greenland issue, and he's heading to meet the world leaders. As Greenland minister also said that we do not want to be Americans. There is a massive push from Trump on Greenland, and the European Union has been now raising also the voice against what's happening, and of course threatens the unity, the integrity of the NATO as well, with what Trump has been saying all this while and asserting the claims. And now we have the visuals coming in from Zurich in Switzerland as Donald Trump's aircraft touches down near Zurich before traveling to Davos. So he will be traveling to Davos from here on. So that's Donald Trump's arrival, and he will be addressing the Davos summit soon today. The World Economic Forum, Republic TV continues to get you each and every update from Davos. As this is the latest visual we are getting in from Switzerland, Zurich, and this ahead of his arrival, Trump had doubled down on Greenland threats, saying that there is no going back as far as taking control of Greenland is concerned. And it will be interesting to see how he's received there at Davos, and from French President Macron to Ursula von der Leyen of European Union had made their stance clear on the issue. But the question remains, will they be able to stop Donald Trump? And the threats on Greenland tops his agenda. That's very, very clear. And all eyes and all ears will be on his address at Davos. So this is live visuals coming in. Trump will be soon going to the venue at Davos and meet the world leaders amid clash over Greenland. He's touched down in Switzerland later than scheduled after his Air Force One aircraft had turned around due to what is called minor electrical issue. He's touched down now, and he will be addressing the World Economic Forum as he doubles down on his threats over Greenland, over the hostile campaign, as he continues with his hostile campaign to take over Greenland. We've seen his multiple posts on Truth Social where he uses an AI-generated map showing Greenland and Canada and Venezuela as a part of United States territory, as American territory, what he calls the new map of America, where he's there standing over a piece of land which says Greenland, annexed by United States of America. So the signaling has been going a long time now, hostile campaign, and he doubles down before his arrival. And now all eyes will be on what he says in this address today, which will be happening in a short while from now. Trump has touched down in Switzerland, and his insistence on seizing the Danish territory has stunned his longtime U.S. allies, scrambling to respond now. And in fact, the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney had warned the world that it was in the midst of a rupture, that the world is in midst of a rupture. The Canadian Prime Minister has also warned ahead of his arrival. Trump will be expected to speak shortly. And this is the breaking news we have right now. And visuals coming in from Zurich, and we expect him to speak in an hour or two. Trump's address will have all eyes. He will be traveling to Davos from Zurich via a helicopter. That's what we know so far. So he has touched down on Zurich, and now he will be. In fact, there's a lot of resistance that is coming in, a lot of protests also happening in Davos, not to forget. There are a lot of protests that are happening. A lit-up sign has been put up over Davos that reads, "No Kings," because there are tensions over Greenland that persist. And the Ukraine issue also remains one at the forefront. And we will continue to get you more details on that. In fact, viewers, one of the top allies, Emmanuel Macron, has called out Donald Trump's bullying as European leaders unite to prepare for a showdown with the US president over his demands for Greenland. And as Trump doubles down on his demands for the Danish sovereign territory and exacerbated his threat of tariffs on allies who opposed the move with the shocking reveal of private texts he had received from Macron and other world leaders, the French president now says that the European Union should not bend to the law of the strongest and should resist what he calls the new colonial approach.
Macron saying he will not join the border peace?
Oh, did he say that? Well,
Yeah.
nobody wants him because he's going to be out of office very soon. So, I'll put a 200% tariff on his wines and champagnes, and he'll join. But he doesn't have to join.
But we do prefer respect to bullies.
The world's two biggest leaders, U.S. President Donald Trump and French President Emmanuel Macron, were seen bickering. The fight started just before the World Economic Forum in Davos, when Trump invited President Macron at Board of Peace, which will aim to restore peace in Gaza and other war-affected areas. However, the French president rejected the invitation.
Have you invited President Putin to be a member of the Board of Peace?
Yeah, he's been invited.
Do you have any response to President Macron saying he will not join the Board of Peace?
Oh, did he say that? Well,
Yeah.
nobody wants him because he's going to be out of office very soon. So, that's all right. What I'll do is if they feel like Costco, I'll put a 200% tariff on his wines and champagnes, and he'll join. But he doesn't have to join. If he said that, you're probably giving it to me a little bit differently. But if he actually did say that, but as you know, he's going to be out of office in a few months.
Later, just before the Davos event started, Trump leaked private text messages with Macron about Greenland after having threatened him with 200% tariffs. President Macron had to respond to Trump, and he did, on stage in front of world and business leaders.
This is as well a shift toward a world without effective collective governance, and where multilateralism is weakened by powers that obstruct it or turn away from it, and rules are undermined. And I can multiply the examples of international bodies weakened or left by the key economies. And when we look at the situation, it's clearly a very concerning time, because we are killing the structure where we can fix the situation and the common challenges we have. Without collective governance, cooperation gives way to relentless competition. Competition from the United States of America through trade agreements that undermine our export interests, demand maximum concessions, and openly aim to weaken and subordinate Europe, combined with an endless accumulation of new tariffs that are fundamentally unacceptable, even more so when they are used as leverage against territorial sovereignty. Faced with the brutalization of the world, France and Europe must defend an effective multilateralism, because it serves our interests and those of all who refuse to submit to the rule of force. Obviously, France and Europe are attached to national sovereignty and independence, to the United Nations and to its charter. And it's not an old-fashioned way to live multilateralism. It's just not to totally forget what we learned from the Second World War and remain committed to cooperation. And this is also because of those principles that we have decided to join the mutual exercise in Greenland without threatening anyone, but just supporting an ally and another European country, Denmark.
Not only Macron, but also Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney did not hold back in calling out Trump's tactics.
It seems that every day we're reminded that we live in an era of great power rivalry, that the rules-based order is fading, that the strong can do what they can and the weak must suffer what they must. And this aphorism of Thucydides is presented as inevitable, as the natural logic of international relations reasserting itself. And faced with this logic, there is a strong tendency for countries to go along to get along, to accommodate, to avoid trouble, to hope that compliance will buy safety. Well, it won't.
After Trump openly called out many world leaders, is he going to stop?
How far are you willing to go to acquire Greenland?
You'll find out.
So Trump has just arrived. It's a delayed arrival. We'll tell you why. Because the Air Force One aircraft that was in fact carrying him to Davos earlier today had experienced what is called a minor electrical glitch. Now, this is a rare occurrence when it comes to the President of the United States aircraft. So he has in fact come to Switzerland on a backup aircraft, on a backup plane. My colleague Hina explains you more.
Viewers, world leaders started to arrive at Davos in Switzerland to attend the World Economic Forum Summit. And of course, US President Donald Trump also started the journey, in fact, from Joint Andrews Base in Maryland, which is close by Washington. He started his journey. He was flying over the Atlantic Ocean. And that is when what we are getting to know from the White House is that a minor electrical issue took place with the aircraft. And at that point, when it was flying over the Atlantic Ocean, it had to take a U-turn. So that was a mid-air reversal which took place of the Air Force One. And then, of course, the journey ended at the Joint Andrews Base in Maryland. And of course, Donald Trump had to take a smaller Boeing Boeing 757 plane. But the big question here is, what about the Air Force One? It is aging. It is 4 decades old aircraft that we are talking about. So the big questions that we have in front of us is that an electrical issue took place, but is Air Force One fit enough, suitable enough to fly the President of the United States? And also we need to ask the larger question, which is, if US Congress and US Air Force complicit to ensure the safety and the security of the President of the United States.
All right, we are going across straight to the visuals coming in from Switzerland, Zurich, where Donald Trump has just arrived a while back, has touched down, and now he will be exiting. He will be deboarding the aircraft in which he reached Zurich, and he will be taking the helicopter. He will be flying to Davos via a helicopter in a chopper from Zurich, and that's Donald Trump. So that's the visual coming in live from the Zurich airport, where Donald Trump's aircraft has landed. We showed you the live visuals a while back. Tensions over Greenland, of course, continue to persist, and Trump faces a tough reception, it seems, in Davos. We do not know what's he going to say, and all eyes will be on his address. It's going to happen around 7 p.m. Indian Standard Time. And right now, we are watching those live visuals coming in from Zurich of President Donald Trump of the United States. He arrives in Switzerland to meet the world leaders, as US says that UK has let down over Chagos deal. Multiple issues, of course, but Greenland tops the agenda as far as Donald Trump is concerned, and so does the European Union. And Trump has now reached Switzerland. He's in Zurich. He will be flying to Davos. That's the venue for World Economic Forum. And earlier we had the US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent saying that UK was talking about the situation as far as Greenland is concerned. Trump had said he will add a 10% tariff to goods imported from 8 European countries that oppose his plan to take over Greenland. And that is, of course, one of the biggest threats that EU faces. French President Macron had said the European Union could consider a series of retaliatory options that includes a trade bazooka, as he called it. And so there have been these war of words, so to speak, over Greenland and the tariff threats from Donald Trump, his favorite weapon these days. And we wait for Trump to get off his plane, to deboard the plane, the aircraft, and he will be heading to Davos. And to surprise you with what, in fact, there has been a lot of comments that have come in from several European leaders as far as Greenland is concerned. European Union Chief Ursula von der Leyen had said that Europe needs to abandon caution after US Treasury, after the comments of the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. In fact, and EU also has said, European Union says that future of Greenland is only for the Greenlanders to decide. She had reiterated and saying that the future of Greenland is for the Greenlanders to decide, warning Europe needs to transform the ways in which it thinks and acts, stepping up to challenges posed by the rapidly changing world order. The center of it all is what Trump has been doing. And emboldened after Maduro's capture and taking control of Venezuela, he has pushed his agenda for the annexation of Greenland. So much so that he has also reiterated his ambitions about Canada. We've seen the map that he has shared just yesterday on Truth Social. As he showed Canada and Greenland along with Venezuela being part of American territory. The new map, AI-generated map by Donald Trump, posted on Truth Social. And now that will be, of course, all eyes will be on that address, as this is Donald Trump who has doubled down on his agenda against Greenland, on Greenland. And there have been a series of meetings also planned with Donald Trump of different world leaders, trade talks also. important. In fact, EU says it's time for engagement on escalation, and the European Commission also has made Trade Commissioner Sefcovic has met the US trade representative also in Davos just a while back, and Witkoff meanwhile will be meeting Russia's Putin for talks on Ukraine, focusing on what he calls land deals as well. European Union chief von der Leyen says that she will not be meeting Donald Trump in Davos. This was confirmed a while back by the European Union. European Commission's midday briefing that highlighted that she was going back to Brussels for European Council meeting, and she will not be meeting Donald Trump. So she's not going back to Davos. She will not be holding any meeting with Donald Trump. And that's the breaking news we have right now, as we're getting you more and more updates. He's reached Zurich. Donald Trump has reached Zurich. It was a delayed trip to Davos. His stand-in plane, the Air Force One. This is the backup plane that has carried him to Zurich. And he will be addressing the World Economic Forum very, very soon. His main plane, Air Force One, was forced to abort its flight to Switzerland and turn back after what officials describe as a minor electrical issue. And that's the update we have. We're waiting for Donald Trump to exit from the plane. I think we're getting in the visuals. There's some movement inside the aircraft, and we'll soon see President of the United States deboarding from the aircraft. So there's lots happening. There's a lot of build-up by the European leaders as well, as we've witnessed the comments that have come in, even not just from the European leader, but also from the Canadian leader, Mark Carney, as well. My colleague Ishita joins us live on the broadcast for more. Well, Ishita, all eyes are on Donald Trump's address at the World Economic Forum. Greenland tops his agenda. A lot of protests also going on as far as Davos is concerned against Donald Trump. And the question, of course, remains on will he not just double down but triple down on his agenda on Greenland? And what are the European leaders going to do about it? Ishita.
All right, Rakshita, you're right. We're getting visuals of the Air Force One touching down in Zurich. And in fact, in a few moments from now, we'll see Donald Trump maybe coming out, and then he's going to take a helicopter to land at Davos, where he's going to address the World Economic Forum. And all eyes are going to be on that, because you see, Donald Trump is not a fan of world order. He's not a fan of international organization. With him, it's highway or my way. So, we're going to be looking at this address that he's going to be addressing, in fact, at World Economic Forum. And the big question is around the debate going on over Greenland and Denmark. We have seen Donald Trump aggressively asserting U.S. control, saying that if U.S. does not take over Greenland, it is China, it is Russia that's going to take over. And it is very important for the security of the United States that, in fact, the U.S. takes over Greenland. That's a big debate that's going on right now. You see, in fact, at this point, we're witnessing a global churn. European nations are trying to navigate how to deal with this president who is so unpredictable, who is, time and again challenging the transatlantic ties, the relationship that have been going on for decades. In fact, we've seen on Greenland itself, Donald Trump has threatened tariffs on NATO nations, saying that if do not go ahead with the deal or they do not support the deal, this is what their fate is going to be. So we're looking at this address that's going to take place in exactly 1.5 hours from now, where Donald Trump takes the center stage at World Economic Forum. And of course, Greenland is something that's going to come up. Tariff is something that's also likely to come up. And also, the fact that Donald Trump does not believe in giving space to international organizations or following the international order. So definitely we're looking forward to this address that Donald Trump is going to be, in fact, doing in 1.5 hours from now.
All right, Ishita, request you to stay with me. And ladies and gentlemen, for those of you've just tuned
who have just switched on your television right now, we are reporting live. Those are the live shots that we're getting in from Zurich in Switzerland, where Donald Trump has just landed. His plane has just landed in Zurich in Switzerland, and he will be heading straight to Davos to address the World Economic Forum. President Donald Trump is all set to speak at the World Economic Forum, directly addressing an audience that has been put on the edge by his intensifying aggression towards the allied territory of Greenland. Trump's speech is scheduled to begin almost an hour and a half from now. That is somewhere around 7 p.m. is the time that we have got that Donald Trump will be speaking at Davos. And the address will be bookended by meetings with other leaders attending the 5-day summit in Davos in Switzerland, is what the White House had also said. Now, Trump is facing a tough midterm election cycle entered on Americans' cost of living concerns. Previously said he will speak at Davos, but proposals to make housing more affordable. So these are some of the things that he'll be speaking on. What we also know is that Greenland push tariff threats will be taking center stage. All right, Ishita continues to stay with me on the broadcast. Ishita, live shots there coming in from Zurich, Switzerland. What is it that we are looking forward to as far as Donald Trump's address is concerned? Because the world is watching today, and it is clear. It is going to be EU versus Donald Trump today at Davos. All eyes are on the speech that he's going to make at 7 p.m. Of course, tariff and the case of him taking over Greenland, of him buying Greenland, stays the number one issue there.
Right, of course, those are the issues that are going to take a center stage when Donald Trump takes to dais at World Economic Forum in Davos exactly 1.5 hours from now. You know, the big question is, when we look at Donald Trump, we're not expecting something that's going to go aligned with traditions. You know, he's a rule breaker. He's somebody who comes out and tells you that this is what I want. And this has been his foreign policy. In fact, if there is a foreign policy for the United States right now. So when we talk about his address, you see, it comes at this point when European allies, they're trying to navigate how to deal with this president. They're trying to find out how do we maintain a stable relationship with the United States when it is coming all out on even allies. It is not sparing anyone. Even when we talk about India, you know, all over the world, we're looking at countries trying to navigate their relationship with President Trump, who says the relationship will only work if I'm going to get something in benefit. If it goes my way, this is the only way I'm going to maintain relations. We've seen what happened in Venezuela. We've seen what happened in Iran. This man does not has any respect for international order. He went into Venezuela, conducted the strikes, captured, or in fact, if I may call it, abducted the president, Nicolas Maduro, and then got him and his wife back to US. There's a case going on against the two leaders. So we're looking at something really unpredictable at this point when he takes center stage and talks about Greenland or even the tariff threat, because he's sparing no one clearly. He's not following the world order. He has no respect for the international norms. And in fact, the world order that we have known, you know, let's say post 1945, post the end of Second World War, and then after the fall of Berlin Wall in 1990s, it's absolutely going to change, you know. And this is one speech, in fact, where we could get some highlight of how Donald Trump is going to take action over Greenland, because he's already said that military action is on the table, which means he could also take on allies when it comes to Greenland. He's not going to budge when it comes to the issue of that Arctic island and the security of the United States. So we're expecting something unpredictable. And of course, it's Donald Trump, so you cannot say that this is the line he's going to toe. It's Donald Trump, so of course, all eyes are going to be on him when he addresses World Economic Forum. And of course, specifically, European allies are going to be listening very closely as to which way he's going to go.
Absolutely. Ishita, stay with me. And like we're just showing you the visuals, any moment from now, Donald Trump will be coming out of the plane. What we do know is he will be taking a chopper from Zurich straight to Davos. 7 p.m. is the time that we are given, wherein he will be addressing the World Economic Forum. Ishita, do you think with the issues of Greenland and acquiring Greenland and him facing a lot of pushback, be it from Emmanuel Macron or the UK, do you think that there is a possible urgent diplomatic intervention that Trump could possibly face as far as his speech is concerned in the World Economic Forum today?
I'm sorry, I didn't get your question. Could you just repeat the last point?
Yes, Ishita, do you think there will be an urgent diplomatic intervention which will be awaiting Trump today while he's making his speech at Davos, keeping in mind how he's going all cats and dogs to take over Greenland? Do you think that there'll be an urgent diplomatic intervention there as well from EU?
All right. There will definitely be some attempts by European leaders to try and reconcile with Donald Trump, to bring him on the table, to negotiate and to have a talk, because we're talking about Greenland, who comes under a NATO nation, Denmark, right? So they do not want to risk the transatlantic ties that have been going on for decades, the US security umbrella that they have been working under, right? They don't want to lose that factor. They don't want to lose their security net with the United States. But the question is Donald Trump willing to come on that negotiating table? Is Donald Trump willing to even consider the diplomatic efforts that will be made from the European allies? Well, it doesn't look like so, because Donald Trump, as I said before, does not, follow international norms, does not go according to the set traditions. For him, everything is transactional. A lot of experts call him businessman first and president next. So this is how he works. It's going to be very transactional. If it's about Greenland, it's about Arctic security, it's about those access to minerals and the rich resources that come out of that island, then US says if it needs it, right? What we could also see is that European allies may be coming on.
Stay with me. Live visuals there coming in from Zurich, Switzerland, where Donald Trump has just come out of his plane. He will be heading to Davos to address the World Economic Forum. First visuals there on your screen. Top European officials, remember, also planning to use this week's annual summit of global elites as their staging ground for averting a fast-blooming crisis that he has put the continent on edge and may now even threaten the survival of its 7-decade alliance with the United States. 3 people familiar with discussions have also said about this. All right, let's listen to what Donald Trump is saying. All right, first visuals there coming in from Zurich in Switzerland, where Donald Trump has just landed. He is heading towards his chopper. He will now straight away be going to Davos to address the World Economic Forum. 7 p.m. is the time that we're counting down to, where he will be addressing the World Economic Forum. And this comes amid a time where Donald Trump has time and again repeated that he will be acquiring Greenland by hook or by crook. It also comes at a time when he has slapped steeping tariffs on several nations. Donald Trump trying to be the big daddy, and diplomatic intervention is certainly awaited as far as Donald Trump's acquisition of the Greenland is concerned, where he has time and again on his Truth Social platform has said that he wants to acquire Greenland, be it what may come in between. He's made that amply clear, and his speech today is going to be looked upon from a global stage, from different eyes. India will be keeping a close watch on that. And remember, Trump is also facing a pushback from certain leaders like Emmanuel Macron and United Kingdom's Keir Starmer. And meanwhile, in the near term, the Europeans' emergency effort also aims to de-escalate tensions that were followed after Trump vowed to slap new tariffs on any ally that opposes his push for complete and total control of Greenland.
Here we go.
All right, visuals there coming in of Donald Trump. Remember, the European Union will be pushing back Donald Trump as far as his claim, as far as his ambition on acquiring Greenland is concerned. It is also about trying to divert the president generally from his campaign for Danish territory. And India will be keeping a close watch on that. Among the parts that Donald Trump advisors and Western diplomats have focused on are expanding existing treaties that allow the United States to place military bases and other resources on the island, along with adding commercial and economic arrangements. Such an outcome, ladies and gentlemen, would include some type of signaling ceremony that would allow the president to showcase an accomplishment, according to the people that were familiar with the matter. All right, Ishita still continues to stay with us on the broadcast. Ishita, Donald Trump is certainly facing a lot of pushback, and there is pushback from NATO allies as well. There were pictures last evening that came in where there was a map of Greenland, and it was acquired by the United States. It was portrayed in that way. There are a lot of AI-generated images as well that Donald Trump has been putting forth on his Truth Social handle, where there is a flag of United States that he's placing on the Greenland territory, and he's made it amply clear by hook or by crook he wants to acquire Greenland. So what do you think are the possible points that Donald Trump, the United States president, will be speaking upon tonight at 7 p.m.?
Right, you've described the context against which this address comes at World Economic Forum in fact at Davos. See, Donald Trump is certainly going to pick up issues that have been, going around. We have, if I talk about 5 major points, remember this address comes right after he's threatened NATO allies with tariffs, saying that if they do not align with his policy on Greenland, then they are going to be slapped with tariffs. That's first context for you. Then you have strained ties with European Union over the acquisition of Greenland, saying that it is the necessity for the security of the United States to acquire Greenland. If US does not do it, it will be China or Russia. This is what Donald Trump says. And meanwhile, European Union says that no, it is in the sovereign right of Greenlanders to decide whether they want to stay with Denmark, whether they want to go with US. It is their sovereign right to decide, right? You also have a conflict going over that. Then you also have the capture of Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, a strike, in fact, which we see, a lot of European allies were very cautioned. They gave a very measured approach, but something that is not, definitely appreciative at this point. And then you also have a tariff threat which he has put on, and then a major dynamics changing. In fact, United States allies going forward and pledging ties with other countries. You have Canada linking a pact with China. You have India almost signing, in fact, finalizing at this point, the mother of all deals with EU. So this is something that's going to irk Donald Trump definitely, and he might address those issues as well. And if you look at this address, it's not only for the international audience. Even on domestic front, Donald Trump is facing a lot of pressure. You have midterm elections coming in the United States. The inflation right now is high. The cost of living is going up. And this is despite the fact that Donald Trump came to power on the plank that he's going to fix the economy of the US, he's going to bring down the inflation, and he's going to make it more affordable for the Americans. But at a time when there is a global churn, even domestic front, Donald Trump is facing a lot of pressure. So he might want to also address through this, in fact, stage his domestic MAGA base. And through that, he could also, be more aggressive on Greenland. We have seen a lot of his supporters have been supportive of his stand on Venezuela or Greenland. So he could also be a little more aggressive on that, owing that push and giving more to his MAGA base. We're looking at these issues he's going to touch upon while addressing at the World Economic Forum. And of course, there are going to be 2 audiences for him. Domestic audience is MAGA base, where he's losing out on popularity, on approval ratings, and also the global audience who's going to watch it very closely as to what next step could come in from President Trump, who's been very unpredictable with his foreign policy so far.
Absolutely. Ishita, stay with me. We go full frame to the pictures that have just come into our newsrooms as far as Donald Trump's visit to Davos is concerned. This is his moment when he landed in Zurich in Switzerland, and he has already boarded the chopper. He is now en route Davos. 7 p.m. tonight is the time. It's an unmissable broadcast which will be streaming live on Republic's YouTube handle as well. And just to put into context, ladies and gentlemen, there have also been early discussions about suggesting the 1951 agreement, about the recognition of that between the United States, Denmark and Greenland, to clearly state that there would be no Chinese investments in Greenland, is what analysts have also said. And while Denmark has shown little inclination to giving up its territory, there are some senior Trump administration officials who have worked over the past several weeks on a proposal to purchase the island, is what sources close to Donald Trump have said. Now, Donald Trump, who's en route Davos, had also told reporters before leaving that he'll hold a series of meetings on Greenland while there, predicting that he'd strike a deal that's very good for everybody. The key word here, ladies and gentlemen, where Donald Trump has said that he will be striking a deal which will be very good for everybody. Now, he claimed that NATO would be very happy and that Greenlanders who have protested threats of American will be also thrilled about it. Now, even as we speak about NATO going against Donald Trump, this is despite Trump's sunny projections that he has continued to double down on his demands, insisting again that he needs Greenland, and asked how far he was willing to go to gain control of the Arctic island. Trump said, and I quote, "You'll find it out." But before suggesting, he took a look at all the alternative options that the United Supreme Court rules against his use on tariffs. So that's also a key decision that also falls in line with Donald Trump's speech at Davos. In fact, the White House spokesperson had also given out a statement where she had said the United States' acquisition of Greenland as a potential boon for NATO, arguing that it becomes far more formidable and effective with Greenland in hands of the United States, and Greenlanders would better served if protected by the United States from the modern threats in the Arctic region. All right, Ishita still continues to stay with us. Ishita, even as we speak about how all the global leaders will be keeping a close watch on Donald Trump's speech at Davos tonight at 7 p.m. Talk to us and give us a context about how Trump's speech at Davos today is also going to be very important for India, because we are also looking forward to that.
Right, of course, we've seen, ever since Donald Trump came to power, there was a lot of optimism about Trump coming to power before the elections happened. But we see right after he was elected as the president, the script is sort of flipped, because the situation and the ties between the two countries have not been very stable, despite several rounds taking place of negotiations for that much anticipated trade deal. We've not seen that getting finalized. And we also see Donald Trump becoming very aggressive against India when it comes to India buying oil from Russia. We have seen 50% tariffs still remain on New Delhi, imposed by the US. And we've also seen, Donald Trump has not been a fan of India's growing ties with, in fact, Russia. So, of course, the ties between the two countries have not been very stable, even when it comes to India-Pakistan conflict. Donald Trump repeatedly has made false claims that it was him who actually mediated the conflict between the two countries back in May, but that has not been true. New Delhi has refuted those claims, and time and again, that issue has come up between the two countries. So certainly, the ties have not been very stable, despite the two sides, of course, also sending messages of appreciation for each other. We've seen Donald Trump calling Prime Minister Modi his dear friend, a good friend, a tough negotiator, time and again. So yes, despite the words of appreciation coming in from both the sides, and New Delhi, trying to maintain this balance, trying to stabilize its relationship with Washington, the ties between the two countries have not been stable. So yes, New Delhi is also going to be looking at that speech, because remember, we are also, in fact, at the receiving end of 50% tariffs from the US.
Absolutely, Ishita. In fact, when we're speaking about the pushback that Donald Trump has got from the European Union or from other leaders like Macron, and like you were also pointing out, that India-United States relationship are not as it was before. And when we're talking about tariff as well, now Trump has always reiterated that Greenland is important for the security of the United States. Again, what does he really mean when he's trying to say that Greenland is important for United States security? And all those who are against him, he's become the big daddy. He's gone ahead to arm twist certain leaders, certain countries, and said that if whatever he says is not followed, there will be steeping tariffs that will be slapped. India was also one of those countries. So India, again, like you said, will be keeping a close watch on that. And talking about Greenland, there's also another issue that had also come into light. It was about, of course, the steeping tariff. The United States court had also ruled out on that. So Donald Trump, of course, has a pressure also from the United States court as far as his ruling on tariffs is concerned, as far as his slapping tariffs is concerned. When we talk about that, how is India looking forward to the tariff that he's slapped on several nations, keeping in mind that he wants to become the big daddy and wants to arm twist everybody who does not follow what he says?
Right, of course. Tanisha rightly quoted it, saying that US and Trump, in fact, at this point wants to become the big daddy in the US, wants to be the policeman in the world and wants to dictate every nation as to how they should go about the world order. And at this point, we're seeing that Donald Trump is going to address the World Economic Forum. So definitely, India is also going to be looking at that speech very closely, as I mentioned before, because we already have 50% tariffs in place. But the big question here is that, there's a basic clause when you talk about NATO. That's the clause of collective defense, that any attack on one nation will be considered an attack on all the nations. And Donald Trump seems to be threatening that very clause, the very foundation of NATO, when he says that military action is not off the table when it comes to Greenland, basically acquiring Greenland. In fact, as you mentioned before, that what is it? What does he mean when he says that Greenland is very important or very necessary for the security of the United States? Well, it is about the strategic location of the Arctic island. It is very much important. If the polar ice sheets continue to melt, there are going to be more polar routes that are going to be opened up, and more importantly, the strategic location will help the US in surveillance mission when it comes to Russia and China and their movements in those regions. So
right,
therefore,
Ishita, I'm extremely sorry. I'll have to cut you short on that because we are building up to the unmissable broadcast tonight at 7 p.m. And before we do that, we're going to build up to that big event that's going live tonight at 7 p.m. The live streaming on Republic's YouTube channel is up already, ladies and gentlemen. Ishita, before I come to you, it's time for us to now slip into a very short break. But don't go anywhere, because after the break, we're going to stay live on the speech that Donald Trump is going to give at Davos. A lot of anticipation, a lot of speculations on that coming up right after a short break.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, शंकराचार्य और प्योर मसाला।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. If they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. And they won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard.
जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप इंडिश का जीरा सिप इंडिश का जीरा सिप
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and
as he bulldozes NATO and goes to war with Europe. Can Europe fight Donald Trump? Europe versus America at Davos. Arnab's debate at 8 p.m.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
शंकराचार्य और प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी एमडीएच का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप एमडीएच का जीरा सिप एमडीएच का जीरा सिप
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. And they won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago.
We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts.
Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying with us. You are watching the latest edition of 6 Stories at 6 with me, Oyana Mitra. Over the next half an hour, I will take you through the details of those 6 stories that have dominated the headlines today. So here we go. First, a massive controversy over self-styled politically backed godman Avimukteshwar Anand, and if at all his claims of being a Shankaracharya hold any truth or not. Second, Priya Sachdev's first appearance after months at Delhi's Patiala House Court amid the race for late Sanjay Kapoor's 30,000 crore legacy battle. That is our second story. Third, what TTV Dinakaran's comeback to the NDA just months ahead of the Tamil Nadu Assembly election means for the alliance. And then, viewers, we take you to Davos, where at the World Economic Forum, Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav has pitched hard for India's artificial intelligence talent pool. And at Davos, it's a mega showdown between Europe and America over Trump's mission Greenland. We will build up to that very key address, which is scheduled at 7 p.m. this evening. And finally, Republic special shoot with the forces, our Jawans, as India gears up for Republic Day celebrations 2026. With that, let's get started. All right, viewers, our first story of the evening. The Prayagraj administration has issued a notice to massively controversial self-styled godman Avimukteshwar Anand after he used the title of Shankaracharya during a recent event, sparking a row. This issue arose as the title Shankaracharya is traditionally associated with the heads of specific monastic institutions, and there are concerns regarding the legitimacy of its use by individuals not formally recognized by these institutions. Now, the administration has clarified that it was looking into the matter to ensure compliance with legal and traditional norms. But this Hindu seer, Avimukteshwar Anand, has defended his actions, asserting that his use of the title was legitimate. He has even gone on to issue a notice to the UP government. Here's more on this controversy.
A self-styled godman, a disputed title, and a political phone call that is raising eyebrows. The Prayagraj administration has issued a notice to controversial seer Swami Avimukteshwaranand Saraswati, questioning his use of the powerful and deeply symbolic title of Shankaracharya of Jyotish Peeth. The Swami has since stayed away from the camp, staging a sit-in protest instead.
अतिक्रमण का मामला है, शिष्टाचार की तिलांजलि देने का मामला है, लेकिन यहाँ के प्राधिकरण ने ये सब परवाह छोड़ दी और छोड़ करके हमसे पूछा कि अपने नाम के आगे जगत गुरु शंकराचार्य क्यों लिखे हो। तो जगत गुरु शंकराचार्य हमने अपने नाम के आगे नहीं लिखा है, हमारा नाम ही अब जगत गुरु शंकराचार्य है। वो उनको अभी ये बात नहीं समझ में आई है, पता नहीं है। ये जो जगत गुरु शंकराचार्य है, ये ऐसा पद नहीं है कि यहाँ पर कोई बैठे तो जब तक बैठा है तब तक वो अमुक कहा जाए। ये जीवन पर्यंत के लिए अभिषिक्त आचार्य होता है, और जैसे ही इस पद पर विराजमान होता है वो आदि शंकराचार्य का स्वरूप हो जाता है।
Citing a 2022 Supreme Court order, the Magh Mela authorities say that the dispute over who can legitimately use the Shankaracharya title is still sub judice. And until the apex court decides, using the title publicly could amount to contempt of court. The notice gives the Swami 24 hours to explain why the disputed designation is displayed prominently at his Magh Mela camp. But this controversy goes far beyond paperwork. On Mauni Amavasya, the Swami's palanquin was allegedly stopped en route to the Sangam, sparking heated arguments with the police.
कारण बताइए हमको कारण बताइए। कोई भी नई परंपरा के लिए अनुमति नहीं, नई परंपरा नहीं है, पहले से हमारी परिक्रमा होती रही है, उसके प्रमाण है हमारे पास। कोई अनुमति नहीं है जो नहीं, आप कह रहे हैं नई परंपरा नहीं है, ये परंपरा हमारी बहुत पुरानी है। वो चीज आप कोर्ट में लीजिएगा। वो बात आप फोन में रखिएगा। नहीं, आप कह रहे हैं ना कि नई परंपरा, तो आप किस आधार पर ये कह रहे हैं? वहाँ पे कोई अभी नहीं होती ना। क्यों नहीं होती है? रोज होती है, वहाँ रोज परिक्रमा करते हैं सनातन धर्म में।
Authorities insist it was a matter of crowd control and law and order.
इसमें होकर के पुलिस के साथ प्लीज अराजकता ना करें, इतना रिक्वेस्ट है आप लोगों से, सभी से, प्लीज 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 आपसे निवेदन है, आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है, प्लीज आप न करें।
Then came the moment that set political circles buzzing. A phone call to Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav.
नारायण, कैसे हैं आप? अब देखिए, अब हम तो अपना लड़ रहे हैं, अपनी लड़ाई अभिमन्यु की तरह चक्रव्यूह में लड़ रहे हैं। देखिए, जब कोई बच्चा हिंदू घर में पैदा होता है, हिंदू माँ बाप से, जन्मते ही उसका गंगा यमुना में स्नान करने का जन्मसिद्ध अधिकार हो जाता है। उससे उसको वंचित नहीं किया जा सकता। इन्होंने हमको संगम स्नान से वंचित कर दिया। कितना बड़ा संवैधानिक जो है इन्होंने प्रश्न खड़ा किया है कि क्या किसी हिंदू बच्चे को आप स्नान से वंचित कर सकते हो? कर दिया इन्होंने। हाँ जी जी, सही है।
आप देखिए, बनारस में तोड़ दिया, आपसे अच्छा कौन नहीं जानता इस साल कितने मंदिर तोड़े इन्होंने, कितनी।
हाँ, सही है सही है सही है।
आप तो वहाँ के हैं, आप सब जान, और देखिए फिर खबर बदलती कि कोई नहीं तोड़ा, कुछ नहीं तोड़ा।
सारा तोड़ दिया इन्होंने। 150 मंदिर हमारे तोड़ दिए हैं और अभी भी तोड़ते चले जा रहे हैं।
और कईयों पे तो अवशेष रखे हुए मंदिर के टूटे हुए।
यही बात है।
तो हम आपके साथ हैं, पंडित जी आएंगे, आपसे मिलेंगे आके।
ठीक है जी, ठीक है।
As Prayagraj prepares for its grand spiritual gathering, one question refuses to fade. Is this self-styled godman fake or real?
Right, viewers, it's a major twist in the high-profile Sanjay Kapoor inheritance battle case. A new legal angle has now emerged in court. Rani Kapoor, the mother of late industrialist Sanjay Kapoor, has filed a case against her daughter-in-law Priya Sachdev, making explosive allegations of fraud and deception. Here's the latest from Delhi's Patiala House Court.
The battle for the 30,000 crore inheritance of deceased industrialist Sanjay Kapoor has intensified in court. Marking her first public appearance after months, this was Priya Sachdev in court earlier today. In a fresh twist, Rani Kapoor has filed a lawsuit before the Delhi High Court seeking cancellation of the family trust. Rani Kapoor has claimed that after Sanjay Kapoor's demise, her daughter-in-law took swift steps to assume control over the key Sona Group companies. She claims she was repeatedly made to sign documents including blank papers under the pretext of administrative convenience. Watch how Priya maintains silence. Priya, would you like to speak something? Rani ji ने केस किया आपके खिलाफ हाई कोर्ट में. In another statement, the plaintiff claims that she was under the blind curtains that her late son made exclusive beneficiary of entire legacy and estate. 2 lawsuits, a legacy worth crores, and one family. Who is the real heir?
And ahead of the 2026 Tamil Nadu Assembly elections, AMMK chief TTV Dinakaran has rejoined the NDA fold, formally backing AIADMK leader E.K. Palanieswamy as the chief ministerial face for the alliance. This move is being seen as a strategic attempt to consolidate all anti-DMK votes in the state and revive the Amma politics in the state, as was seen during the era of J. Jayalalitha. Take a look.
The battleground for polling is gearing up in the state of Tamil Nadu.
with just 4 months left for the elections to happen, the 17th Legislative Assembly elections is going to be one of a kind because there's multiple new parties, multiple new alliances, old alliances coming back together and old alliances breaking up as well. The main question here is, will these alliances actually make an impact in the upcoming elections?
It's a new beginning, says TTV Dinakaran, as he's officially back in the NDA's fold in Tamil Nadu.
I am very happy and I am very glad that I have rejoined NDA. Surely we are going to form our Amma's government in Tamil Nadu.
After the announcement, Dinakaran met Piyush Goyal, who is BJP's election in charge for Tamil Nadu.
Senior leader of the NDA, my brother Thiru Dhinakaran has decided to come back to the NDA family. Thiru Dhinakaran was with my father in the Rajya Sabha in the period 2004 to 2007, and since then I have seen his good work, I have seen his popularity, I have seen his leadership skills.
With this move, the AMMK has ended years of political distance with the BJP. After the AI-DMK split, a reunion, crucial ahead of the 2026 elections.
And we are all brothers, we had fight. Now I have forgotten everything. See, in the interest of Tamil Nadu and the interest of my party, I have given up everything. Only my thought is, only there is in my mind that we should form NDA government in Tamil Nadu.
In a social media post, Palaniswamy welcomed TTV into the alliance. Dinakaran then went to meet Palaniswamy at his residence, projecting unity within the opposition camp. The AMMK chief also revived the Jayalalitha's legacy pitch, now in a show-off demonstration of strength of the NDA.
Surely we are going to form our Amma's government in Tamil Nadu, because in 2021, Honorable Amit Shah ji tried for this to bring Amma's government. Now he succeeded in it. Surely we are going to form Amma's government in Tamil Nadu.
With BJP as the national anchor and AMMK as a regional vote consolidator, the idea is build a stronger, wider political front in Tamil Nadu.
In politics, nobody knows what will happen today and what will happen tomorrow. But one aim for us is to bring back Amma's government again. It's the only aim we have now. And our leader, Mr. TTV Dinakaran, wants his cadres to get inside that victory in this election, because 21st itself we tried for it.
This alliance reset changes the political geometry of Tamil Nadu. With TTV Dinakaran back in the NDA, the opposition chessboard in Tamil Nadu has been redrawn.
After Jayalalitha's dad, TTV Dinakaran had split his party, which then made on to be the AMMK, which was in alliance with the NDA until 2 months back and broke up because they did not get enough respect from their alliance leader, K. Edappadi Palaniswamy, who is the face of NDA in the state of Tamil Nadu. Now, taking away the differences between the AIADMK and the AMMK, TTV Dinakaran has decided to forego the issues that's been happening in the inter-party issues, while they were focusing on unanimously unifying the AIADMK as one. However, later he said that he did not want to be part of AIADMK, and that's the reason he split from NDA. Now, coming back to it, TTV Dinakaran has again joined the NDA alliance and saying that their only goal is to remove the DMK and the MK Stalin's family from its far. So we can look forward for an anti-stans DMK parties all coming together under the NDA banner.
No, they are with BJP. They have to succumb to BJP's pressure. Anybody who had cases against them have to succumb to the BJP's pressure. Only then they can be saved. That is why. He wants to be with BJP. That he had expressed already. But Edappadi did not want him. Now Edappadi says, okay, it is okay with him. See, Edappadi has changed his stance. That also should be noted in this case.
Okay, and on to developments from Davos, where the World Economic Forum is underway. Union Minister for Electronics and Information Technology, Ashwini Vaishnav, has firmly pushed back against the International Monetary Fund's description of India as a second-tier artificial intelligence power. He questioned the framework that was used for such an assessment and said that the country belongs among the leading nations in artificial intelligence. His remarks came in response to comments that were made earlier by IMF Managing Director during the World Economic Forum panel in Davos, where India was placed in a secondary group of AI-capable countries. That full take by the Union Minister for you.
Panel discussion was taking place on AI and economy at Davos in Switzerland. That is when IMF chief suggested that India comes in the second grouping of AI power, which is that India is a second-tier AI power. That is when Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav hit back at IMF saying that this is incorrect, this classification is incorrect, and that Stanford, which is a reputed institution, ranks India at the third position in AI preparedness. Listen in to what exactly happened at Davos.
95% of the work can happen with models which are 20 billion or 50 billion parameters. We are creating a bouquet of such models. We already have a bouquet of such models which are now being deployed in multiple sectors to increase the productivity, to increase the efficiency, to increase the effective use of technology. So our focus is very much on making sure that AI diffusion happens in a very big way. And I don't know what the IMF criteria has been, but Stanford places India as third in terms of AI penetration, in terms of AI preparedness, and in terms of AI talent.
So there you have it, Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav hitting back hard at IMF chief and talking about how India is taking steps towards AI transformation. If I have to tell you, India is already taking steps and taking initiatives like India AI Mission to advance itself in AI economy. And talking about the numbers, AI could add up to $1.7 million in India's AI economy by 2035.
Now, a sharp transatlantic rift is on full display at the World Economic Forum in Davos. European leaders are pushing back hard against US President Donald Trump's threat of tariffs linked to his controversial push over Greenland. Now, as Trump arrives in Switzerland, what was meant to be a forum on global cooperation is now heavily dominated by rising tensions between Washington, D.C. and its closest EU allies. These raise serious questions about the future of the Western alliance. We are building up to that very critical address by the US President at 7 p.m. But the drama so far for you.
Swedish Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson set the tone early at Davos, saying Europe will not accept being blackmailed. A direct response to US President Donald Trump's tariff threat over Greenland.
Obviously, from our part of the world, it's extremely important to state and to continue stating that Denmark's territorial integrity is of vital interest for us. We appreciate close cooperation. We think there is a lot to do in increasing the security in Greenland, but also in the Arctic in a more general sense. But we will not accept to be blackmailed to do things we're not willing to do.
The US President is expected to arrive in Davos today, but even before his arrival, tensions between the United States and Europe are already overshadowing the entire forum. At the heart of the dispute is Trump's demand that Denmark and other European allies negotiate a transfer of Greenland, a move European leaders say is completely unacceptable.
So I'm going to Davos. I believe it'll be very successful, the trip. The country's never done better. We have $18 trillion plus coming in. We've never had anything like it, and no country has had anything like it. Prices are way down. Gasoline now is $1.99 in a lot of places. And frankly, nobody's seen anything like this. So it's really good, but this will be an interesting trip. I have no idea what's going to happen, but you are well represented. Thank you very much, everybody.
NATO allies warn that Trump's aggressive posture towards Greenland threatens the foundation of the alliance and undermines decades of mutual trust. The US administration, however, has threatened a 10% tariff on Denmark and 7 other European nations, escalating to 25% by June if talks fail. European Union leaders have openly criticized the move, with EU's top official calling the tariff threat, quote-unquote, a mistake. French President Emmanuel Macron has now warned that the EU can retaliate, using its most powerful trade weapon, often referred to as the trade bazooka.
Europe has very strong tools now, and we have to use them when we are not respected, and when the rules of the game are not respected, by the way. The anti-coercion mechanism is a powerful instrument, and we should not hesitate to deploy it in today's tough environment. We must also advance the principle of European preference. There is a North American preference in your market. There is no European preference today. We are progressively creating it.
However, US's Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has dismissed Europe's reaction, calling it anger and bitterness.
The president obviously believes that national security is economic security is national security, and we're not putting a 10% tariff on Greenland. We're putting a 10% tariff on the 8 countries that chose to send troops to Greenland. I mean, for those countries to activate their troops, I'm not sure what signal that's supposed to send. It seems pretty quixotic to me. President Trump has made it clear that we will not outsource our national security or our hemispheric security to any other countries. Our partner, the UK, is letting us down with the base on Diego Garcia, which we had shared together for many, many years, and they want to turn it over to Mauritius. So President Trump is serious here. Just as I said, after Liberation Day last year, I would tell everyone, take a deep breath. Do not have this reflexive anger that we've seen and the bitterness. Why don't they sit down, wait for President Trump to get here and listen to his argument? Because I think they're going to be persuaded.
As leaders gather in Davos, the focus has now shifted from economic cooperation to confrontation.
And finally, viewers, in a recent showcase of the Indian military firepower, Republic TV brings you this special shoot just ahead of Republic Day celebrations, which showcase India's growing military strength, from tanks and artillery like the T-90 Bhishma, Arjun and K-9 Vajra, to advanced systems like the Nag, like the BrahMos and the Akash missile. We also spoke to officers behind these weapons to understand what it takes for our forces to operate them, which gave us a clear glimpse into India's operational readiness and the power of Atmanirbharta.
Now this vehicle is of
Take a look.
मीडियम मशीन गन, एंटी टैंक गाइडेड मिसाइल एवं ड्रोन से सुसज्जित है, जो दुश्मन की जानकारी देने के साथ साथ दुश्मन के बंकरों एवं उसके तोपखानों को नष्ट करने की क्षमता रखता है।
अटल लोहे का वक्ष, स्टील का संकल्प बना, युद्ध काल हो या सीमाओं का मैदान, हर शत्रु को भस्म करे, यह है भीष्म टैंक महान।
और अब मन की तरफ अग्रसर ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में का नाम दुनिया के शिखर पर वापस करने वाले 3 ऐसे योद्धा जिन्हें वीर चक्र से
जिसकी स्थापना 1953।
All right, viewers, that's all that we had for you in this edition of 6 Stories at 6. But do stay on with us, because from 6:30, it's Republic TV special coverage as we build up to that address by the US President at Davos. Thanks for watching.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, हार्डकोर मसाला।
At Amity University's 2-week summer school, students of classes 9 to 12 get to explore future undergraduate programs as per their interest from over 30 disciplines. Students attend lectures by Amity University faculty, gain experience at over 400 labs and learning studios, and attend personality enhancement workshops. Register now at amity.edu/summer school.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts. And that doesn't mean boots on the ground, but it means hitting them very, very hard where it hurts. So we don't want that to happen.
All right, viewers, these are live visuals coming in from of US President Donald Trump in Zurich as we build up to that key address by the US President at the World Economic Forum in Davos. In just about half an hour from now, we expect him to deliver his opening remarks. Now, as the World Economic Forum in Davos unfolds amid escalating US and EU tensions, we have seen a growing unity from European leaders in opposing President Trump's renewed push to acquire Greenland. They have framed it as a threat to Greenland's sovereignty, international law, and transatlantic alliances. So far, we have seen a string of European leaders, from the French president to the to the Danish president and the chief of the European Union, Ursula von der Leyen, give their opening remarks about Trump's repeated push to acquire Greenland. In half an hour from now, we expect the US President to respond to the remarks that have been made by the European leaders. Their statements essentially emphasize solidarity with Denmark and Greenland, rejection of the bullying tactics, as they say, like tariffs that have been threatened by President Trump, and calls for collective Arctic security without any US annexation whatsoever. Now, this rhetoric has also intensified in the lead up to Trump's scheduled address, as we expect at 7 p.m., with all European leaders essentially warning of potential retaliation and a downward spiral in relations between the West and the European Union. And to give you more details about what Trump has said so far, ladies and gentlemen, in the aftermath of Maduro's capture, Trump essentially went on to publicly state that the annexation of Greenland was important for the national security of the United States of America. And in response to that, European leaders have come together in a defiant stance against what they call bullies and a shift towards a world without rules. As we stay with those live pictures, viewers, this moment I'd like to bring in my senior executive editor, my colleague Abhishek Kapoor, who will give us more details about what to expect at Davos.
Well, what to expect, Oyana? I think what we should expect is whether Donald Trump, the US president, is going to declare war on Greenland, war on Denmark, and hence war on Europe, and hence war on NATO. That's what we should be expecting. Nothing less, nothing more. Whether Donald Trump, in his address from Davos, is going to read the riot act to Europe and double down, as they say, on his claims to Greenland. Remember what he has said, there is no going back. He has, just before he started for Davos in Switzerland from Washington, D.C., joint base Andrews, although of course it was not without glitches, without physical and geopolitical glitches, so to say, ahead of his trip. There was some electrical issue with Air Force One, because of which it had to fly back to joint base Andrews and then again flew off. Now we are seeing him arriving just in time for his 7 p.m. address, 7 p.m. Indian Standard Time. That's going to be about 2:30 p.m. Davos time. He has already arrived. We are getting these pictures. He would be there, serenaded by the WEF President Borje Brende, and he's going to be making an address. Remember, this is the build-up has been nothing short of a war of words, so to say, between European leadership and the United States. We have seen European leaders finally get some spine, and we will get voices over the next 1 hour before Trump starts speaking. It could be about 7:15 p.m., if not 7 p.m., because remember, he's running a little behind schedule. And so if you look at it, we have seen Europe finally getting some spine. We have seen the likes of Emmanuel Macron, Keir Starmer, and Donald Tusk of Poland, and Giorgia Meloni of Italy, among others, really talk back at Trump, including Mark Carney of Canada. If not directly at Trump, they have been talking back at United States. If not talking back, they have been at least showing some semblance of self-respect in terms of deterring or trying to deter United States with words, if nothing else. Not just words, in fact, if you look at it, build up to the Davos saw the European countries, 8 countries sending a military expedition, all of 50 soldiers, just a platoon is strength or 2 platoons, but still making a statement of sorts there by sending those soldiers to nuke in Greenland on a military expedition. Trump, of course, hit back with 10% tariffs. I think this was just a ping pong happening between a transatlantic ping pong, in fact, between Washington, D.C. and Brussels. And Trump has threatened that those tariffs can go up to 25% beginning June if another round of military misadventures. Yes, 2 platoons is misadventure for Trump, coming as it does from Europeans, but the Europeans, they're showing some spine. Some chutzpah there, really, if you look at the words that have come in from all these leaders ahead of Trump's address, which is happening. Davos, of course, has turned into a sort of a more effective than United Nations, perhaps, or more consequential than United Nations, perhaps, in terms of setting the agenda of the world. Because apart from the world political leaders, you also have world's corporate leaders coming in and participating on equal footing with the world leaders there in Davos of Switzerland as part of the World Economic Forum. We have seen Mark Carney of Canada really take on Trump. We have seen Emmanuel Macron of France in very clear terms take on Trump. We have seen Donald Tusk of Poland take on Trump from the same platform, and it would be interesting to see whether the American president really responds to all of them, or whether he really doubles down as he has been doing on social media posts. Remember, saying something on Truth Social is one thing. These are pictures of Donald Trump in that long coat coming in, walking from his Air Force One chopper to the waiting contingent, and the beast, of course, there arriving in advance. And from here, he would be heading straight to the venue where this summit is taking place, and the dialogue that Trump is going to have, whether it's an address or a conversation, we'll know in a bit. But can we have some nat sounds also on what's happening there, so that viewers know that it's not just all snow, it's a lot of heated conversations happening there. We also had Ursula von der Leyen, the EU chief, effectively pushing back against the kind of push and shove we have seen from the Trump administration on the issue of Greenland, saying that Greenland is for the Greenlanders to decide where they stand. And so it basically boils down to Trump deciding or not deciding to really escalate from here on. Look at the statements that we have seen. He has said nothing, no going back on Greenland. He has, as a build-up, posted a map of the United States, which includes Canada and Greenland, apart from Venezuela, which Trump has effectively taken control of. And then we have had that's okay. Okay, so we are building up to that moment when Donald Trump is going to make that address at the World Economic Forum, and let's look at all that's lined up. So, for example, President Trump is going to make an address, and let's see. All right, we are staying with the live pictures of Donald Trump, who has just arrived in Davos after a short heli hop from Zurich, where he landed in his Air Force One, and there were some tech glitches in Air Force One, because of which he had to delay his arrival, and yet he's keeping the time insofar as his lecture is concerned, his address is concerned, his interaction is concerned. The world watching what the American president would be saying insofar as the European pushback is concerned. We have seen European leaders really go after the Americans on the issue of Greenland, really coming out strongly, stoutly in defense of Greenland and Denmark, and taking very strong positions, something which we had not seen happening for the last almost a month, since Donald Trump has really refocused all his attentions on the issue of Greenland post the Venezuela operation, where America captured Nicolas Maduro, a sitting president, and effectively took hold of a country, a sovereign country. Now, Greenland next, whether Trump is going to double down from Europe in front of Europeans and read the riot act to them and does something which really makes them buckle under, or whether there would be a pushback. Remember, there has been tremendous amount of signaling from the side of Europe that they are not going to take it lying down. It's effectively what we are seeing. And in so many words, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney mentioned that there is a rupture. Though, of course, he was talking about a rupture in terms of the global rules-based order, which was essentially designed, defined, owned, controlled by the West, with some resistance coming in from the global South of late. And Mark Carney now they're admitting, the Canadian Prime Minister, that maybe there was something wrong with that global rules-based order that is lying broken. Of course, broken because of Trump under America, but then there are no scapegoats. There are no naming names here. Mark Carney there saying that maybe we need a new global rules-based order and do something about the rupture. But the rupture which is more visible is the rupture, transatlantic rupture, which is between Europe and the United States. And post-World War II understanding between Europe and America really coming under Trump. This is not the first time that Trump has done this. In fact, Trump really went after Europe and NATO in the first term also, but he has really doubled down this time to the extent where he's okay if NATO really goes down. And he knows that if he really takes some military action on Greenland, NATO effectively ends. That's the statement that came from Donald Tusk, the Polish Prime Minister, that if any military action happens on Greenland by the United States, we are looking at effectively the end of NATO as we know it. My business editor Pranav Kulkarni joins us here in the broadcast. Welcome, Pranav. And Donald Trump has arrived. Everyone looking at that moment when he takes to the mic. Remember, the build-up has been hot in that very cold, snowbound alpine resort where the Davos Economic Summit is happening. And I think, but for the snow, everything else is hot out there, right?
Well, absolutely, Abhishek. In fact, this is it is World Economic Forum, but then what's happening there is more political than anything else. I mean, we're seeing global order changing. We are already looking at European leaders, NATO allies of Donald Trump already hitting out at him. So though he has said that Davos is waiting for him, it doesn't definitely look like that because his allies who were so far with him seem to be really hitting out and waiting for seeing what he actually says and then probably reverting to, in terms of tariffs, in terms of a lot of dialogues going on about and a lot of backlash over his, statements so far.
Yeah, so I'm just going through the WA website and it says special address by Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America. That's January 21, 14:30 CET, and that should be about 7 p.m. India time. So we are looking at about 15 more minutes. Special address by Donald J. Trump. This is a live stream session and public speakers in this session, which means effectively when Trump speaks on the dais would be President and CEO of World Economic Forum, Borje Brende, and Lawrence D. Fink, Chair and CEO BlackRock, interim co-chair World Economic Forum BlackRock. So I think we are looking at some fireworks. Rakshita joins us in the broadcast, and let's keep it fast-paced. Let's keep it rolling, and another 15 minutes before it happens. You also mentioned about the tariff factor, and the break. They did the geopolitical aspect of Trump really going after Greenland and causing this transatlantic or rupture in the transatlantic alliance. And then there is also the geo-economic issue of tariffs and the manner in which Trump has really gone after every other part of the world. I mean, take no prisoners literally with Trump. Like he goes after everyone, including in the case of latest example being Europe, where he has slapped 10% tariffs on 8 countries that sent a military expedition of 2 platoons really to Greenland. So, is tariff a weapon which, after the address that Trump makes, going to be seen as a pariah weapon and everyone else really fed up with this weapon which Trump has used of last 1 year?
Well, absolutely. In fact, if you observe, I was just listening to some of the sessions that were going on. JP Morgan Chase CEO, in fact, Jamie Dimon was, right now just live just a few minutes ago, and we saw questions being asked as if, if Americans Donald Trump's own citizens are scared of what he's doing right now. And he gave a very, very calculated and a very careful answer, so to say. So that kind of carefulness is coming from within America, but on the other hand, when you're seeing, it's more like a tariff war going on. When Trump is imposing tariffs on the alcohol that is being imported from France, for example, France, you're seeing Macron retaliating. You're seeing
was it really planned or just off the hat? Trump said, "Oh my God, this guy is talking back to me. Let's slap 200% tariffs on champagne."
with Trump, it really becomes so difficult and so impulsive sometimes when he's just standing outside Air Force One and one reporter just asked him what.
And Trump says something and then it's Scott Bessent and Howard Lutnick to mop up the mess,
Absolutely.
I think we have to slip in a short break, but of course this broadcast continues with Rakshita with me and Pranav in the broadcast. Let's take a break. Let's take a short break. Okay. We have a soundbite coming in from a member of Parliament of the European Parliament, MEP as they are called, I think, but he's from Denmark. Let's listen to. Okay.
I don't have an EP.
Let me put this in words you might understand. Mr. President, let me put this in words you might understand. Mr. President,
Okay, Rakshita, we slipped a short break. Coming back on the other side of this short break and continue our rolling coverage. There's a build up to President Donald J. Trump of the United States, whom a Danish MP just said FO, coming in there after a short break.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
At Amity University's 2-week summer school, students of classes 9 to 12 get to explore future undergraduate programs as per their interest from over 30 disciplines. Students attend lectures by Amity University faculty, gain experience at over 400 labs and learning studios, and attend personality enhancement workshops. Register now at amity.edu/summer school.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Welcome back, viewers, as we continue to build up to the much-awaited address of Donald J. Trump at Davos. Let's quickly just take a look at what options now Europe has. Abhishek, to you first. Macron teased something called the trade bazooka. What option does Brussels really have, if at all they have? There are some options on, paper, something like anti-coercion tools that they have. Is there anything feasible?
I'm sure they have, and the build-up has been indicative of the kind of options that Europe has. So it's not just saber rattling. So, for example, we were talking about this military expedition that NATO countries, 8 of them have sent to Greenland, which got the tariffs coming in their way, 10% of them by the Trump administration, Rakshita. And then, of course, the bazooka, which is an article within European Union where if these kind of tariffs come in, there can be a retaliatory tariff, some of which is already, I think, being imposed. And we had Ursula von der Leyen, very combative there. And most of the European leaders, I must say, have found their voice really over the last 1 week on the issue of Greenland, Pranav. And I think it would be very, very interesting whether, if Donald Trump is a bully, then whether this kind of pushback from Europe really makes the bully pull back or no. And that would be very interesting.
Well, absolutely. In fact, if you observe, it was Ursula who yesterday said that Europe needs to be independent. That's point number one. And point number two, what she spoke about was that it's signing a mother of all deals with a region that is growing fast. So this is probably the first time that the European Union leaders are accepting that the real power doesn't exist. The real power centers do not exist west of the globe, but instead in Asia and India and China being, the emerging powers, so to say.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we mentioned China and India. We have had German Chancellor Friedrich Merz coming to India just last week. We had Mark Carney, the Canadian Prime Minister in Beijing just 3 days back. We have Keir Starmer, the UK Prime Minister, visiting China, Beijing next week. So I think there is, we had Macron in Davos mention that we really need to engage with China more. So I think there is very strong pushback coming in from Europe and strong message that if the United States continue the path that it has under Trump, then we are afraid that the transatlantic alliance, which shaped up post-World War II, is effectively seeing the end of its, maybe seeing its last days.
Absolutely. One of the European leaders I recollect just said, I think yesterday, that if we are not at the table, we are on the menu. So it's a threat for everybody that I think Europe, recognizes what Donald Trump has been doing, and it sends out a broader signal. Of course, that is also important to highlight what, in fact, Emmanuel Macron had said as we continue to build up to Donald Trump. Please just take a look at Macron with his goggles there, much viral speech there. What did he have to say? The message that he sent out from the allies to Donald Trump.
But what we need is more Chinese foreign direct investment in Europe, in some key sectors to contribute to our growth, to transfer some technologies, and not just to export towards Europe some devices or products which sometimes don't have the same standards or are much more subsidized as the one being produced in Europe. It's not being protectionist, it's just restoring this level playing field and protecting our industry. But what we need is more Chinese foreign direct investment in Europe, in some key sectors to contribute to our growth, to transfer some technologies, and not just to export towards Europe some devices or products which sometimes don't have the same standards or are much more subsidized as the one being produced in Europe. It's not being protectionist, it's just restoring this level playing field and protecting our industry.
I think with those sunglasses, Rakshita, Macron is also sending a message, eye for an eye or an eye for an sty? Eye for an sty, maybe.
More than what meets the eye.
More than what meets the eye, yes. But, in the similar vein, we had Ursula von der Leyen, while she spoke about mother of all deals in the context of India, and she's coming there to New Delhi just 2 days later, but also that on the issue of Greenland, Europe stands united. Listen to her.
And right after Davos, the next weekend, I will travel to India. There's still work to do, but we are on the cusp of a historic trade agreement. Indeed, some call it the mother of all deals. One that would create a market of 2 billion people, accounting for almost a quarter of global GDP. And crucially, that would provide a first-mover advantage for Europe, with one of the world's fastest growing and most dynamic continents. Europe wants to do business with the growth centers of today and the economic powerhouses of this century, from Latin America to the Indo-Pacific and far beyond. Europe will always choose the world, and the world is ready to choose Europe.
NDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला NDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime.